Okay, so it's a good afternoon from me here in the UK. It's just gone 12:30 in the afternoon. It's quite a pleasant day outside for this time of year. The temperatures are actually quite nice. I want to say welcome and a bit of housekeeping, obviously, to all the newer viewers and subscribers who this may be their first live stream. You've got to be subscribed for 20 minutes before you can leave a comment. Obviously, those subscribe to many channels that will see live streams. We've got the moderators with the little spanners. I haven't got obviously memberships and super chat enabled because we haven't quite reached that level with the monetization process yet. That will come in time, and I'll have to figure out how we structure the membership side of things. So there's that basically. That's the housekeeping. Try and keep politics off as well. Right. So let's delve into what's going on. Obviously, big news with the World Club Challenge. Obviously, St Helens ending a very long run of English Super League club defeats in the World Club Challenge. Yes, it's been delayed for several seasons. We finally got St Helens versus Penrith. They win it by a point. I haven't actually watched the game yet, but can Penrith win three grand finals in a row? That's the thing. It's also that Penrith have never won a World Club Challenge. So that's something else that they have yet to achieve. I still think they're the best team in the NRL. But it's a one-off game, and they didn't turn up. Now, St Helens has obviously spent a fair bit of time in Australia prepping for this. They played a match against the St George Illawarra Dragons last week, which I think was good preparation. They won that. They've got a very settled lineup, very experienced lineup, and they've been pretty dominant over here in the Super League for a very long time. Their win-loss record is ridiculous in the last 4 or 5 years. A very, very consistent team. They don't lose very often, do St Helens. And as I say, I mean, I was not predicting them to win. I was saying Penrith are favourites, although they are an underdog side, and they went and did it. Lee Mason, when we talk about VAR over here in England, is no longer going to be a VAR official. I think he's actually left the referees organisation as well, I think, with immediate effect. So the quality of refereeing has been a big discussion and talking point in English football for some time now. VAR is still being a talking point. I've discussed it many times when FA Cup matches are on, for example. If the lower league club is at home, they don't have the benefit of VAR. So when the Premier League club's at home, they do. That kind of have and have not kind of things within English football, very frustrating. And there's been some very interesting decisions with VAR and without VAR, where we could say, if we're going by the technology and the technology available, certain goals wouldn't have stood and certain goals would have stood, and this kind of thing. And it has cost clubs this season in games where decisions that have been wrong have stood or not stood, for example, or right decisions have been overturned. So there's that kind of controversy. How do we get the best out of the system that we currently have? And I do believe we need to look at how we interpret rules, and we need to change the offside rule. We need to go back to the advantage given to the attacker, not the defender, and clear an obvious gap between attacker and defender. Why is VAR saying you're offside if your arm's offside? You cannot score with your arm. So take that out of the equation. If your foot's offside, yes, you can score with your foot. With your head, you can't score with your arm. So I think we need to completely reword the offside rule and that law in the game. And I think the quality of refereeing is not what it was 20 years ago. I think things have been going wrong for some time. And I listen to like a fair few sporting podcasts, and this is not just a English football problem or European football problem, or soccer problem. If you're in a soccer issue, if you let's say in North America or Australia, this is a across the sporting world, and whatever sport you're in, refereeing. There's always that debate: is there too much technology in sport? Not enough? Are we using it correctly? And a variety of other issues which come into play. Rugby union news: the Welsh players are threatening strike action before or maybe during their match against England in the Six Nations next weekend. This is to do about player payments and the state of the finances of the game. The Welsh Union is just facing one scandal and one crisis after another. And this is not a new issue. This issue predates the 2019 World Cup when Warren Gatland was last coach of Wales. So this is not a new problem. There were concerns being raised before the 2019 World Cup, for example, about money within the game. Have players got contracts and clubs to go back to? And yes, COVID has made those issues worse, but nothing has been solved. Chronic mismanagement for over a decade. by the Welsh Union, if not longer, in my opinion. And it doesn't help when Warren Gatland seems to be at odds with his players. Now, yes, the performances on the pitch haven't been great. They're bottom of the Six Nations right now. They've had a dreadful start to the Six Nations. They've got a tough game against England, another team in transition coming up, which is a must-win game. Because I think if they lose that, they're going to get the wooden spoon. I think Italy will have too much for them and will easily beat them with the way the Italians are attempting to play and the confidence the Italians have with their win last year in Cardiff. But these issues with the Welsh player base and the Welsh Union predate the 2019 World Cup. There were a lot of rumblings in the years building up to that last World Cup about the financial state of the game in Wales. Then the COVID pandemic hits. The transition from Gatland to Pivac. Performance has not been great on the field. Still, the concerns roll on, and then we find out what's going on within the Welsh Union at board level with how complaints were dealt over sexism, bullying, homophobia, racism, and how they dealt with disciplinary complaints, the culture within the governing body, an internal media, an internal investigation plus an undercover reporting investigation through mainstream media, and some investigative journalists uncovered the state of the union's disciplinary policies and the culture within the organisation that has really blown up. And then on top of that, we've now got the players at odds with basically their employer. And some current and ex-players have really voiced their concerns. Some very senior players within the current international setup, like Alan Wynne-Jones, have come out and stated the facts. There's some other players who've asked not to be put on the public record with their names, raising their concerns about their futures. A lot of them haven't had jobs outside of rugby union since they, were 18 years old, so they're not really given the right skills to, if rugby union doesn't work out, for example, to go into the trades. A lot of them are from very deprived areas of Wales, where rugby is the social fabric of the community. The Welsh Union has really mismanaged the finances. Now, yes, rugby union has had financial concerns predating COVID. And I hark back to the Augustine Peashot versus Bill Bowman election campaign. And how Augustine Peashot was saying that the red flags are here. We need to sort out rugby's finances. We need to come up with a solution. He wasn't listened to. The swing vote went to Bill Beaumont. He's left the organisation, and all the things he was warning about have come true. I did not see the attendance figures. I didn't obviously. I'm not a man. I prefer the NRL, but that is encouraging signs. I think the World Cup has had that World Cup boost effect, where I felt. Okay, England didn't get to either final, which is a shame. But I felt that you get that positive bounce after a major tournament, and that is encouraging signs. And I think with rugby union having all sorts of issues, those fans of both codes, because you will have fans of both codes who are swing fans, as I call them, so we winter their union fans and in some of their league fans. Those casual fans of both codes will happily watch either. I think that helps as well when the rival code is having crisis after crisis after crisis. And of course, Lee, that they've been promoted up. Yes, they've changed name from Centurions to Leopards. I'm not keen on the rebranding and the name change. I don't think that's the right direction to go. But no, I do think the first game of the season, that's positive signs. Whether that can be sustained come end of season and how the Lee Leopards, as they're now known, I will never get used to calling them that. They are the Centurions to me, but the Lee Leopards, can they sustain those kind of crowd numbers? Salford aren't a bad side. Let's be clear on that. They're a pretty decent, solid Super League side. But can the Lee, can Lee continue that momentum with crowd numbers and attendance figures and positivity, and can they stay up this time, which is important. And then can other clubs around the Super League also have attendance figures go up? Because I think the World Cup has given that little short-term boost. Can that be then maintained going forward because of the economic climate? We'll see how that happens. But it is encouraging, yes. It's not the biggest crowd we've seen at professional rugby league in history, but it's an encouraging start for the newcomers. And I think there's that kind of let's see what the new boys have got coming into the Super League. Let's see what they can bring to the table, see how they do against the established order. Yes, rugby union is in a mess, not just in England but in Wales and just across the board. Really, I think the only nations where there doesn't seem to be carnage and chaos are Ireland and France, and to a certain extent Italy. We're not getting a lot of negative headlines coming out of other nations in the Northern Hemisphere at the moment. There is that secret Santa joke that backfired at Benetton and Treviso, where a player has been suspended and told to go on a diversity course, which I think highlights some social issues in Italy that Italy has got to face up to, which has been rearing its ugly head in football and in rugby union in recent years. That the Italians have to own up to and say, look, we need to do better. Other than that, the Italian team seems to be doing pretty well. France and Ireland, obviously, that game was crucial. The Irish have proven they kicked on this year. Ireland peaking too soon. That's the constant in a World Cup year. They seem to peak in the Six Nations, then not make it past the quarter final. I think the French, I think they needed a tough game against Italy and a defeat against Ireland to say, look, we need to do better. Because I still think the French can get better. And there'll be more players available for France come the World Cup later in the year. So I wouldn't write the French off as either Six Nations champions yet, although the Irish now in pole position to win the Six Nations, or World Cup finalists or champions. So the French are still dangerous in my opinion, but Ireland have been so consistent now for the last decade. I'm not surprised that these two are so far ahead of the rest of the Six Nations. And the Italians really pushed the French all the way as well, which I think is what the French need in the World Cup year. And it also shows the Italians have massively taken steps over the last 2-3 years from where they were towards the end of Sergio Parise's career. Yes, a lot of Super League clubs seem to have big cats as their nicknames at the moment, and there seems to be a trend there. Seems to be a marketing trend now. I don't know if that's come down from head office at Super League, trying to market the brand so that we want these big predatory animals as our logos and as our nicknames and as our mascots, or is that individual clubs going? This seems to work rather well across professional sports when it comes to club nicknames and mascots. It seems to work quite well. Cats are cute and cuddly. Even the big cats from Africa and North America and Asia, they're cute and cuddly. So even when they're mauling down a bison or a buffalo, they still look cute and cuddly. What sports technology seems to work the best? Hawkeye is a pretty good one when it comes to golf and cricket and tennis. That seems to be a very, very good tech. They're trying to implement it in rugby union football, rugby league, where they're putting chips inside of footballs to track how long the ball is in play for, and the speed of pass, speed of kick, and various things for extra analytical purposes that I just don't see the point of. But when it comes to sports like cricket, like baseball, tennis, where is it in, is it out, is that a catch, has he edged that kind of thing, where you've got very minute decisions to make, I can understand. But I think VAR has been mishandled. I think it's a good way to put it. And the goal line tech is the only way I could sort of see technology in football really being effectively implemented. I unfortunately VAR's had so many mistakes and bad implementation. I think it's the best way to describe VAR. I think the principle behind it is fine. I think assisting the on-field officials is a positive. How they're going about it is so haphazard and hand over fist, and it's really surprising that a sport as wealthy as association football, soccer, to the colonials, as I'll say with love, has so badly implemented what should be a pretty simple system. I wouldn't say just blame the refs, but I would say that the way that UEFA and FIFA, as the senior governing body, have given directive after directive, almost on a seasonal basis, doesn't help with the transition of changing from pre-VAR era to current VAR era. And then you look at competitions like the FA Cup, where if you're the non-top flight, if you're the Championship or below team, so if you're a home team and you're not in the Premier League, you don't have the benefit of VAR, whereas the Premier League team at home does. I think that system has got to be looked at going forward. Either you have it for all clubs from the first round proper, or not at all. And I think the FA and the sponsors should fit the bill for that. That's my opinion. if you are going to implement it, it has to be for every round or not at all. Or maybe just the semi-finals and the finals. They're at Wembley, because I think that's a very disjointed system, which doesn't actually benefit either the Premier League or the Championship clubs, for example, or the Football League clubs and non-league clubs, because when the Premier League is the away side, they lose that advantage of VAR, and of course the refereeing standard is more geared towards the Football League sides in that kind of thing, and vice versa. So there's that kind of home team advantage unnecessarily because the FA can't be bothered to just go into their pockets and go, look, we have a bit of money here, we can help. Rugby union, rugby league. There's constant debates about the remit of the video ref, or in the NRL's case, the bunker. But the video ref and what their remit is. Like again, they keep tweaking that. I think it's a pretty decent system, but again, it's interpretation of what is a high shot, deliberate foul play, what is a knock on, with that kind of thing. Again, referee interpretation. The NHL, when they phone up Toronto, so you could be in a game in Arizona or San Jose or Florida, and an incident happens and there's a coach's challenge, or the referees might go, hang on a second, we might have missed something here, like goalie interference, which is make it up whatever rule you want, or is that offside? And they phone up Toronto, which is the other side of the continent, for Christ's sake. And then you've got to wait, and then there's that time delay. Look, I think there's no perfect system. We've even seen Hawkeye in cricket and tennis fail. There's no perfect tech system, but when you've got officials becoming far too reliant on the system, or when they're telling officials don't raise your flag, let the video ref sort out, like offside in football, for example, that is frustrating. So I wouldn't fully blame the refs. I'd also blame the governing bodies, really. I'll blame the governing bodies because they've changed interpretations of laws or rules, and they've tweaked them, and they come out with all these directives every season rather than just leave it for a few seasons, then review, then consult, and then go, right, okay. There seems to be a lack of consultation, at least public consultation, which is above board and transparent. It seems to be very cloak and dagger, which frustrates us, the fans, and it just becomes a nightmare. So there you go. Yes, it is good in the rugby league that Lancashire and Cheshire have a lot of teams within a very short distance. I think that will help with crowd numbers in that regard. Wakefield have always really been Wakefield Trinity, but yeah, bring the Wildcats back. Will Graham Potter still be refereeing for the second Dortmund match? Look, I think he's not a bad coach. I think he proved up in Sweden and at Brighton that he knows what he's doing. Chelsea is a team in transition, and it's not just new ownership. The way Tuchel left the club under a cloud, and I do say this, has got nothing to do with the ownership change. It happens with Tuchel. He's left Dortmund under a cloud. He left PSG under a cloud. He's left Chelsea under a cloud. It's got, regardless of who the owner is and who the director of football and the scouts and all that. Graham Potter, ironically, Brighton got better since he's left, and Chelsea got worse since he was hired. So this does happen where it doesn't work. I mean, Brian Clough at Leeds is a famous example of a coach who was successful before and successful after, very successful after actually, where you go into a side which has had a lot of success over a significant period of time, and it just doesn't work. Now, Chelsea, I think, have had a lot of issues over the last, I'm going to say 5-6 years, with transfer embargoes and spending constraints and ownership issues that I think have hampered their on-field ability to put a team together. And it's also some of their decisions they've taken before they were given transfer embargoes. The amount of players they got out on loan is ridiculous. And some of their transfer decisions doesn't help. But the way that the squad is put together, I think, is an unbalanced squad. So they've got a lot of injuries as well. We'll see what happens. I don't think he's going to be manager there next season. But this is Todd Bowley coming in. He's coming in from that American ownership model of the American franchise system with Major League Baseball. And look, he's inherited a situation at Chelsea where the culture is, it doesn't matter if the manager is successful or not. They don't last very long. I think he's not fully bought into the European style of sports team ownership and the culture of leagues, and how our thing is more club community based rather than franchise based in the US. He's willing to spend the money, but he's doing what's happened to Everton, really, just on a similar scale. Just he's got that bit more of a cushion where Everton have been struggling for years. Chelsea have been very successful for years, But Chelsea and Everton are seemingly going down the same path of we've got money to spend when we can, and then there's the transfer embargo. But we've got money here. They've got owners willing to spend the money. Whether they're spending the money in the right areas is another thing. Um, the problem that Potter's got is he's inherited basically Lampard Tuchel's team because Lampard brought some of these players through the transfer embargo. Tuchel made them winners, took them from solid side to Champions League winners and cup finalists, made them very, very competitive. And yeah, so it's not working for a variety of reasons. I don't think Graham Potter's a bad coach. I don't think he's a bad manager, but it's not working now. Why is that? Is there bad relationships with non-playing staff, playing group? Have they got their youth policy completely wrong? I think Chelsea have over many many years, but as I say, Brian Clough is the prime example where it hasn't worked with a manager, or Rafa Benitez at Everton, where it hasn't worked with a successful manager before he goes there, and it just. I wouldn't say it isn't Potter's level. It's just obviously he's gone from one job to another. He's gone from a culture of Brighton, which is always positive. It doesn't matter where they are in the league. There's always that positivity and growth, and seems to be a very happy club, happy in the direction the club's going. You know, seems to be. I wouldn't say expectation pressure because there's always pressure. Doesn't matter where you are, but it's the culture around the club is always positive. Um, and Chelsea seems to be a club that always seems to have a toxic atmosphere where it doesn't matter if you are successful, you're still getting beheaded basically in Henry VIII terms because I've got bored of you now. And so you go from a positive atmosphere where you're allowed to make a few errors and allowed to make and develop and figure out your best thing, and players are allowed to develop at their own at whatever, because every player develops at a different pace. Every player will say you have to adapt constantly throughout your career, and you can adapt with that as a coach. Okay, you've lost that yard of pace. You're better as a holding player now, or you're better in a different role. I wouldn't say Chelsea isn't Potter's level. I think it's the culture within the club over a very significant period of time behind the scenes is a very negative atmosphere because it doesn't matter if you are successful, you're still out the door. But as I say, I use the Brian Clough analogy of the damned United film, but Brian Clough's 44 days at Leeds, where successful manager, if he was at Derby, goes into Leeds, doesn't work, ends up at Nottingham Forest, doesn't get the England job because of his spell at Leeds, and goes on to win 2 European Cups and a whole host of other trophies over a long period of time and stayed at Nottingham Forest for the rest of his managerial career. Um, and you look at that period at Leeds, which definitely impacted Brian Clough, and he's the best England manager we never had. So this is where Graham Potter's next appointment, he goes on and does really, really well. I don't think he's Chelsea manager next season. No. Whether he sees out this season is another thing. If they get knocked out of the Champions League, I think he'd have done, yes. My thoughts on the potential Man United, I hope it's to Jim Ratcliffe, to be honest. He's got experience of owning football clubs. And yes, I will admit I did miss out the Luzon, FC Luzon in Switzerland. I did miss that out. I do apologise. But I know he owns Nice as well. He also owns a pro cycling team, formerly Team Sky, which is now the Ineos Grenadiers cycling team. So in sports ownership, he's got a lot of experience. I think he's. I think he's the right candidate. I know he was interested in buying Chelsea, but he has stated he wants more fan involvement with club decisions and club direction. Now, whether that's just at Man United or whatever club he ends up buying, because I think if he doesn't get the Man United club, he will find a English Championship Premier League club at some point to buy. He's very, very keen on fan involvement. He's very, very keen on engagement and consultation. He's not without controversy. Oh, shit. Oh, let's have a coffee quick. He doesn't come without his own baggage. His tax affairs will be raised in the media by those annoying lefty do-gooders who will go, oh, no, you shouldn't. But apart from his non-domicile status, which is legal, he's allowed to do it, and whether it's morally right or wrong is irrelevant. I think he's possibly, in my opinion, the right candidate. Uh, the Qatari bid has already raised eyebrows. We've seen what happened with Newcastle United. We've seen the lack of protesting over Man City and PSG when they were bought by Middle Eastern owners um, in the decade prior. But now with what's happening with Man City and they're just general we don't care attitudes because you know this is we may be Europe, but in our culture we do what we want. We're not going to abide by European. And what I find so frustrating about some of these overseas owners is they expect us to abide by their cultural customs when we visit their countries. It doesn't matter if it's America, because there are differences between us and the Americans, or a whole variety of social customs. Um, or when we go to the Middle East and we're told not to drink in certain areas, and you can't hold hands with your partner if you're not married, and all this BS and how you've got to treat women and minorities and all that. And you can only do it in certain areas and all that. But they just give two fingers to us. I'm all for respecting others' cultures and customs and all that. But no, the Man City situation raises a lot of eyebrows. With basically, it's clearly. I think they're guilty. I think the UEFA investigation was hampered by the time limitations of UEFA's own rules. If that wasn't a thing, they would have been punished. The fact that another investigation has been opened, it's not a witch hunt. It's fact. Because guess what? Other clubs with domestic foreign owners have also been investigated. So we'll see what happens there. Um, look, I think the reasons why the Glazers are selling is multitude of reasons. Um, there's a multitude of reasons behind that. Um, the amount of money they pumped into both Man United in the sense of transfer budget, but also the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the amount of money they spent in Tampa Bay with the Buccaneers as well to win their second Super Bowl recently. Uh, uh, would suggest they're trying to refinance their portfolio. Way of doing it, but they want to focus on their US operations, which is fine. At the same time, the negativity around the Glazier brand, as it is, as I would put it, as brand Glazer, and the negativity about how they conducted themselves and the pending um, fan led review in the white paper, I think they know their numbers up with how they run the club, the ownership model, the board model, the off field structures. They know their time. So there is I think that pending. I think this is why FSG as well suddenly want to sell stakes or shares or maybe full up sale of Liverpool. I think they've realised how they run their club is going to be at odds with what is proposed and what is going to become law. And if they don't like it, there's their problem. And this is where it comes to industry regulation. Whether that means there's going to be less American ownership, I don't think that's necessarily the case. But certain ownership models, be it American or Middle Eastern, are going to have to change how they run things because they're going to be basically in a lot of trouble. Whether this means an increased drive for another Super League, I mean, look, when you've got Tony Cruz, some of the statement he gave was ridiculous. Um, Saying he's comparing the European Super League idea to Nadal Federer. The reason why Nadal and Federer made so many finals, and Djokovic, to a certain extent Murray, they had to beat the best tennis players to get there. It wasn't just we're going to play the same, we're going to play the four of us, we're going to play every week, because we would have um, stopped watching. But Tony Cruz has proven himself to be absolutely deluded and thick as a plank, which doesn't help the footballer stereotype, because a lot of footballers are actually very, very educated. And a lot of them actually got university degrees and tertiary education, third stage levels of education. They're not thick people. Um, but Tony Cruz, I think he's just towing the Real Madrid line of Perez, the corrupt president, really. But the clubs that are still sticking to it are the clubs that are either under the investigation for financial fair play breaches or the clubs that are basically bankrupt. Yes, I did hear about the trial of body cams. I think every every sport at any level should do that because even at the professional level, the abuse officials get. The only sports I think that do really well when it comes to um, the lack of dissent, and when players do get done for dissent, they're off. they're suspended is cricket, rugby, and rugby league, and to a certain extent ice hockey. The chirping between hockey refs and players, I don't think you could actually broadcast that live on TV. But there's generally a good relationship between ice hockey officials and the players they are officiating. Um, the language used may be a bit fruitful, but generally it's in good humour, and then they have a good relationship in a sense, because abuse of an official is a lengthy suspension. Football needs to, um, yeah, football or soccer, because I know there's going to be North Americans who watch this, so I don't want to confuse them with American football. Association football, I think I'm going to have to start calling it that. The grassroots trialing, I think, is long overdue. The body cams have been available for 20 years now. This is not like a new technology. Referees have been mic'd up. Um, for donkey's ears in a lot of sports. So use of technology in that regard is long overdue. I think the FA have really been lagging behind in protecting, and in fact, just grassroots level across the UK and Northern Ireland, they've been lagging behind for a very, very long time in protecting grassroots officials. If you watch the Under the Cosh YouTube channel, their little podcast, it's very interesting because they've had a couple of ex-referees on there, and some of the things you know, now, and they were discussing the abuse of officials. Yeah, I think in one of the edited versions they cut it out to shorten the episode, but it has been discussed. And it's interesting because a few of them would say now they wouldn't do it, and the abuse they faced at professional level is turning off a lot of potential officials. We need them. Without amateur, semi-pro, professional referees, you don't have a game. Without referees, you can't play. So we'll see what happens. The Glazers were interested in some T20 tournament. Yeah, there is this proposal to get professional cricket played in the US. The fact that they pumped some money into it hasn't happened. That's cost them. But the Glazers, their ownership model, the leverage takeover, is not allowed to happen now. So their business model would not be allowed under the current, or the coming white paper. They would have to sell anyway or restructure, which would cost them too much money. So I think that's why they're selling. Yes, Anderson Broad. I mean, Jimmy Anderson. This is his last full year. I think he either retires this summer or this following winter. I think this is Jimmy Anderson's last 12 months as a professional cricketer. Stuart Broad. Will he overtake McGrath as the second best fast bowler of all time? Possibly. Um, Jimmy Anderson's consistency is terrifying. But yes, there's clearly been a revolution of how England are playing at the Test level under Brendan McCullum. No doubt on that. Whether Ben Stokes long term should be the captain is another thing. I probably would have gone with Stuart Broad to be honest. But the way I think the previous regime worked was clearly not working. I think it was clearly creating a lot of problems within the dressing room. I think there are a lot of issues still that this is papering over the cracks. I think there are a lot of structural issues within the ECB and the English game, well, England and Wales, to be fair, that are not being addressed because of the sudden success of the Test side and the change in fortunes. But there are other issues that this 12 months of success is definitely compensating for. And we'll see long term if the game domestically at county level and get rid of the 100, for God's sake. I'm going to keep telling this stuff having the face. It won't happen, but the 100 is not the way to fix the problems. There are massive issues, and the ECB needs to have a massive restructuring, but they're not going to do it because it's the old boys club. And this is the same thing with the Welsh Rugby Union. It's the old boys club. They've made some really boneheaded decisions because it's the old boys club. You retire from playing at whatever level, and you get a cushy, well-paid job in the Welsh Union. And not many questions asked about are you suitable for the role. Same with the ECB. This is a massive issue with sports governance. Yes, I do want to see ex-players involved in sports governance, and to some extent fans as well. Why fans? We know what we want to see as a product. That's why I want fan involvement on board. Because if you piss off your customer base in professional sports, you're done. Pretty much. Via Play, I'm tempted to get it for the NHL. And it constantly comes up on social media as an advert, so I'm tempted to look into it. Whether um, long term, it'd be worth money that you would have to pay. I'm going to have to look into it, but I'm a little bit concerned because it's not directly for a league. If the NHL go and look, NHL.com UK website like they do with the NRL and AFL, where you know it's coming from the league as a broadcast partner, as their website where it watch every game. That's different. Viaplay, I'm a little bit skeptical, just a little bit. I have seen it advertised a lot, and look, there is this trend now to go towards internet streaming as well as broadcast TV as well. But I want to see what the cost benefits are. Um, I'm not sold on it yet. Yet. Um, but major TV broadcasters are starting to use YouTube and streaming websites and streaming platforms as part of their package to reach audiences. So I watch all my sport now on the laptop, either through ITV, BBC, iPlayer. Don't use Channel 4, it's chronic to try and watch that, which is why I didn't watch the World Cup Challenge because I wasn't aware it was on Channel 4. I thought it was on Sky. So I looked on the NRL website and I wasn't allowed to watch it because of a geo block. And this is what annoys me is the blackouts to protect broadcast or to protect attendances. They need to wake up and smell the roses that the broadcasters have a cartel kind of monopoly over it, which is not healthy. And the viewing habits have changed and shifted from the traditional media outlets that we've got used to since the Second World War, which is TV, to the last 10, 15, 20 years to an online digital away from the traditional as a family sitting on the TV for the FA Cup final, for example. Because when I look at my data, the majority of my viewers are actually using handheld devices, which is really funny. The majority of my viewers are either on their iPhones or Android phones or Google. They're watching on a handheld device or a tablet rather than the laptop or smart. And so even with um, social media and the digital age, the handheld device is more popular than the fixed device, which in this case would be my laptop. Yes, people have the smart TV and the games console or the PC, but more so even with social media and the internet, our habits on the internet and technology are changing. And I think that the professional sports leagues and how they sell and market their overseas and domestic rights need to wake up a little bit and go, okay, things like Sky Sports, BT Sport, ESPN, Fox in Australia, Foxtel, which is partly Telstra, partly News Corp. Then we look what's happening with the Sinclair broadcaster, which owns Diamond, which owns Bally Sports, and what's happening over the Chapter 11 bankruptcy. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's annoying. It used to be on Premier Sports, obviously. Obviously, Viaplay were offering a better financial deal, and they can get into more homes, which they can, because Viaplay is a global website brand, so they can get into, you know, more homes that way, and therefore get more viewers. So therefore, it's more cost effective to have it. The agreement is they want to protect attendances, which I think is fair. I think every team needs to have an equal amount of games broadcast, and they want to a bit. And you've got to remember that the EIHL and all British ice hockey is a gate-driven sport in this country. It is. It's a gate-driven sport where fans in attendance, fans buying match day merchandise and match day programs, and using arena services like concession stands like food and drink and all that, and local amenities. It is a fan attendance driven league structure in the UK for all levels, from professional to the amateur. It's attendance driven. Whereas other leagues, you can get away with having reduced attendances for a couple of games or a season or two, which is why I think football has shouldered and got through the pandemic years better than other sports. Is the TV deals, even though the TV broadcasters and the internet broadcasters, so that the streaming services did kick up a fuss. But yeah, I understand why they have, because the agreement they have with the old Premier Sports TV deals will limit the amount of live games we show to protect attendances. That's where I can understand a blackout or limited viewership. I wouldn't say outside the 10 locations there's no way, because I could go watch a Guildford Flames game if I wanted. It's just a bit of a pain in the arse on the railway line that I live on to get there without a car. You really need a car to get to the Spectrum easily, because most, and yes, I can get to Guildford to watch a game, but it is a bit of a pain in the arse. Yes, there are some really good, you know, transport links. It's not cheap to travel by train and bus and taxi to get to and from the Spectrum, but it's not unaffordable. But a car or a motorcycle is obviously, if you have your own mode of transport, is a lot more practical. But I could go watch a Guildford game. I don't live in Guildford. I live near Guildford. It's actually easier for me to go watch a Guildford Flames game than a Bees game, for example, just because of the logistical nightmare with transport. I'm on a direct train line, whereas if I wanted to watch a Bees game in Slough, I would have to get 3 trains and a taxi. I don't think it's not going to attract casual sports fans. I think actually we as sports fans actually are moving away from the traditional TV kind of viewership to watching online. And if Fair Play really can hit home with what they're selling, people are going to buy it. There is a hockey fan base in this country. Some locations have lost their hockey team. Some fans are willing to travel a fair distance to go watch. I mean, there were when I was when the Bracknell Bees were actually based in Bracknell before they moved to Slough, there were fans coming in from Bristol to watch games, and Plymouth. There actually was. I'm not joking, and the South Coast, because obviously Solent and all that. There were fans coming in from some distance to watch as home fans, not away fans, home fans. So they were willing to travel for a minority league. That wasn't even was some of the players were professional, but some players were semi-pro. Well, they're classed as professional because they're getting paid to play, but they're not earning a lot. But they were willing to travel 150, 200 miles. So the fans are willing to travel for and the away fans always travelled well, regardless of wherever you're playing in the country. So I don't buy that argument. It's not going to attract casual sports fans because it's online and because it's been really advertised a lot. I think it will. I think it will work. I understand the limiting because they're concerned about the integrity of fans' attendance, which is where the league makes its money. As the league stabilises and as the media rights still improves, I think they will probably broadcast more games. They want to do it on a slow but steady and controlled basis where they don't overextend themselves. And therefore, because they're reliant on fans and attendance, they're not making money. Because to run an arena or an ice rink arena costs a lot of money. It's not cheap. It's not a cheap exercise. Whereas a football stadium or a rugby union stadium or rugby league stadium, yes, you've got to maintain the playing surface, but it costs the costs to run are a lot less. You only have to hire a team of groundsmen to maintain the playing surface, and you have casual staff who come in on match days, who work on the match day experience. So they're on 0-hour contracts, which ironically is cheaper for a business to operate like that. It's not necessarily good for the worker, but for the business. Yes, you can. However, and while you like those niche sports, the and netball does really, really well, by the way. And I appreciate the way netball's gone around reaching a bigger fan base and families, and it's done very, very well. Basketball in this country just doesn't work. It's never going to work financially, ever, unless um, major investment comes in from a group of investors willing to lose a bit of money for a while for a long term gain. It's not going to work. And this is where the indoor arena sports struggle is. In order for the arena costs to actually be paid for themselves, it has to be open to public usage for a lot of the time. Because without it being open for public usage, it's not cost effective. Which is why ice rinks, obviously, with indoor arena leagues like ice hockey being gate driven, and the NHL, even the NHL, is still heavily gate driven for a lot of its revenue. A lot of its revenue. We've got the NHL; it's one of the big four sports leagues. Yeah, there's a reason why it's consistently in fourth place in the modern era, and it's because it's more gate driven than basketball, than the NFL, than Major League Baseball, because of the running costs of not only running the ice hockey team, so the equipment costs. Um, Then you've also got the arena costs, keeping the ice surface playable for 9 months of the year, basically. And then various other agreements as well. The equipment, the way that the merchandise as well costs more to manufacture, ironically, and a whole host of other economic costs. It actually is a very expensive sport to run. It's not as cheap as other sports to run, so it actually makes less money. And it's still heavily gate driven. And part of that is to do with the really shocking US TV deal. Really diabolical how they figure that one out. And it's not great north of the border in Canada either. They don't do the NHL could do a much better job of marketing itself across the US because they're relying on a handful of teams basically to sell the league. They're relying on the original six and the Californian, well, the West Coast, predominantly California, and the recent Vegas and Seattle expansions to sell the league, and outside of Canada, in the US, and a lot of the US teams don't market. I mean, there's no unified NHL marketing strategy. It's occasionally, and this is what a lot of NHL players say is they like signing as free agents to the non-traditional locations because they don't get the media in their face, and a lot of fans in the street wouldn't recognise the players. They just walk on by. They can do their family shopping with the wife and the kids, or their partner and kids, and they don't get hassled in the street. Now, that's I think a good thing for the players. However, when it comes to a marketing strategy outside of Canada, in the US, it is all over the place. And as a league-wide marketing strategy, both domestically and overseas, I think they do better selling the product to Europeans because a fair chunk of the player base is, guess what, European. But I think, yeah, and then as I say, why basketball struggles is again, it has to be gate driven. The quality isn't good enough for people to spend money, and yeah, the arenas they play in have to rely on other income streams to make money, which is what rugby union clubs at the lower and rugby league clubs at the amateur and community level are finding is in the off season they've got to find other ways of making money um, because they're not going to make money. I've been to a motorcycle show at a local rugby club because that's a way for them to make some money and some income when they're not playing games. And it's like when Reading Festival's on, some of the local rugby clubs will be used as overflow car parking. There's about 3 or 4 rugby clubs around Reading. When Reading Festival's on, a multitude of rugby clubs will use their facilities for overflow parking to make money because it's the off season. Well, the season's about to start, but it's classed as the off season. The pitch is too hot to basically play on, and they need to make money. And it's another revenue stream. Yeah, basketball, they use indoor facilities, and they'll be used for concerts. They'll be used for boxing, darts, the independent wrestling circuit, for example, or WWE or Impact will come. So those big American promotions will also, get involved when they take on the UK road shows and all that. So pro wrestling's had actually used various venues. Trade conventions is another one. I've been to a few. I've worked at a few trade conventions. I've been to a few conferences. So when you have the political conferences for like the political parties, they will go to conference centres, which can double up as a basketball arena. Many. That's why basketball, and they also are part of renting that. They've got to pay their rent for the facility. They don't own the facility, so there's a lot of costs involved. Yeah, netball is more sustainable because the seasons are shorter and they have got a good, and they again gate-driven sport, but the attendances back up the finances, which is why netball's doing so well. They've got their TV rights deal, which is pretty good, or their media rights deal is pretty decent, and the player base is growing, the fan base is growing, and it's more of yes, it is a family sport for the fan base. Men do watch it because their daughter's playing or their sister's playing or their mother's playing, for example, and involved in the sport. So you go and support your relatives and friends. And it's doing really, really well because the way they've marketed itself to women and girls and families to go and watch and play. And so, yeah, It's doing really well as a women's sport. Fantastic. It doesn't get regularly criticised in the media. Why that is, I don't know, because refereeing mistakes are still made and there's still player scandals. It just doesn't get the same level of criticism. When something negative happens, it's not really a major news story, which I find very, very surprising because it is growing in popularity. Um, but no, basketball is always going to struggle in this country unless a major investor comes in or investors come in and are willing to lose money in the short term to make profit and really invest. It's never going to work with that cut in Olympic funding following the 2012 Olympics, and without the inward investment from someone or a group of people with a lot of capital behind them, it's never going to work. However we look at it, and yes, they can go, yeah, we're streaming on YouTube, or we've got some decent internet streaming service. It's a gate driven league that's not got enough people buying the product. It's not of a good enough quality for people to be willing to pay for the product, and we haven't got the player base. We may have the fan base, haven't got the player base. So unless a lot of those fans decide to start playing, you're never going to increase the talent pool to then increase the level of competitiveness, because that's what you need. Competitiveness is not just increase the level. You've got to competitiveness and improve the product, and then it doesn't sell itself very well. I think ice hockey could do better in this country of selling itself. I think using VIA Sports and Premier Sports as that vehicle to improve the outreach was a great idea from the Elite League. But British ice hockey's got so many governing bodies for England and Scotland, and there is no national governing body that I think holds the sport back. But ice hockey does a better way of growing itself at a local level, at least, um, than basketball. But is what it is. And I think Liam Kirk can be the face of the sport if he ever gets into the NHL. Then yes, I do believe the sport in this country will use that as a marketing tool. Um, he's still recovering from that knee injury. He's playing in the ECHL, which is not where we want him to be. But he's still Arizona. His rights still owned by Arizona. He may be involved in a trade, come trade deadline. He may get some game time at some point. Yes and no. It depends on the location. Some teams don't make money. There are some concerns about a couple of locations historically about making money. But the sport has grown massively from where it was after the collapse of the Super League. It's in a much better place now than what it was before. But the running costs have gone up over the last year since inflation and all that. So it's not. It could be better, but it could be a hell of a lot worse. I remember when the sport stopped being professional in this country for the second time. It's been professional twice before. I remember when it ceased being professional in the 2000s, and there was concerns, and then they somehow formed the Elite League, and it's we go from one off-season crisis to another. But I think we're finally going in the right direction. I think a unified governing body will go a long way to solve a lot of the problems we have domestically. But the league quality's improved, the quality of play. Look, we're still like it's like watching the NHL in the 80s and 90s. It's the product that I grew up watching, which is what I like. And a lot of hardcore hockey fans like is the rough and tumble aspect of the game. But the skill aspect of the game is improving. And yeah, we've still got a long way to go up the European League rankings and where we rank. If we can do well in the World Championship A level and win in Nottingham and get back to the top level, I think that helps. But the mainstream media needs to get behind the sport in this country. But Sky Sports and the BBC seem to have a perversion of not backing the sport in this country. The mainstream media has a perversion against decent reporting in this country, and it's reliant on local and independent media outlets to reach the fan base. So there you go. Well, um, yeah, the MLS season. Yeah, look, the MLS isn't interesting with its season structure and how it is played. Um, and they only really have the two transfer windows. They have to work around that. The MLS is an interesting league structure as well, but I like the MLS. I think it's a very entertaining league to watch. It's ironically very fast paced. The skill level is that little bit lower, but it's really fast paced and open, so it's really entertaining. Do I think mine should get more media coverage? I think certain minor sports or growing sports should get a bit more yes. The immediate obsession with a handful of sports in this country is detrimental to the wider sporting landscape as a whole. But there is a limited amount of money available to invest. So yeah, while there's a finite amount of investment from wealthy individuals who own sports teams or invest in leagues, which is why we're more reliant on that overseas investment, which is the downside to it, and we have to accept that. There's no getting around that. We have to have overseas investment, even in British football, for the sport to actually keep, surviving and Premier League and to a sense of the Championship are global brands and some of the most watched, sports leagues globally. We're still heavily reliant on people in what I call inward investment, which is the term, where you've got overseas investment inwards to the product. So there is a finite amount of domestic investment you can get. But I do think this is where channels or networks like Sky Sports and BT Sports have shot themselves in the foot. Partly with the pay-per-view model, which I think is dying a death, but or the subscription model for TV is dying a death, as proven with people cancelling. The even with the free-to-air broadcasters like um, the BBC and ITV, etc., they could do a better job of picking up some of the rights, but it's the way the media landscape is structured, and this is where some of the minor sports rely more on the local news coverage on radio or newspaper or the independent journals uh, will write articles and pieces or like me myself go on YouTube and start discussing things because without things like YouTube where uh, I'm not saying I'm that independent journalist, but without platforms such as this, I do think leagues like the Elite League when it comes to ice hockey and the National League when it comes to ice hockey or basketball or netball or baseball, field hockey would have even less of an outreach to reach a wider audience than they currently do. Um, yeah, I think football gets too much. Yes, I think we overdo it. And ironically, I think it's around the 1960s, 1970s where it starts to go wrong um, with the media. Um, at the same time, that's where the growth of the global game because you have certain individuals like Pele, like Jeff Hurst, in the 50s and 60s. And people say this is why Pele should be the GOAT. And years ago, he became the first global teenage superstar, which was global, not just national, global. And FIFA realised this with the World Cup, and this is where we win the World Cup, 66. So Pele's already won 2 World Cups at this point. We win the World Cup as hosts in 66, and I think it's the mid to late 60s into the 70s where the national obsession. Yes, we invented, the Football League and the FA Cup and all this, but that is the moment where the competition between rugby league and association. But bear in mind, ice hockey was professional in the 50s and 60s in this country, and we'd won gold medals. This is the moment where we become obsessed with football at the detriment of other sports. Even though rugby league was still massively popular until the early 90s, I think that is the moment where the trend starts. Yes, losing programs like grandstands, but I understand why grandstands ceased to be um, a program. I was brought up on grandstand in the 90s, so I was really sad when it ceased to be in the early 2000s when they stopped um, with BBC Grandstand. But there was some presenting scandals like Frank Boff, which damaged the grandstand image, which the BBC was trying to portray, and obviously what's now come out about the BBC covering up Jimmy Savile and all that another thing. But the Frank Boff scandal was the beginning of the end of grandstand, and then obviously the internet age and the rise of Sky Sports, the rise and fall of ITV Digital, but the rise of Sky Sports and the decreasing number of people paying for the TV license contributed to the BBC going, "Well, we need to diversify. We're getting rid of grandstand when we enter the digital era." But they get it not evolving with grandstand and not evolving it as they could have changed the format of grandstand from all day sports from lunchtime till 5:30, 6 o'clock with final score, which was the start with football focus, and it would end with final score. So football bookended the grandstand, but you would have the live horse racing competing with Channel 4 and ITV, what is now ITV, but Channel 4 racing on Channel 4, and they would have they would compete with that. So we'd have 3 live races from a meet out of 7, because normally a horse racing meet you have 7 races. You have 3 of them, and it would be either Ascot. They would have the Grand National as well on there. But you would have Ascot would be a one they regularly BBC had the rights to over Channel 4. You would have the Derby would be split, I think, year on year. One year would be on BBC, next year would be on Channel 4. They used to have the Cheltenham Festival and Royal Ascot, and the Grand National meetings would all be on grandstand. So yeah, losing grandstand, they had to diversify how they did BBC Sport. So, and the red button, they could have kept grandstand as a program, as a sports news program, where they would have all the sports highlight packages. They'll go through all the results and all the major sports news on every single sport. They got rid of that. That was the mistake. Instead of evolving grandstand as a product, they got rid of it. But yeah, I miss grandstand. I do. I was brought up on that. So you would have grandstand on a Saturday and a grandstand on a Sunday, and they didn't evolve it right. But the Frank Boff, people forget about Frank Boff and his scandal involving drugs and sex workers, prostitutes, was a major big thing at the time it happened, and it cost him, because he was the main presenter and he got fired. He had Des Lynam on there. He moved to ITV when ITV Digital came about, but he lost Des Lynam. You had Frank Boff. There were a few others, but Des Lynam was a good one. And there was a famous the mock play fight in the background. So Des Lynam was hosting grandstand. I think it was in 92? Yeah, it was 1992, I believe, early 90s. And he's doing his presenting, and there's the fake fight in the background for April Fool's Day, and he's doing, and he's, for God's sake, they must think, and he really thinks that these researchers in the background and these other sports journalists who are, on the phone to contact about transfer deadline day or whatever it may be in the background, finding out about whatever sports story is going on that they need to report on in between the live sports features that they have. And he's still mic'd up, and they've got this play fight in the background, which is a April Fool's joke, which was the traditional thing on grandstand. If it fell on April the 1st, there would be a prank played. He's getting really pissed off in the broadcast, and in the background you've got the play fight between a couple of researchers and a couple of sports journalists, and then the secretary comes on and tries to break them up. And in reality, it's just a practical joke. And Des Lynam has gone bonkers. It's a live feed. It's not breaking news. So and so has been sacked by insert football club or rugby league club, right? Overnight in the tests, so and so's got 100. No. This is the live segment in between 2 items. So you've had the live first race, like where it was. I think it was actually Grand National week as well. So they've had the first race at the Grand National meet. They've gone back. They might have had qualifying for I think F1 or Superbikes or MotoGP, and they're discussing. The live reporters out on location. Maybe British touring cars. They might, yeah. I think, and he's doing his thing, and they're fighting in the background. Because, for God's sake, they must think we're so unprofessional. And he's trying not to swear, but he knows he's on live. Because if he swears, that's his job. If he swears, it's done. And this is just after the Frank Boff scandal had happened, and he had been sacked by the BBC. So Des Lynam is now the new guy, and he's got a vein throbbing. You've got the Grand National, you've got the Six Nations, or 5 Nations at the time, and his veins throbbing. He's losing his, basically, but he can't swear live on TV because it's prime time, early afternoon, family viewing, all get around the TV, and you've got this practical joke in the background, and he is losing. He's losing it. He's about to lose it, and they have to cut away to and they really screw him over. But it was so funny. Yeah, the music's iconic as well. But that was a mistake the BBC made. was not evolving grandstand from a live broadcast to more of um, like a sports discussion program, like a panel program, where it may be going out live, but they're discussing not only football, rugby league, cricket, motorsport, ice hockey, all the sports they could be covering. And in reality, they I understand why they axed it, but I think they could have evolved it and kept it going to now. And it could have still. It's like Saints and Greavesy, for example, on ITV. Um, they didn't evolve that. Saints and Greavesy, in my opinion, if you follow the NHL and basically the Canadian teams, Tim and Sid. Tim and Sid is the format of Saints and Greavesy, basically. Saints and Greavesy was ahead of its time in broadcasting, especially sports broadcasting. It really was ahead of its time. And Grandstand, I think, was ahead of its time. It was ahead of its time. However, very, very quickly, it was apparent it wasn't evolving quick enough. Now, the BBC, I think, were short-sighted. I think they could have kept the programme, just altered the format, and turned it into what is now Tim and Sid, which is basically a discussion program where you are discussing the issues happening within. Well, let's say, for example, Jonathan Ray, for example, in the British Superbikes, or Cal Crutchlow in MotoGP, so a British sports star in international or transnational sporting event. Something's happened there, and they can discuss what's going on, contract negotiations, etc. F1, you know, they could do that kind of format, which Saints and Greavesy had. The reason why Saints and Greavesy ended was because the Grandstand was more popular and there wasn't the ad breaks and they killed it. Basically, Grandstand won that battle with sports discussion because Saints and Greavesy was predominantly football and was predominantly more niche. Yeah, they win. But Football Focus is still going and Match the Day is still going. Final Score is still going. So segments of what was Grandstand are still going. However, Grandstand is the bit in the middle of Football Focus and Final Score has gone. So the bit in between has gone and has been, but the bookends are still going, and that's football. All the other sports in between have actually suffered as a result of things like Grandstand going and Sky Sports getting the rights to and BT Sport now, which is to Tatanto and the other Premier Sports, for example, getting all these other sports rights that were available on free-to-air TV have gone. And losing Grandstand is part of the fact that football has gained this dominance because even on free-to-air coverage, you've got Football Focus, you've got Final Score, you don't have to pay for it directly. Indirectly through your TV license, you do, but they're there. All the other sports have suffered as a result because the majority of them, even if there are free-to-air coverage parts of the package, like Rugby League and with the Challenge Cup, and X amount of matches on the Super League and 4, Rugby Union with the Six Nations, for example, and the World Cup. The problem is the club games predominantly behind a paywall. So there's more exposure with more high profile time slots on the bigger channels for football on a free to air basis than other sports. Oh, Paul's panel. Oh, Final Score was brilliant. The old classified football results. Bournemouth 1, Bury 1. Accrington Stanley versus Rochdale postponed. Paul's panel home win. Yeah, I used to love watching Final Score when the classified results came in. They got rid of that now. The classified football results was the best bit of the day. But yeah, I think we've discussed Grandstand and the structures of TV deals to death. But yes, Brighton Hove Albion 1, Chesterfield 2. I do miss the old classified football results and the old football pools. I do. But again, I was brought up on CFAX, Teletext, and Final Score and the classified football results and Grandstand because I was born in the late 80s and the 90s was my thing. Yeah, I understand people wanting the old Division 1 structure, the early Premier League structure of the 22-team top flight back, but UEFA's not going to restructure the European competitions to straight knockouts because they lose revenue. even though it may actually benefit the quality that we see on the TV or in person when it comes to the European games, meaning more. So you get rid of these the dead rubbers disappear. UEFA ain't going to do it, and the big clubs who want the Super League ain't going to do it because they lose money. Um, yeah, the yeah, Saints and Greaves with Donald Trump. I'm just old enough to remember that. Just. Um, but yeah, Saints and Greaves died a death because Grandstand was more successful. Because guess what? BBC doesn't have ad breaks. That and that's where they you know, kept they won that market share. And because Grandstand was a multi-sports program, it actually got into the casual sports fan. So the boat race, for example, um, would be one thing that would be on Grandstand, for example. Royal Ascot, no adverts. Whereas now all horse racing on free-to-air coverage is on ITV. Before you had split between BBC and Channel 4. So this is where Channel 4 always struggled, even though Channel 4 is partly funded by the licence fee in this country, which the Americans think is a TV tax, which it sort of is, but isn't. We have to educate them on the licence fee. But Channel 4's also got that commercial aspect. Channel 4 racing never made any money. And this is where, when I was discussing the Super League rights and Channel 4 as a broadcaster, as a free to air broadcaster, which has got its own issues about funding and partly public, partly private funding, and its funding model. Channel 4 has been struggling for years with its sports rights, and it's been losing money. It's been actually costing the license we pay us money since it was born. Channel 4 has rarely turned a profit with the advert side of things, and in the last 15 years, it's dying. Um, I have watched a Let's Soccer Saturday occasionally, but I have to go to a friend's house or my mum's to watch that because it's on Sky. But I have watched it occasionally. As a kids, we used to have Sky Sport through cable, so we were actually still paying. Um, but my dad got his armed forces discount, so we did. And my dad was a massive sports fan. My stepdad's a massive sports fan as well. So my mum suffers and has suffered for the best part of 30 years with sport on her TV, regardless of the men in her life, be it related to or married to. Um, uh, but yeah, no, Jeff Stelling and Chris Kamara. Kamara at the Hawthorns. There's been a sending off, has there? I don't know, Jeff. I don't know. Um, no, Jeff Stelling and Chris Kamara, the most iconic duo of the modern era when it comes to sports broadcasting. Um, the pundit and the presenter, fantastic. Saints and Greavesy, again, iconic duo. Some of the presenting lineups on Grandstand are iconic to a certain generation. So I remember Frank Boff. People younger than me go, "Who the hell is this guy with the name that Joe Bloggs or Frank Boff?" That you get that example in school of just generic Muppet village idiot. No, Frank Boff is a real person, and he's a very disgraced broadcaster. People of my age remember Rod Atkinson getting fired from Sky for racist comments about Marcel Desailly when Desailly was still a player. But no, Jeff Stelling is iconic, and when he finally, because he's decided to keep going for another couple of years. Well, he did at the time. He was like, "I'm going to retire. I'm going, I'll play. I'll go on for another year or so." There's been Jeff Stelling when Jeff Stelling stops presenting Soccer Saturday. People will switch off, and they're already switching off, but they will just go, "No, I'm not watching," because he's that iconic. And with Chris Kamara's health issues and all that, they've lost Kamara. But they're the ones who really make Soccer Saturday. Forget Merson, forget Letizier, the others. They're the two that really have made it work for so long. Kamara's got his health issues. When Jeff Stelling just finally decides to go, "I'm done with broadcasting, I'm retiring," people will just switch off and Sky are going to see it's plummet. Um, but it is funny the way Jeff Stelling and then the panel work with each other, and the Tizier era, as I call it. But the way he works with Chris Kamara and Paul Mercy can't pronounce, not been able to pronounce a player's name or a club name because God knows if Merson's sober or not, and I shouldn't joke about that. But Paul Merson, it's comic value, even though obviously football fans or sports fans in general are so passionate. It is comic value. I think Sky have made some errors of judgment with how they freshened up the lineup changes, but Jeff Stelling's going to be impossible to replace because if it didn't work, Jeff Stelling, they would have constantly changed the presenter. Jeff Stelling worked. Chris Kamara worked. Merson, for all the people who criticise Merson, it works with Merson. You know, and when who's going to be the next Jeff Stelling? They can't find a Chris Kamara style commentator pundit. They can't replace Kamara. So already, even though Kamara's got health issues, when Kamara was going to retire anyway, that iconic duo has made the program. The program will not survive without the viewership figures are going to plummet. There is. I don't care who they get to replace Jeff Stelling. They've got to fill very big shoes because he's been so dominant in that position for so long. It's going to. They haven't brought on a co-host to sit alongside him to learn and go, "No, this is my successor. My anointed successor, male or female, doesn't matter who it is." So they could put Laura Woods on that. I like Laura Woods. I think she's grown into her role on Talksport. I think she takes a lot of crap on social media, which is unjustified because actually Laura Woods is quite. It's grown into her role. She has. The fact she's also stunning as well is absolutely fantastic. Great eye candy. But actually, Laura Woods, the fact she looks absolutely stunning, she's beautiful is another thing. She's bloody intelligent sports analyst. She is the female version of Jeff Stelling. She will become the Claire Balding of female sports broadcasting. She's growing into that role. Other than that, yes, I do agree. Putting someone there just because of their racial background, their religious background, their gender, not because they're talented, is a problem. And a lot of broadcasters doing it, and they've been criticised. But Laura Woods, look, here's the thing. Yes and no. I think that I like Dean Ashton on there as an ex-player. I'm like Danny Murphy. I know he's got a gravelly voice, as in the sense of it's a very monotone, dull Cheshire accent. However, he knows what he's talking about. What they need to do, I know Micah Richards, he's really grown into the punditry role. But not only is he enthusiastic, fun, and vibrant, and on the younger side of it, because he retired a lot younger than a lot of other players because of injury. He's very good. On the whole, I'm starting to agree with Simon Jordan more and more, which is what I don't want to do because I'm diametrically opposed to Simon Jordan on a lot of things. Some of the lineups don't work. Goldstein, get rid of him. Bent, get rid of him. Gabby Agbonlahor, I can't understand what he's saying. Staunton, he's a drunk. He shouldn't be on there. Sinclair needs to go, just on principle alone of what he's been convicted of throughout his playing and post-playing career. He's not a good role model to have for anyone who wants to be a public figure. Get rid of him. But there was a handful of I think their presenting lineup is weaker now than what it was 5-10 years ago. I understand Alan Brazil winding down his media commitments. I do. My thoughts on Talksport since they've been brought out. Who owns them now? I know Murdoch owned them for a while. I do agree they're not as good as what they were. Goldstein, I can't stand him. He's that annoying Cockney, as I call it. I like Jamie O'Hara. I do like Jamie O'Hara. As a player, I couldn't stand him, but as an ex-player, when he discusses the game, he's relatable. Dean Ashton, I think, is the best ex-player on there. Personal hand on heart, personal opinion. If they could get Micah Richards to come on, but I don't think Micah Richards can because of his contractual arrangements with the BBC. I think that he's contracted to the BBC, which is fair enough. Micah Richards obviously is getting paid less by being on the BBC, ironically, than if he went into another broadcaster. Micah Richards is taking basically less pay to be on a national broadcaster than someone like Talksport. Fair play to him. He could be getting paid. Micah Richards could be getting paid more to be on BT Sport or Sky than BBC. He's chosen BBC, which I think is fair play to him. But no, Goldstein, Agbonlahor, Bent's painful. They're also too football focused as well. The irony of the football. But the obsession with football, because there's a lot of other sporting things that I think we could cover that are very important. The Welsh Union situation, they could do a lot more with rugby union and rugby league. It'll be interesting to see how they report on the World Club Challenge from tomorrow, and how they report on that, and the aftermath of that with an English side winning in Australia for the first time since 1994. I don't think this St Helens side is as good as the Wigan side of the 80s and 90s. No. However, the achievement they've done against a very dominant Penrith side, very dominant, is fantastic. But no, Talksport. I don't mind Talksport, but I only watch it when, or I only listen when Simon Jordan is on. Dean Ashton's on. I can't stand listening to the drive time of Goldstein. I'd rather gouge my ears out. I'd rather literally set off a stun grenade behind my head to blow my eardrums out than listen to that annoying twat. Oh, it's painful. I wouldn't say they're very juvenile. They're just not good quality journalists. Jim White, I can just about tolerate. He's not the best journalist out there. He's superior to Goldstein in every sense of the word. But they are too football centric, which is a problem. Which does, again, the name is in the radio, it's like Talk Sport. It's not Talk Football. It's Talk Sport. So already they are hampering themselves, because the Broad and Anderson taking those wickets and having 1,000 Test wickets between them is a fantastic achievement. Should be discussed more. The Welsh Union situation, one of the 4 home nations, basically bankrupt, should be discussed more. The World Club Challenge being won by St Helens after all the bad blood that's gone back and forth over a long period of time should be discussed more. They barely touched the Rugby League World Cup. They barely mentioned the build-up to the Rugby Union World Cup in France. Everything's football, man. And they've spent a lot of money sending out Laura Woods, Jim White, Simon Jordan, Danny Murphy, Stuart Pearce to Qatar. But we had a home World Cup in Rugby League. Admittedly, we didn't win. They barely spoke about it. If you're meant to be a national broadcast, be it on the radio, on internet, because they've also got they have their live streams of every show is broadcast live as well on YouTube, and so therefore you've got the visual medium as well. If you are a national broadcaster, commercial or BBC, and your definition of what you are talking about is Talksport. Jim White, look, I think off the record they are friends. I think that is the whole point of the good cop, bad cop. It's always when they have the third host, who would be Danny Murphy. Dean Ashton, I think, works really well because he's a good balance. Danny Murphy is just, his voice is monotone, and that's why people can't stand him. He's actually very intelligent when it comes to the sport. And even when it's not a non-football topic, actually he raises the right questions. But no, Dean Ashton's very good. But no, I think, unfortunately, and again, Talksport, much like Sky Sports, much like BBC Sport, BBC in general, BT Sport, Premier Sports, I think have been criticised for being a bit more on the cheap with how they set up their broadcasting rights. Whatever, be it subscription, pay-per-view, internet broadcaster, so Viaplay, for example, every media partner of sport, be it a radio station, whatever it may be, will get criticised for some decision they take, some lineup, presenting lineup, commentary, punditry, the journalists going out interviewing, whatever. They always get criticised. There's no perfect broadcaster. There's no non-controversial broadcaster. I think with Talksport, because they're the biggest sports broadcaster on the radio, and to a certain extent, I believe on social media, because they've got a big platform. Yes, so they've got some big names on there in British sport, predominantly in football, but they have a lot of discussions about boxing. Boxing is their second biggest sport on Talksport. And boxing is a sport for radio, really. It really is a good sport for radio, boxing, because you have that descriptive element of the commentator going, oh, he's hit with the left, he's hit with the right. The issue is their obsession with football, and it's an obsession with a handful of football clubs. There's a multitude of professional sports in this country. So I'm going to be interested to see what they say about the World Club Challenge and St Helens' win. Apparently, it was a very dominant win. I'm going to be interested to see what they have to continually say about the Welsh Union and the possibility of a player strike. And I think I understand the fact that the majority of their content is football based. I get that, but they need to get a better balance with the other professional and semi-pro sports in the country. Because until they do that, they're actually harming their potential audience, as in the potential audience growth. And they do risk having more listeners switch off. In saying that, it'll be interesting to see how they cover the Women's World Cup in the summer, for example. They will not put the same amount of effort into the Women's Football World Cup than they did into the men's. They won't. They will not. Now, they're more interested in Graham Potter's future. What's going on? Will Spurs ever win a trophy with Daniel Levy as chairman? Okay, they've only ever won the one. What's going to happen with Klopp? Who's going to buy United? I understand the interest in the Premier League and the interest because, yes, when you look at the back pages of the newspaper, you look at the sports news during the football season, so from mid-August through till mid-May, if there's no international tournament in the summer, like a World Cup or a Euros, yes, I completely understand why it is the most dominant sport. What is going to be interesting? Do you think Women's Euros will be more popular as it was hosted in England? I think they did a fair bit of coverage on the Women's Euros because A, we were hosts, and B, because we won it. But as soon as we had finished hosting and we won the tournament, the interest gone. We're not interested in discussing it anymore. We're not interested in trying to again raise the level of awareness of the women's game or the growth of the women's game. We'll go back to talking about the shambles that was Man United with Ronaldo or Tottenham's persistent lack of success. And I'm thinking, what is going on here? Because we've got clubs like Southend basically facing going out of business. We've got, the situation in the lower leagues in regards to finances. We've got massive problems within rugby union finances as well. We've got potential player strike. There's concerns about a real plethora of issues within professional sport. We found out about failings. British gymnastics is under the spotlight again about structures in place, about protecting the young up and coming athletes. These big stories aren't getting discussed. No, the top six wouldn't care. However, a lot of other football fans would be very concerned because Southend still owe money on transfers because they've obviously signed. Bury going out of business actually made a lot of traction in the news because they were one of the founders of the Football League. They've won the FA Cup, I think, 3 times. I've got to do the history of Bury Football Club, its rising fall of Bury and all that. I do the history of the FA Cup. That may be. Derby was making massive news. The fact that because of COVID, only one club's actually gone out of business so far stuns me. But there's some big clubs in the lower leagues. Big clubs. The Oldham Athletic is, and I will do that video, and I will go, this is an absolute shit show. It's the best way to describe it. Without obviously, when we get to doing the club issue, without actually swearing. And I've been really, really surprised by the people continuing to view the club histories. Really, I mean, this time last year, I thought, what, in the off season before the women's Euros kicked off, not a lot happening in football. I'll wait till all the trophies are being awarded, and then I'll start in the club history. The response and the viewership of those videos have been fantastic. If this channel had like was monetized, I think obviously they would still, you know, those videos. As soon as I make those videos, they are dated. Quite honestly, because trophies will get won and lost, so I'll have to constantly re-update um, the videos at some point. But they are in date as of recording. They're great fun to do. I've loved doing the German ones because there is this ongoing myth that Bayern wins everything. Yes, they've won the most Bundesliga titles by a fair margin. However, they haven't won, as many as people realise. They didn't win the first Bundesliga. That was FC Cologne won the first Bundesliga title in 1962-63. FC Cologne won the first Bundesliga title. It wasn't Bayern Munich. Borussia Mönchengladbach, I think, was the first Bundesliga side in the Bundesliga era to win 5. So I think Mönchengladbach have won more European trophies than Munich. Yeah, and I've done my video on Mönchengladbach. I've got to revisit them. So it's not always Bayern's league. People tend to forget that. The reason why I did the Stuttgart video is they haven't won a trophy for a long time. They haven't been in the cup final for 10 years, but they've got a fair bit of success. The Werder Bremen, very successful. I've got to do my Hamburg video. Yes, they are. They've had their struggles in the last 3-4 years. Now I think it'll be a very, very popular video. Very popular video. I think my next video is going to be on Villarreal because their only major trophy, their only trophy they've ever won is the Europa League. Ironically, they've done a Bayer Leverkusen when their first major trophy is actually a non-domestic trophy. That's quite an interesting one. And I'll do a video on Athletic Bilbao because they're my favourite Spanish club and one of my favourite clubs, just for their culture and how the Cantara policy and the fact that the first manager and the first people set up were actually English. There you go. Athletic Bilbao, the forgotten club of Spanish football, in my opinion, because of the other 3 clubs that have never been. There's only 5 clubs that have never been relegated from La Liga, and Bilbao's one of them. I've got to do the club history of Benfica, Boavista, Porto, Sporting. What's the other one? There's the other club from bloody Lisbon. Boavista, Sporting, Benfica. What's the other club from bloody Lisbon? I'm just gonna really do a lot of European clubs when it comes to club histories. A lot of you. I'm going to look at some Italian clubs. Like, I'm going to look at the clubs that have only won the Scudetto once or twice, like a handful of times. You've got Hellas Verona, you've got Cagliari, you have Lazio and Roma, haven't won it a lot of times. Napoli have only won it, I think, 3 times. So I'm going to look at the clubs in Italy that have only won it once, twice, three times. Not a lot of wins. So we won't focus on Juventus first, or AC Milan, or Inter. We're going to look at those clubs that have won a little bit of success. Sampdoria, I think, would be the best one to start with because they actually were a very successful side when I was very, very young. And you had Mancini and Vialli, and they, iconic with their partnership as players and their partnership in coaching. Mancini and Vialli are iconic, both in English football for their successes with trophies, their successes as players. Cagliari, the first club south of Rome to win the Scudetto. And famous for Gigi Riva, their best ever player. Right. That's their only trophy, is the Scudetto in 69 or 70? Because the Grande Inter side, so Inter were the dominant side in the 60s and the 70s in Italian football. They won all these league titles. Very dominant. And Cagliari went, hold my Moretti. Italian beer. Can you hold my beer, please? Do you mind? We're going to win it for this. It's going to win it for this year. And go away. And they did. And they're the first side south of Rome to win the Scudetto. There you go. Hellas Verona in '86. You got Fiorentina. They've won trophies. Sampdoria is going to be the fun one because they're facing relegation this season. But Sampdoria is going to be fun to look at their history because it comes in a very short spell in the late '80s, early '90s, and Vialli and Mancini are the driving force behind that success. And obviously, we've lost Gianluca Vialli now, and he was a fantastic human being. And you don't find characters like that anymore who are so humble. He's so humble, but you don't get characters like Viali who not only are they respected in their own country, but when they go abroad, they see themselves as like adopted. He's adopted Englishman. He was an adopted Londoner. Regardless of if you love or hate Chelsea, Viali is just something else. And he still had. I think he still lived in London by the end. He was still actively involved in the community in West London. He was still um, very actively involved with Chelsea fan groups, with the wider community. He did a lot of community outreach stuff. Viali is just someone. I've met Viali a few times. Because when he was playing at Chelsea, one of his teammates' sons went to school with me, and he just came around school a couple of times on a Saturday if he was not playing, and or if Chelsea didn't have a game because of the FA Cup or something, didn't have a game, and or midweek. And he used to come to the sports days and everything because when he became manager, obviously you have to do that scouting as well, and then he would come with the youth talent scouts because there were some very talented young kids at my school. They were very good at football, and we'll see where. So yeah, he was very respected, and he was very. He took the time. Bearing in mind, Chelsea was not a popular club at the time in the aspect of outside of basically a bit of Surrey and a bit of London. They didn't have the fan base they have now in the sense of a more global fan base because obviously this is pre-Abramovich. And in the early Premier League, they weren't massive in the sense that they are now. They had a fan base in West London, but they were competing alongside Brentford, Fulham, and QPR in that West London area for fans, and to a certain extent Wimbledon as well for fans in West and South West London. For that niche catchment area, they were the biggest side in that part of West London, but they were competing alongside other clubs for fans, player base, that kind of thing. It's only in the Abramovich era that they kicked on and become a global footballing power in the sense of the international fan base. But early on, it was a fashionable West London club to support. But he had a lot of time for just kids who played the game, watched the game, wanted to ask questions, and he was very respectful. He wouldn't talk down to you. He would treat you as just someone asking the question. He would give the answer. He's a very humble human being, and that's why I think the Sampdoria video is going to be a lot of fun to make. A lot of fun to make. Because without Mancini and Viali, they don't have Sampdoria being successful. They were key components of a very good Sampdoria side in my youth. And then you've got Bari had a good team when I was young. The chicken team, as I call it, their crest is the cockerel. The Stadio San Nicola in Bari, fantastic stadium, which is falling apart now, but it's fantastic facility and the history of that club and the nearly team, as I call them. Atalanta, quite decent when I was a kid. They're still decent now. I think they could have won the Champions League a couple of years ago. They obviously ultimately got to the semi-final and fell short, but Atalanta is another good one that I want to look at. You've got Parma. When I was a kid, Buffon made his debut. And of course, Warnock was manager of Huddersfield when Buffon made his debut for Parma. You go full circle. Warnock is now managing Huddersfield and Buffon's at Parma. So there is that. So Parma's very interesting and their rise and fall and rise again. Fiorentina is going to be another good club to look at. Spanish football, I've obviously done Real Betis. Didn't do as well as I thought it would, considering the history of Real Betis and how that played out. Could I see the UEFA Conference League being scrapped? Well, they've only just brought it in, so I can't see UEFA wanting to scrap their pet project to increase their revenues. I could see it becoming the Cup Winners' Cup again and rebranding itself. I think that's where UEFA went wrong in the late 90s, in my opinion. That's where UEFA went wrong getting rid of the Cup Winners' Cup. Because it's devaluing the domestic cup competitions that actually teams want to win. That actually help with the UEFA coefficient. And the UEFA coefficient needs adjusting. So I would say bring back the Cup Winners' Cup, revalue the domestic cup competitions. The League Cup doesn't make the amount of money it used to, and I think that's to do with the Football League and the FA ballsing that up alongside UEFA. Um, you know which club in the English Football League have been closest to win the first division, but never won? Bolton are one of the most successful sides domestically because they've won a lot of FA Cups not to win the league. Bolton's one of the clubs. Norwich is another one. Norwich and Watford have come close, but Norwich have actually had silverware, so it'd be Bolton and Norwich, the two clubs I can think of off the top of my head, who have come close and not won, and Ipswich as well as another one. I wouldn't say it's Cardiff, no. I wouldn't say it's Cardiff. Say come close because Bolton have been runners up multiple times. Norwich have been runners up multiple times and have had more what I class as major silverware. Yes, Cardiff could obviously used to enter the Welsh Cup and have done well in the FA Cup historically, but Bolton have more silverware than Cardiff at the top level and have won the most FA Cups without actually winning the league. You could argue that, yes, but it's then become back then it was in a one-off season. Shit, could you argue Cardiff, Man City, Man United that season with Aguero's goal? That was literally the last seconds of the season. Because both games finished about I think it was about a minute apart. When Man City won their first Premier League title with Aguero's goal back against QPR, and Phil Jones's face on the touchline is fantastic. You could, yeah. You're a Welsh football fan, you're going to say Cardiff, but Bolton and Norwich have actually won a lot more silverware in the modern era. Well, Bolton won it historically. He's come close and haven't quite pulled it off. Your goal average and goal difference is ridiculous. Like average goals per game scored rather than goals against is ridiculous. I need to look at goals per game average. Actually, that's going to be really, really interesting. How has the goals per game average over the decades changed? And a friend of mine at work, my friend Jake, he actually got a website up that actually tells you that the Premier League goals per game average hasn't really gone as much fluctuation as you think. There's been one season I think that was 1.91 goals per game, and bearing in mind we are including the 22 team Premier League for the first 4 seasons. To the modern 20 team Premier League season. It's fluctuated for the most part between 2.5 and 3.5. It hasn't majorly gone, it's been up here, like say 3-4 goals per game, and then dropped down to 1 point something. Like, there's been only one season where it's been 1 point something, and it's been a high 1 point something. And there's only been a couple of seasons where it's above 3.2 goals per game. For the most part, it stays between 2 and 3 goals per game. So the actual fluctuation of the line, there's a couple of spikes and troughs, but in the most part, you draw a line and go, actually, it stays pretty consistent around 2.8 goals per game, between 2.2 and 2.8. The peaks and troughs are generally between that bracket. That's the Premier League. I couldn't tell you about every top, just football in general. World Cups and Euros will be more interesting for the goals per game, because that's an international tournament. We get the best players from all over the world, from all the top leagues, rather than just the top league in England. The top league in England, the goals per game has been pretty consistent, apart from a few seasons up and a few seasons below, being what I call the sandwich. Head-to-head of goal difference. When it comes down to titles in certain leagues, formats, and qualifying for post seasons, for example, it is generally goes down to head-to-head. That's a tiebreaker for like group stages of a World Cup or Euros. Six Nations, for example, bonus points get thrown in as well. But if you're tied on that, tie the head-to-head game, then it comes down to for and against. That's where they go head-to-head. So if it was a tie, let's say 15-all in a Test match in rugby union, or 6-all in a rugby league Test match, if you had a group stage, for example, and you're both equal on points. Penalties, you can get 3 penalties in rugby league and a try and a conversion. The try and conversion is worth more. Tries are worth more than penalties. Um, if you're going head to head, if you're both tied on points, you both got the same amount of wins, draws, and losses, and it goes to head, you play each other twice, and you either won one game each. What happens if you're both tied on had two ties that season? Do you share the title? You've got to come to a tiebreak. You can't play an extra game. When it comes down to the NHL, for example, when it comes down to who makes the playoffs, who makes that last wild card position, who makes a division title or a conference, seeding, it gets ridiculous because I think there is actually one season, I believe, that a relegation or a promotion was decided by the pulling of lots. And they went through all the various tiebreakers. Like, I think yellow and red cards becomes one. And I do believe in a World Cup or a league season. I think this actually has happened where they pulled straws. They went for lots. The shortest straw went through, or the longest straw went through. I think they actually went for going to lots. Um, I think it depends on league or tournament rules. This is not just football. This can be rugby union, rugby league, ice hockey, volleyball, any sport where you've got a league dynamic or a group dynamic to go through to the next stage of a competition or to go through to the postseason, to go through to avoid relegation. Any team sport, when it comes down to it has come down to ties before, and there are some really obscure ways they've done it. They've done it by putting. I think in golf, you have to do the extra round until a player gets. Then you. I remember it was a Masters. I think it's when Sergio Cabrera won it. Or what's his name? The Argentinian golfer won it about a decade ago. And I think five players were tied for under par and all that, and they had the playoff. The random where they go around, which they start at a random hole, which they toss for. Oh, you're starting on the 17th, and you have to go around until eventually you just chip them away where one guy drops a shot. I think it was tied between like 4 or 5 players, and so you have to do a playoff round. Golf is different because it's an individual sport. Tennis, they will just go until you've got two clear games in the final set to win. Snooker, it goes on until someone actually bloody wins the decider, and that gone on where you've got to have two clear frames to win or something on final. Darts as well. It's just carry on until someone wins by the two clear frames or sets, whatever it is. Have I been to see live snooker? I've played a live snooker tournament and put a live pool tournament. I haven't watched one. I haven't been in the audience. I've been a player. Isner versus Mahou. Yeah, that's the longest match. That's I didn't fall asleep watching that, but I needed a lot of caffeine in the evening bit, and then the next day it was done within my hours. But that went on. The combined playing time was stupid, but that got the highest TV ratings Wimbledon's ever had for that night session. People just didn't want to turn off. They had to stop playing because it was like, come on, guys, we've got to close up for the evening. Public transport in this part of London stops after a certain time. We need to go home. The fans didn't want to leave the court, and the players weren't willing to give in. Neither side wanted to back down. Fantastic. And Mahou is not a bad player, and Isner's not a bad player. They're both really good players. They're in the top 100 for a reason. And Mahou, not a great player. He's a solid player. For professional tennis, he's really good. But for the top elite level, he's good. He's not outstanding. Isner is great, but not outstanding. These are good players. They're not bad players. Doesn't matter. Fatigue. They were. The thing is, that's a record-breaking match that I don't. It's a unique moment. There was, I think, in the AHL, there was like 8 overtimes once a couple of years ago in the playoffs, and I forget the goalie who was playing for the AHL Flyers organisation, and he won the game or something with a save, or he had a record-breaking save shots faced or something in a professional hockey match or something. Save percentage is something, but shots faced and saves made, he had a record breaker. That went into 8 overtimes, I think. There are these one-off unique matches where neither, be it team or individual events, where neither side backs down. and they have to suspend play, or they have a really late finish. And then you've got the overtimes and the penalty. The longest penalty shootout, I think, is 24 consecutive penalty rounds of penalty kicks. Um, no, Mahu and Isner have actually had some pretty good quizzes, like a pub quiz question. What is the longest match in history at a in professional tennis? You've got to give the year. I forgot what year at Wimbledon was. It was only a few years ago. It wasn't that long ago. It's in recent. It's in the last decade. And I think it was in the third round, and it was Isner Mahu, and it went on for like a day and a half. It got stupid. There have been a couple of other matches that have had late finish times, the latest finish time on the day, that haven't gone as long for hours played. Um, it was ridiculous. They've gone further in majors actually, but that is the uniqueness of that's a one-off. It will never happen again. If it does happen, it's a once in a generation moment where, let's say in I don't know 12 years time, once every 25 years, once every 50 years, you get a match like that. Let's say in 12 years time we have another Wimbledon like that or another major where both sides dig their heels in and go, I'm going to match you point for point. We might get that again. The likelihood of it is like 0.0001%. Stupid. However, it's not a one-off, but it's so rare in any sport that neither. And then when it goes, I think the NHL, the most overtimes they've had in the NHL in the playoffs is like 5, and that's one match. There's been several 4s, a few 3s, but and I think the record-breaking overtime was in the early 90s, and I believe it was the Islanders versus the Capitals. I believe I could be wrong on that. I think it was was it the '93 playoffs? And this is when the Capitals started to get good, and the Islanders were starting to get bad, but they both sides had good seasons and both sides had good playoffs. And it was in the second round of the conference final or something. I can't. It was either '93 or '98 playoffs. Capitals made no. It was to get to the conference final. What now is the conference final? Because the Capitals made the Stanley Cup final in '98. But there was a record-breaking NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. I think went to 5 overtimes. The AHL, I think, went to 8 overtimes, and there is a record there. But again, they've gone past the previous. We've reached the 5th overtime. It's never happened. When the NHL has a 6 overtime match, for example, where they go to the 6th period of overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs, that's where we suddenly have. Do I have a favourite sports final? Shit. 6 FA Cup final, which is basically exactly the same, in my opinion, as the recent World Cup final we had with Argentina and France. Same scoreline, penalty shootout, that kind of. That one could have gone either way. And at the end of it, the players are out on their feet. I remember when Carlton Cole steps up for his penalty, he's so badly cramped up he can barely get to the penalty spot to take the penalty. But Gerrard's goal against Shaq at Hislop, that was a fantastic, fantastic final. The 2006 World Cup final. Things in the mid 2000s, but no, not Ebden versus Dock, because even I decided I can't watch this anymore. Although I did watch all of it, but I think either I was on school holiday. No, that if it was the I was on school holidays at the time, which is why I watched it. Or we had a teacher training day, so I didn't have to be in it. Well, when I was at boarding school, public school, not state school, but board fee paying school, you had certain long weekends where you didn't have to come in on the Monday. And I believe that was one of the long weekends was the World Championship snooker. And I did watch that final. And I tell you now, my mum and my stepdad weren't happy because my TV, their bathroom wall was behind my TV. And I had my TV on. And I got a bit of an earful for watching it. But I do remember watching it because I didn't have school on the Monday. Yes. We had a long weekend. So I do remember watching that. The reason why I kept glued to the TV screen was, is this match ever going to end? And that's the first snooker final to technically go over 2 days because they actually finished after midnight, I seem to remember, or close to midnight. And when they awarded the trophy was after midnight. But snooker got criticised for that as a sport. We need to speed up the game. We need to have shot clocks. Da, 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 da. That's a one-off. You're not going to get two players like that who are very tactical and slow-paced in their approach to the game. You're not going to get two players like that. The way they play the game. Uh, God, I'm trying to think because I wanted to blame the 2013 Champions League final I remember quite fondly. The 99 Champions League final because that was the first Champions League final after English clubs were allowed back in. That an English club was there. Forget that it was Man United. Um, the 99 FA Cup semi-final replay, Arsenal, Man United. They were the two best sides, in my opinion, club sides of English football ever. The treble-winning United and the Arsenal Invincibles. That era, Fergie Wenger, no doubt. Was it the 2014 FA Cup final between Hull and Arsenal, where Hull were 2-0 up and they lost 3-2. There was that. The 2003 Rugby Union World Cup final, the 2017 Rugby League World Cup final, multiple cup playoffs, not just the final, but playoffs over the years. I could go on to many. Obviously, the Panthers making the 96 Stanley Cup final. They got swept, but they made it. The Raybork 2001 lifting Stanley Cup was a good one. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, Liverpool winning. Yeah, Liverpool if they make a cup final, if it goes to penalties, doesn't matter if it's in Europe or domestically, they tend to win penalty shootouts. They do. If so, Liverpool do have a habit of doing it on penalties in Europe and domestically when it comes to cup finals. Yes, that is a very interesting point. That is very, very interesting. I do agree with that. I have to look at the amount of cup finals Liverpool have won on penalties. The 2005 Champions League final with Yurtsin, they're 3-0 down at half time. They get it back 3-all. They take it to a penalty shootout, and Yurtsin Dudek with the wobbly knees. And Shevchenko's penalty miss. And Shevchenko is one of my favourite players. Andrei Shevchenko. I've got to do a club. I've got to do a player and managerial profile on Shevchenko. I have to. Fantastic. I've got to do a profile on Totti as well. Another fantastic player. No, there are certain clubs do very well in penalty shootouts. Liverpool is one of them. Arsenal, Man United, not so much. And Chelsea, definitely not. When Chelsea, I think they've lost 3 cup finals, twice against Liverpool and once against Man United on penalty shootouts. So there you go. I remember that. No, the Atletico Real Madrid Champions League final was the last Champions League final free to air TV on ITV. Remember that one as well. The 2010 World Cup final was an interesting one because I think that's the most violent World Cup final I've ever seen. How De Jong stayed on the field after basically destroying Alonso's sternum. Yeah, I do. I remember Sheringham and Solskjaer. I remember that very, very well. Bayern Munich having a meltdown at the new camp. Yep. And Lilian Thuram punching the turf in frustration. Well, the game is still being played, and Oliver Kahn just looking bemused at what's gone on. I do remember that. Do remember that very, very well. I'm not a Man United fan, but because it was the first English club in the Champions League, at least, because I know other English clubs have been allowed back into Europe, and I think Arsenal won the Cup Winners' Cup. Yeah, Arsenal won the Cup Winners' Cup final, I believe, or played in it, and then you had Arsenal in the UEFA Cup the season after. I seem to remember, but that was the first Champions League final since the Hazel disaster, where an English club had made it. And I didn't give a toss at Man United, but that was a record-breaking season. And the fact they won it with basically the last 2 kicks, the last 2 shots on goal, Sheringham and Solskjaer scoring those goals in that final. Oh, I didn't care if it was Man United. But it was that era where it was the Wenger-Ferguson rivalry era, and Arsenal and Man United were streets ahead of the rest of English football, in my opinion, at the time. Streets ahead. The first FA Cup final at Cardiff, Liverpool Arsenal with Michael Owen winning the game. Blackburn Tottenham League Cup final season after, where Matty Jansen scores the winning goal with his metal leg. This was following a very serious motorcycle accident which killed him. He was in a coma. He was very the fact Matty Jansen survived and played on, had a career after his motorcycle accident. Limited it was, but played on after those motorcycle crashed the season before. Was a fantastic achievement for Blackburn, and we just didn't kick on from that. The potential was there to kick on, and we didn't. And then we ultimately got sold by the Walker Family Trust and the fans to the Venkeys, and the rest is history. Yeah, Middlesbrough doing 2 cup finals in the same season, and the match they forfeited because of the virus outbreak, and they weren't allowed to have that match postponed. It got cancelled, and so therefore they failed to put a team on the field. They technically lost the match 2-0 for failure to field a team, and that cost them their relegation. Had they stayed up that season, I think Middlesbrough would have done great things. But they did lose 2 cup finals in the same season. I remember that. The semi-final on the way to the UEFA Cup final in 2006 with Middlesbrough was just, and the quarter-final. Their run to the final was ridiculous. The 2010 UEFA Cup final, the Europa League final between Fulham and Atletico Madrid was another one. This is when Forlan becomes one of the best players in the world. The back-to-back Newcastle FA Cup finals in '98 and '99. You could argue the nearly team, the nearly era for Newcastle, losing on the last day of the season in '96. When it comes to the Premier League, every team is going to have a different form. People saying Arsenal have blown the league title race. City have just fluffed it again when they had the opportunity to overtake Arsenal. Arsenal have won at the weekend, and a gritty result against Villa. Newcastle were going to have a drop in form at some point. Their record since Eddie Howe has taken over is ridiculous in the last 13 months. They were going to have a slight dip in form. They've got a League Cup final coming up. This is where they're saving themselves. They're going to do a Leicester. They're going to win a cup final, but finish fifth. But they're still going to win silver. I think Newcastle are going to do it where they're actually focusing on the League Cup final against Manchester United, and they will finish fifth. In my opinion, do a Leicester. Yeah, Fulham and Middlesbrough both appearing in European Cup finals, yes. But Middlesbrough won silver where Fulham haven't. That was ridiculous, but that was ridiculous. But look, I think Newcastle will dig it out. I think they'll dig it out. I do. There's a reason why they're in a cup final, and there's a reason why their form is actually better than Man United in the same time frame for all games played. And yeah, Man United have had a bit of a bump, so to speak. But Man United have actually lost more games than Newcastle in the same period. The reason why Man United are above Newcastle is they've drawn less games. Newcastle get more draws than defeats. So actually, ironically, I think that's going to be a thing. But people are comparing Newcastle to Man City. The difference is Man City actually won their first cup final as well, which was the FA Cup final. They were nowhere close to winning the league until that FA Cup final. So this is where I'm going to say this. They are ahead of where Man City were at the same stage with the money, with investment. Now, with what's happening with Man City could have a massive bearing, because if the Premier League investigation is swift in the sense of the charges and they have the panel they're going to assemble is swift, then it could have a bearing much quicker than people realise. But there's been some great. I know a lot of the stuff we discussed is obviously football. The 2005 Ashes, every single Test match pretty much went down to the wire, and I watched every single Test match in the 2005 Ashes. The last Test match, I watched the first 3 days, and the last 2 days I listened on the radio because I was starting my final year of private school. I was up in the boarding house, even though I was a day pupil. No, I was boarded for the first time for the last year, but I had it on the radio as I was moving my stuff in, and it was the last day was the following day. So I watched the mornings and the morning and afternoon sessions and the evening session I had on the radio. The last day's play, because it was the first day back of the new school year. We had half day basically, and also new students coming in, showing around, all that, certain students leaving, all that kind of thing. And it was half day or whatever, and up in Bournemouth House, I listened to the end of the test match on the radio when Collingwood gets the runs that we require. Yeah, cricket was bigger back in 2005. Admittedly, that is 18 years ago we won that Ashes series. Over the last 18 years, or 17 and a half years, yeah, cricket has gone backwards. The peak viewership figures of the 2019 World Cup when that final are still 10 million less than peak viewership at Trent Bridge, which was the pivotal test where the momentum swung from the Australians who won the first test to England winning the test series. I think we won this test series. We drew one test. Yeah, we drew one test because Australia won the last Ashes series. If we drew the series 2-2, Australia retained. I think we won 3-1. We drew the second test, if I remember, and we won the third test at Trent Bridge, and that's the pivotal test match. That's the pivotal test match. Was the Trent Bridge test that has higher viewership figures at peak audience and average than the Cricket World Cup in 2019. So, fast forward a couple more years, in the 17 and a half years since 2005 Ashes culminated, viewership was higher than it is now, and the viewership figures back up because it was a build over the summer. It peaked. And then in August, September, people go back to school. The Premier League season had started up. The Rugby Union season had started up. The Rugby League season was still going on, but was slowing down. Because the Football League season had started and the Rugby Union season had started as well, club season, people were just the peak viewership was slightly less, but there were still casual viewers. People go, it's the start of the season. I'm not overly interested in my club first few games, August, September. One of the reasons why I think viewership figures dropped off for the final test was transfer deadline day, August 31st. Obviously, still the August bank holiday, and obviously people go away on holiday, so they're not, and potentially people go abroad. But yeah, no, the peak viewership was right in the middle of summer. School holidays were on. The economy was doing well at the time. And people need to remember this. The economy was doing really well back in 2005. And that needs to be played into the facts and figures. And it was only 2 years prior that the Rugby Union side had won the Rugby Union World Cup. So there was this positive vibe of like national, with the national sides doing really well. The Welsh Rugby Union team had just won their first Six Nations Grand Slam since the 70s. So it doesn't matter what nation you were from in the UK, teams were doing well. National sides were doing well, which had that positive bounce. And I remember it was the last day. It was Wales Island in Cardiff, where Wales won the Grand Slam 2005. And it was going down to the wire between Wales and Ireland. And so there was this positivity around team sport and international sport where teams were doing it for the first time or doing it for the first time in a long time when they were having success, which I think backed up the viewership figures, and it was on free-to-air TV. Best Welsh cricketer, Simon Jones. At least in my era, Simon Jones. Injury destroyed his career, though. and he was part of that Ashes side. Geraint Jones is wicketkeeper as well, but two Joneses, Simon and Geraint, in my opinion. There have been others, obviously, but in my era watching, they were the best that I remember. But yeah, so it at that time in the early to mid 2000s, there was this positivity, this wave of positivity where England had been to World Cup finals before and lost. Rugby. They win. And they were going to another World Cup final after. So they had, in my lifetime, England had done 4 Rugby Union World Cup finals, won one of them. So our record isn't great. Um, um, but no, the English and Welsh Rugby Union sides have done really well. The cricket side have done, obviously, was back of that. And then, obviously, we had the Beijing Olympics and then the 2012 Olympics. So that period in the 2000s and the early 2010s was fantastic for British sport. We had the All English Champions League final in Moscow in 2008. We had um, the 2005 Champions League final. So club sport, like team sport, and international sport, we suddenly did really well for a decade. Now, the the, the TV companies and the domestic and international leagues and whatever have realised subscription TV pays more for the TV rights than free to air, and that unfortunately has hampered the continued growth and positivity that they basically milked the fans dry. So they changed the Ashes format, which hasn't gone down well because 2005 was so successful. And that's between the ECB and Cricket Australia. They've milked it. It's not as fun to watch now. They've ruined the product. Market saturation. Wales and England are still living off those successes in the early 2000s. Now, Wales was still, and England have still been successful since then in the Six Nations. England got the World Cup finals. Wales got the World Cup semi-finals. But they're still living off past glories, which makes no sense. Um, there's a lot of reasons that I think we could look at that, what I call the golden era of British sport, which is the 2000s to the early 2010s. And I think the broadcasters have milked it. The professional sports have made some decisions then that were in the right interests, I do believe, but long term haven't done what was expected. In the short term, they made sense. In the long term, they didn't have that long term vision, which ultimately has damaged a lot of sports long term. And in that period, we had Jenson Button winning his world championship in F1. I remember from the mid 90s to the early 2000s, we had some world rally champions like Richard Burns and Colin McRae, the late great McRae and Burns. And Richard Burns is a local lad, Berkshire, the area where I live. He was born in Reading, and I live down the road from Reading, so that local sports, that kind of thing. We've had in my lifetime Damon Hill, well, F1 champion Nigel Mansell, Damon Hill, Button, and Hamilton. And we can agree or disagree how divisive Hamilton is, but he's quite a good champion. I don't like him, but he's quite a good champion. So we've seen Andy Murray win 3 Grand Slams and Olympic medals. We've Raducanu win a Grand Slam. So we've had some successes in tennis. We've had players at the Augusta National win the golf and do really well. And be world number ones in golf, like McIlroy and co. We've seen some great individual and team performances, both at international and domestic competition. But at the same time, those sports, be it individual sports like golf or motorsport, yes, there's been the economics with the financial crash and some of the decisions taken by some broadcasters not to bid for rights, other broadcasters to bid for rights, which I think have been very short-sighted. And I can understand with the BBC following the financial crash in the late 2000s, the Great Recession, as it's known, or the credit crunch. However, they were very short-sighted in some of the decisions they took then that they're now paying for now with broadcasters. The ECB got on the Sky Sports gravy train, and at the time, even though you've got some very, very right-wing newspapers, media broadcasters I don't agree with were criticising it. So you have to sort of go, oh my God, I'm fine. So now I'm finding myself agreeing with Simon Jordan. Back in 2005, I was agreeing with the Daily Mail as a teenager. You don't do that. And I did media studies, and that's a bit later on. 2005, the majority of sports fans were against Sky Sports and the ECB signing up for the cricket rights. They wanted it to stay as. It's the same with ITV having the Champions League and Europa League and the World Cup when it's called BBC and Channel 5 and ITV having the World Cup and stuff. The free-to-air coverage of the European Cup competitions alongside Sky, both Sky Sports and the free-to-air broadcasters like Channel 5 and ITV and back in the day BBC with the World Cup and stuff, were absolutely shocked and disgusted with the decision going to BBC Sport, which ultimately has partly led to the Super League idea because less people are actually watching the product. And yeah, I look, the BBC's shit. I mean, the Masters. Well, I love the Augusta National. I love it. But to save themselves £1 million, stay it. How about they pay their executives less? Because some of the people at the BBC with the salaries, and this is where the presenter salary and all that gets heavily criticised. But they're transparent. They have because they're licensed. They just shot themselves in the foot. But they've been slowly cutting back on their Masters TV coverage for years. I used to watch all 4 days of the Augusta. I used to watch all 4 days as a growing up as a kid. Now, or parts of all 4 days. Definitely watched the final round, all of it. But they've just shot themselves in the foot for £1 million. It's the US feed anyway. Like $1 million. That is it. They're not they are making bad decisions. So they're dropping, like we're talking about Grandstand earlier. They didn't evolve the format of the program. They went, we just can't be asked. Oh well, we've got to go with the times. No, that was a very engaging program. A lot of people my age who were kids loved watching it with mum and dad. There's a reason why young people aren't engaging, and it's decisions taken in the 90s and the 2000s, which at the short term made financial sense or logical or economic sense. Long term made no sense. It was short term gain and long term pain, and it was short term greed by broadcasters and those in sports governance, those who were making the money, those signing the checks, to keep their cushy salaries and their jobs for the mates. So the ECB, the Welsh Rugby Union. We could argue UEFA and FIFA with, especially UEFA with the Champions League TV rights, which should have stayed on free-to-air coverage. They've shot themselves. They've killed themselves. Because the FA Cup for a period with BT Sport. Now it's back on all totally free-to-air. BT Sport, we don't want to have this anymore because they weren't making enough money. BT Sport's been losing money for years. But to save just £1 million, if they were saving like 10, 15, 20 million, the thing is, it's not a private broadcaster, it's a public broadcaster. Any great moments? Masters Golf. Jesus, a lot of them. Greg Norman choking it. Fowler, I think, winning his second green jacket. Tiger Woods winning his first green jacket. I think every Cabrero winning his green jacket was my favourite because it went to a tee-off, went to a playoff, and they had I think 5 players, and they got to 3, and they got to 2, and it was decided, and that was a very long playoff round they had. It wasn't done in a couple of holes; it actually took a good couple of hours. Welsh rugby, I've discussed Welsh rugby. Ladabal, he's brilliant. I definitely will have to do a video on the current situation, what's gone wrong with Welsh Rugby Union. But it's not just the financial situation, which has been ongoing for years. It's the structures of the union, the old boys club, the jobs for the boys, the way they dealt with the culture. When I say culture, it's not just women going, I'm making a complaint about sexual harassment or bullying, and everyone goes, it's women, stop. No. Nigel Owen, the most respected referee of all time, not just the best Welsh referee, the best referee of all time, regardless of his sexuality, the best referee ever. He is the blueprint of how to be a referee. Every other referee should be trained by Nigel Owens by rugby. In my opinion, they should keep him involved on the referee side. Yes, he's retired from refereeing. Get him involved with the referee side of the game in training, putting out guidelines. They were making homophobic abuse and jokes about Nigel fucking Owens. Like, how? Another referee raised that complaint, was then sacked by the Welsh Union, had his accreditation removed because he stood up for his colleague. Is ridiculous. That is, he's a national. Not only is Nigel Owen a national Welsh icon, statues everywhere. He should be Sir Nigel Owen, Lord Nigel Owens. In my opinion, should be made out. The guy deserves every single bloody award he can get for every sport. When it comes to sports person, he should get a lifetime achievement award. They should have an award in his honour for the best and fairest in rugby union. Six Nations, they should have like the best and fairest. The least penalised player should get a Nigel Owens award for example, being the least penalised. Something like, they should have a bloody sports award of it. The fact that his superiors were making homophobic slurs about him behind his back when it was coming to important meetings on the record. This isn't just like a joke at a function. This is minuted meetings and something to do with refereeing standards at the WRU or refereeing camps. Oh, it brings the gay guy. Just your head explodes. And then when another colleague of his went, you can't say that, you can't do that, and they then told him to go away, and they basically sacked him, is disgusting. I completely agree with that. The women's officer she very good at her job. Did all the research on obviously women have their biological reproductive cycle and all that. It can be disruptive, spit, stop, start, and putting provisions in place for when women and girls are that time of the month, was laughed out of meetings when she's actually compiled the scientific research and backed up her ideas for working around it and having a balanced training and playing regime, was laughed out of meetings and demeaned. Oh, you're only there because you're well. Who else is going to be the women's officer? Like, there was no one else. There was no support staff. I need support staff to do this, and it affected her health. We're going, and when idiots on social media go, it's only women, they're weak. But complaints were being made by female coaches, female support staff, male coaches, and male support staff. Going, actually, my colleague is struggling here. I'm the whatever role in that department. I'm the HR officer, or I'm the health and safety. I've got to take this higher, and then they weren't. Those complaints were not taken seriously, and then people remained in those positions to keep offending. Basically, complaints about employee welfare weren't taken seriously. Racism was just apparently rife. Homophobia with Nigel was just every day. Oh yeah. And when people made complaints, they either were forced out of the organisation by their contracts weren't renewed, or they were sacked. And their lives were made more difficult because they were raising concerns about staff welfare. And then we talk about the financial state of the game and the players threatening to go on strike, and Warren Gatland basically going, I understand their point of view, but I don't support the strike action. Says to me, there's a reason why the Welsh players aren't playing well, and they've obviously discussed this with him, going, this is how we feel. They felt like this before the 2019 World Cup. There were concerns of players, and he was more supportive of them then. Warren Gatland has misread the room. He's lost the players already. He's lost the players already. The first performance, okay. Ireland are a very, very good side. Scotland are not on the same level as Ireland. They were battered. Battered. He's lost the playing group because of his stance in regards to where they are as a team and their concerns with where they are with their finances and getting paid and having those post-retirement protections in place, having the support networks in place for injury, everything. And people go, they're professional athletes. They're getting paid more than the average salary males. Yes, they are, but their careers are a lot shorter than a builder or a mechanic. A car mechanic can earn decent money over a 30, 40-year career. Rugby union, you can be done by the age of 25, 22, 25. Done. Retired. Health. Done. Wrecked. Multiple surgeries. Long-term health issues. Done. a car mechanic or a bricklayer or a carpenter or someone in the trades, basically, could have a 30, 40 year, career in the sense of employment. Um, you know, rugby player, if that is the only profession they've known since school and they're told by age 25, if you carry on playing, you risk being paralysed or you're going to need multiple surgeries on your neck, your knees are shot, your back shot. Oh, we need to put a rod in your back because you've got multiple herniated discs. You're like in your early 20s and you're done. You've got severe health issues. It's pointless retraining in another role because you're going to spend the next 5, 10 years having constant medical. They are well within their rights to say, actually, we're not happy with the fight with the deal you're putting on the table. But the fact that their coach, basically their boss, who they're answering to, they're like, I don't support you, tells you a lot about the fact why they gave him his job back, the Welsh Union, because he's their guy. The Welsh Union is a joke. Now, I will admit, I have had my battles with Welsh Rugby Union fans on this channel, and it's cost me some subscribers. I don't care. The union is as toxic as the fan base. The fact they banned the singing of Delilah on the official list requires, we've got to be singing to do something. You can't even pay your players properly. Taking a song off the official choirs list is a joke. It is a what I call champagne socialism. It's no, you're not. You're not even paying the players at grassroots levels. The whole thing is a shit show. The provinces or the regions or the franchises are bust. And Welsh rugby fans turn out for the national side, that's it. And they are the most toxic, chip on their shoulder fan base I've ever come across. Not every Welsh fan. There are Welsh fans who watch this now, but I've had my battles, especially in 2018 and 2019. I had my battles quite publicly on the channel. You look at the comment section, the abuse I get from Welsh fans is just fuck off. Not every Welsh fan, but just fuck off. And there's a reason why Welsh rugby is in the shit show it is now, and it's been over a decade and a half, or 20 years almost, of fuck up after fuck up after fuck up. I rarely swear on my channel now, but my God, the Welsh Union and the Welsh fan base, fuck off. I hope they go bust. Fuck it. The fan base is the most toxic. I've never, in my life, this is why I love rugby union, to a certain extent rugby league, because the fans actually all get on with each other generally after the game. You go, okay. And we can debate how shocking a referee has been, or a missed call, or that controversial moment, that high tackle. But we can all go down the pub or the clubhouse afterwards, shake hands, have a laugh. Welsh Rugby Union fans, fuck off. It's a sizable minority that pissed me off, but that culture from the fan base all the way up to the union persists. Now, I will be doing a video on what's going on with Welsh Rugby Union. The fan base is toxic. The union is toxic. The money situation. There's a reason why the United Rugby Championship has been rebranded, because the Welsh Union and the Welsh provinces, they dropped the place names, so it's just Blues, Scarlets, Ospreys. It's not Neath Swansea Ospreys, it's not the Cardiff Blues. The Netherlands gone Scarlets. The Dragons, it's not Neath Gwen. Dragons. The Welsh Premiership is fucked, and has been since the Pro League was set up. It's fucked. Because Welsh fans don't care unless it's the Millennium and the Principality of the former Cardiff Arms Park when the situation's on, when the World Cup's on. They suddenly wear those stupid daffodils, those inflatable sheep. Their boorish drink culture at the Millennium or Principality has put off a lot of fans, both Welsh and visiting. Welsh fans go there to get absolutely shit-faced and then are just annoying drunks. They're not violent, they're just annoying drunks. And the Welsh Union going, we'll ban the playing of Delilah on the official choir list, and we'll make it very, very, very public, even though they did it a couple of years ago, but make it very public because of what has come out with this undercover journalistic investigation into how they dealt with complaints of sexism, homophobia, racism, bullying, health and safety, the whole lot. They can't even pay the fucking players. So yes, I'm not a big fan of Welsh rugby. Never have been. I like some of the players, don't get me wrong, some of the players are fantastic. They've had some great players. The 70s is a golden, I really think. But yeah, I'm not a fan of Warren Gatland. I'm not a fan of his style of play. I accept and I appreciate the success he's had. But he hasn't got Sean Edwards to bark at his defence line anymore. Sean Edwards has gone to France because he feels more respected. Forget paper. He's the reason why Wayne Pivett was hired and fired He's a yes man for the Welsh Union, so he's not backing up his players. A good coach should have his players back, even when they're playing shit. He's like, these are my boys. I've selected them. I'm going to go into battle for them. That is how you get your players to go into battle for you. He is not backing his players. He's the Welsh Union's yes guy. They know no one else wants to take on the shit show that is with a very fractious player base and squad. It's true. It is true, right? And he's the Welsh Union's yes guy. It's a job for the old boys again. He got his job back. They couldn't get anyone else to do it because other coaches would go, I've got to go into battle for my players. If they've got to fight for me, I've got to fight for them. He doesn't want to fight for them. So the Welsh players are like, we'll go on strike then. You're not backing us. We have no respect for you. He has just, in the space of 2 weeks, gone, I've lost the players' respect. I'm getting a cushion, I'm getting paid by the union. The union can pay him, can't pay the players. Admittedly, it's a little bit more complex than they can't pay the players. The deal they put on the table is basically a pay cut with rising inflation. It doesn't meet rising costs. But they've had, before the COVID pandemic, to put protections in place because the Welsh Union got funding from the UK government during COVID. They laid off non-playing staff. Now that the economy is slowly recovering and we've got fans back in attendance, they haven't replaced those people they fired. They actually abused the furlough system as an employer. God, I got passionate about something, and I got passionate about a international team and 4 provincial teams that I hate. I'm not a fan of the Welsh national side. I'm not a fan of, and I try and avoid having a bias. However, the abuse I have received from Welsh fans makes me dislike him more. I have never once had abuse. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Chelsea. Never once had a load of crap from their fans. Most of their fans went, yeah, you're right there. I think we have got it right. I've never had abuse from. What I find funny is Welsh football fans are fantastic. Fantastic. Welsh football fans are fantastic. Welsh ice hockey fans, cricket fans, fantastic. Welsh rugby union fans, go away. Rugby league fans from Wales, fantastic. Rugby union fans from Wales, go away. It is the only sport that I dislike the Welsh in. Every other sport, I want to see the Welsh do well. I want to see the Welsh do well in football, cricket. Well, obviously we're part of England and Wales cricket ball, but Glamorgan, I want to see Glamorgan do well. Rugby league, I want to see them at least do better than what they're doing. If ice hockey, the Cardiff Devils, I've got a couple of friends who are Devils fans. I like seeing the Cardiff Devils do well in the Elite League, and I've seen the Cardiff Fire play and lose so badly. I mean, they were brave in the NIHL promotion when they had the promotion relegation. They were brave back in 2017. My God, they were terrible. But they kept turning up to lose 10. They didn't win a game all season. They kept turning up to get battered 10, 15, 20 nil every game. They turned up. They only scored I think they only scored 20 goals over an entire league season. But they turned up. They were brave. And they occasionally brought fans with them from South Wales. And they were just like, they were good. They were a good crack. And I kept buying them beer. You need something strong. Yeah, look. I mean, if it carries on with I can see Welsh players switching codes and wanting to play league, which will benefit the Welsh rugby league national side, and it will benefit the league player base in the Super League and Championship. I can see, especially outside backs, going sod it. I'll either play in England or elsewhere. Major League Rugby's like we're still expanding. We can at least guarantee pay, and as an overseas player, will support you with housing costs and various other visa issues. They might, but they're guaranteed a salary. That's the thing. They're not getting capped in. They're guaranteed money. That's going to pay them bills. And the US dollar is quite a lucrative currency at the moment. They might do a code switch, yes, or they're going to, even at grassroots level, Welsh kids are going to go, what's the point in playing this sport? There's no opportunity now. And where they are in the world rankings, Italy are about equal with them. And they're just above Georgia. So, yeah, Wales are in the shit. Or if they are possibly half English, half Welsh, or half Scottish, half Welsh, or half Irish, half Welsh, they've got that mixed parentage, or they're there on residency. They'll go, I'll still play for Tonga or Samoa or whatever European nation it may be, because I'm respected by the union. I'm respected when I pay, even if they get paid less for an international appearance fee. They're going, well, at least I'm getting paid and compensated for my travel costs. I get paid for representing my country, even if it's a smaller payment, which, well, rugby needs to sort that out. And I sing my national anthem with pride because I'm respected by the national side, the coaching system, and the federation, or the union, as I should call it. Or they are going to play overseas, which means they're not eligible to play for Wales because they haven't got enough caps, so it's not a special circumstance. Um, like a Reece Samet, where he's half English, for example, and he's eligible to play for both. That's why they're allowing him to play for Wales, otherwise they lose to England. But yeah, this is where rugby league in Wales could take an advantage because the Welsh Union basically just shot itself in the foot. And this is where the Super League and the RFL could go, actually, hang on a second. Look at the rival, because English Rugby Union's in a mess itself. Look at the rival code, it's fighting itself. Come play for us. Well, you got to look where football's played and the success, the growth with Wrexham, with Brian Reynolds and Rob McElhenney in their celebrity buying of the club, and Cardiff and Swansea, having solid fan bases, and in recent times making cup finals, winning silverware historically, and being quite present, ever present in people's opinions. Obviously, Swansea and Cardiff both getting any stadiums in the last 20 years. The story behind their rise and fall, but they're still relevant in the conversation. For good or bad reasons, they're still relevant in the conversation. The players are still getting paid. Cardiff has got a bit more controversy surrounding the ownership and the club's direction than Swansea. Newport County get back into the Football League, which means increased revenue and having some good cup runs, which means increased exposure. The national side of Wales overachieving, in my opinion, but having some of the best players ever to grace a football pitch. Depending on what your views on Gareth Bale, when he was fully fit, he was one of the best players in the world. One of the most successful club players in the world. And because of that, he's not only making national news in the UK, international headlines because of what, Ramsey going to play overseas. Okay, he had mixed time of it, but he had a very serious leg injury. He could have retired when he retired at 21. He could have been done. He's carrying on playing. Joe Allen playing for Liverpool. Gareth Bale doing what he's done at the level he's done it at. And because he was constantly in the headlines, it was still global headlines, global news, global appeal. Some of the up and coming young Welsh players doing rather well. The way with Ryan Giggs' ongoing legal issue, they just got rid of him. They didn't go, okay, he can come back and coach once it's all said and done. They went, no, we'll go with the other guy, sod it. He's been part of it, we'll go with him. And they're reaching the latter stages of tournaments, making their first World Cup since, was it 62, 58, something like that? First World Cup in 2 generations. Regardless how they performed at this, it's relevant. They made the top level and international audience. Reaching the last stages of knockout stages of 2 Euros. It's definitely inspired a whole generation of young Welsh fans to want to play. Absolutely. I very rarely get that worked up, but the Welsh rugby pisses me off. How badly run it is, how toxic the fan base is. The fan base needs to get its head out of its arse, leave the chip off its shoulder, and actually be part of the solution or part of the problem, because they don't show up for the club game in the numbers they need to. When they do show up for games for the internationals, the attitude of them is just a disgrace. A lot of them just go there to get absolutely trolleyed and actually ruin the experience for those fans who are just trying to enjoy the atmosphere. This may be that once in a lifetime, the only time they actually get to see, be it Wales or the opposition team play in their lifetime, because it's not cheap to go to the Principality. It's a very expensive. I think it's the most expensive out of the 6 nations to go and see. I think maybe Twickenham could be a bit of a pricey side, but to go to the Principality on the average ticket price is one of the higher. So for some fans, it is a once in a lifetime or once every 5-10 years you can go. It's not cheap. And the product they're getting on the field is crap. And now the players, if you understand why the product on the field is crap and why Wayne Pivac had his issues, it's not just because the team isn't good enough. You can understand why the players have got problems. And that's clearly impacting their performances, their concerns about their long-term future. you can understand why the performance is now. It doesn't matter who the coach is. The fact that the current coach is not going in to fight for them. If you are expecting players to go out there and bash the opposition senseless and get bashed, the very physical sport, you've got to be willing to go into battle for them and have their backs. And publicly, Warren Gatland is just throw them under the bus. So I will be doing a video on the Welsh situation because it's more than just money. They're facing lawsuits with how they dealt with complaints from the complainants, both men and women. They're facing legal action, which is going to cost them money, which they don't have. The on-field performances, you get awarded prize money. So if they do get the wooden spoon, there's still that. Will the calls for Georgia to be included disappear? Oh, that'll be interesting. Because if Italy get the wooden, I'll throw them out. Wales get the wooden spoon. Does that conversation about Georgia getting put into the Six Nations and swap that gets interesting then, because a lot of the people calling for Wales to be booted are Welsh fans. No, I have to call that how it is. And I'm sorry for those Welsh fans that love this channel, but unfortunately, there's enough Welsh fans of the national side who are a toxic pile of shit. And it is a minority, I will say that. It's not every Welsh fan. And I understand that there's Welsh viewers of this channel who go, we love this channel, we love it. And I try and avoid that bias. I'm not a fan of how Gatland structures his teams. I've never once said, no, I can't stand Wales. Yeah, successful. He's like Mourinho. I'm not a fan of how Mourinho's teams play football. I'm not a fan of how Guardiola teams play football either. But you can't deny their success. Two different styles of playing. I prefer the Klopp way of playing, but you need the players to do it. I like the Bielsa way of playing. You need the players to do it. Now, in my opinion, you can dislike a style of play, like the New Jersey Devils playing the trap, the neutral zone trap, sucked the life out of ice hockey for a decade, led to rule changes. They were bloody good at doing it. 3 different coaches employed that system, won 3 Stanley Cups in a decade. But Marty Brodeur, gets in the Hall of Fame because of winning 3 Stanley. So I don't like a style of play, but you've got to respect the success. I will say this. I respect Gatland as a coach because he's won a lot, but I don't like his style of play. Welsh fans don't like it when I criticise them. And it's a minority. It's not a majority. It's a minority. There are people out there in Wales who go, yes, no, we need to sort out the fan base with the toxicity. The fan base online is vile. Absolutely vile in the social media. It's absolutely vile. And it is a minority. I have always stated this. So I will be doing a video after I've done this and had a bite to eat. I will be doing a video on the state of rugby union and what's going wrong with Welsh rugby union. It's money, it's culture, and it's decisions taken. Unfortunately, a lot of the Welsh fan base, you have to look at social media and how absolutely vile it is. And it is a minority. But most fans who have a reasonable mind have been very critical of how the Welsh Union have dealt with a lot of things, how they're dealing with the players are getting some flack right now. But you have to put it into the realistic side of things. You could be forced to retire by the age of 25. If you have been in an academy system through school, so you're a full-time student till you're 18, so it's very hard to get a full-time job, and then you get promoted to the first team at 18, or around the first team squad, and you get your first full-time contract, and then you burst through, you make your debut and all that, like a Reece Zammit type player. He could have a career-ending injury next week in the Six Nations. He could be flattened by an England player, or go into a ruck and all and like do was it a Max or Tom Evans broke his neck for Scotland against Wales when was it Lee Byrne went in and they had an awkward, was it Max or Tom Evans? I can't remember which Evans brother it was, but one of them went in for a tackle on Lee Byrne. Basically, almost could have paralysed himself. Lengthy spell of treatment. Dennis Delan for Italy, shattering his leg, never played again. Now, he obviously had a musical career as an opera singer, which meant it makes some coin, and as a commentator in Italy. But Dennis Delan, I remember England, Italy at Twickenham, shattered his leg. And when I say it was a bad leg break, I was nearly physically ill. When I say it was a bad leg break, I was nearly physically ill. It was horrible, horrible leg break. Completely innocuous challenge. Foot gets caught in the turf, leg shatters. Horrible. You could hear the scream over the silent crowd was silent. So I've seen some career-ending injuries in the Six Nations, where the players are in their prime, cut down, career done. And that was they're both in the last 10, 15 years. Horrible injuries, freak injuries almost. Both players were in their 20s when those injuries occurred. Never played again. Never played again. Now, what the Welsh players are asking for is a bit more medical assistance, post-retirement assistance, more certainty over what they're getting paid. It's the same with what the NRL players are arguing for with their CBA. Now, the difference is they already have a CBA to fall back on, as in, this is what we discussed before, this is the basis, we want to take that next step. They have a very strong players' union. Now, rugby union hasn't been in a situation before, because rugby union hasn't been in a situation before. Because the sport's only been professional since '95, they haven't got that track record history, as in other sports, of having a very strong players' union. They haven't got that track history over decades, decades, and decades. Another reason why rugby union is so far behind in like a players' union aspect is a more middle class sport, and white collar workers don't normally unionise historically, whereas rugby league and football, they come from those working class communities where trade union membership was a big thing back in the day and was really important. And so it's part of the culture of the sport to have a strong union backing you up because working class people play the sport. Rugby union's historical origins are a bit more lower middle class to middle class. Maybe some blue collar workers who made a bit of coin and set up their own business, who can afford to send their kids to private schools. It's upper working class, but those origins are less trade unionised and more, from working class origins to rugby union with some of the players. But I will say this: there's less of that trade union aspect behind it, less of that working class core behind it, and so. That lack of having a strong players union over a long period of time is coming home to bite them. That lassle with governing bodies like football do, like rugby league do, like ice hockey have a very strong players union. In every league has a very strong players union reps. Doesn't matter what level we're talking about, professional, they have some very strong, especially the NHL, because the origins of the sport actually for the working class. That's why when a home nation like Scotland and Wales gets the wooden spoon, or guess what, England have had more wooden spoons than people realise. So when one of the bigger nations gets a wooden spoon because they just have that bad season or a couple of bad seasons, Italy, they're the easy punching bag because they're not a historically traditional rugby nation. The thing is, Italy put out a second string team against Georgia of players that were available just to rotate, get some of those young players playing. The coach wanted to see how the young players adapt under pressure. They were narrowly beaten by Georgia. Wales put out a full strength team against Georgia, got battered. There you go. That's my opinion. Not long after Italy lost to Georgia, they battered. They handsomely and I would say had more desire and more fight. But I do think the Welsh players with their battle with the union over pay is one of the reasons why Wayne Pivot is out of a job, because this is clearly an ongoing issue that hasn't gone away. The fact it's become more public in the last few weeks very badly for the Welsh union on the back of the massive scandal that's broken over the winter in regards to the culture within the union has not helped. But they won't sacrifice one of the four home nations. It will be Italy that they try and sacrifice, which I think is completely unfair because right now Italy's on the up and Wales on the down. Wales, if we want to go by what people are asking for, Wales should be the sacrificial lamb. Or could it be Georgia just had a little purple patch in the build up to the World Cup where they just got players having a career year going into the World Cup who want to impress because they've got a contract negotiation to sort out with a French club or an English club or whatever club they're playing. But Tommy, you're a Welshman. You're a proud Welshman. I know that because you're from Anglesey. Yet you could not care less if the Welsh national side were booted out the Six Nations. That's where there's that disconnect. So some of the Welsh fans turn up for the national side, don't turn up for the club side. Other fans like, I prefer football. And your football club may not be a Welsh football club, for example. It may be Chester City from that area of Wales you live in. Or maybe Liverpool, maybe Tranmere. I'm just throwing out examples. The fact that you could not care if the national... So that means the Welsh national side has lost huge portion of the potential fan base. So you're from the hotbed of Welsh rugby union and Welsh football, and you don't care if the national side goes down a level. That tells you how the Welsh union and the Welsh national side and the Welsh provinces have lost a huge portion of the fan base in recent years. They've got that disconnect. And when you have a very public battle between the players and the governing body, much like the Canadian women's soccer team, they're in the same battle right now because they believe, rightly so, and I've read up on this quite a bit, that promises made by the by the Canadian Soccer Federation, or the Canadian FA, basically, have not been upheld. And they're one of the best women's football teams in the world right now. They just won an Olympic gold, for Christ's sake. And they're basically like, we're going on strike. And we are protesting publicly where we're not showing the crest, the Canadian Federation logo, the sponsor. We're putting up, I think it's pink T-shirts they're using, or red T-shirts or something, or purple. They're using a unified colour to say this is our protest colour. And that's a successful team. This Welsh side has not been successful, apart from that the COVID Six Nations, as I call it. They've not been successful for a little while. When you have successful national sides like the US and Canadian women's, for example, protesting quite publicly and quite publicly batting against their governing body, their bosses, basically, and yet they're still being successful on the field. It tells you a lot about the culture within that dressing room, the culture within the player base. Not just that have been selected, but across the board. Whereas the Welsh side, and it tells you a lot about their coaches backing them up as well. They were going against their employers, because that go where you breach your employment contract, right? And a lot of it's to do with the strength of the players' union, because of the origins of the sport. Historically, even though in Canada and the US it's more of a collegiate sport, university sport, where the player base comes from, origins of the sport historically is why you have that. Rugby union is not helping itself because it doesn't have that history of the trade union movement, working class behind it, the pure working class origins behind it. And the player base is fractured and the fan base is fractured. Well, I wouldn't say it's every Liverpool fan or every fan base, because there's that club country debate, and Liverpool are the ones in the media because there's a few high profile examples of certain athletes from Merseyside who are not just football athletes, but certain athletes from Merseyside who have this anti-government, I think is the term, chip on their shoulder. Yeah, the Labour Party, I'm not going to get to politics, but I have to with the Everton Stadium build, the new stadium. They keep voting for a Labour Party members. And the local council and the local mayor have been found with the Everton Stadium build to be involved in corrupt dealings around that stadium build. And there's a criminal investigation, and people have gone to prison from the show, but they can't look in their own backyard and go, we actually got to fix our problems ourselves. No one's going to wipe your ass for you. This is the one time where I say, if as a community, yeah, local and national government has a responsibility to a certain point. Do not expect someone else to wipe your ass for you. You've got to fix your own back garden. You've got to mow your own bloody lawn. You've got to look after yourself occasionally, and look after your own community. And this is where I think Welsh Rugby Union needs to start facing itself in the mirror and actually fixing itself and going, actually, no, we need to go. We need to get that outside help. We need to get that guy or woman, man or woman from business to come in and actually fix this. Someone who's not rugby, old boys club, because it's not working. It hasn't been working. Yeah, I understand they did try was it the Crusaders or whatever it is, or the Celtic Crusaders, and it failed after a season because there isn't the population or the corporate money base behind it, which is why it didn't work. And they really badly they should take internationals to places like Wrexham when the racecourse ground is the Cophead complete. They should take rugby union and rugby league matches there to try and grow both codes in North and Central Wales. Football does it very, very well. But there seems to be this perversion to fight the other code and make sure they try and kill league. But they can't even grow union in provincial Wales outside of the southeast. So Yeah, I understand with the Cardiff Swansea battle and the rivalry between the two cities. Historically, I've done both club history videos. I've done all four of the major Welsh clubs in the English Football League system's history videos, and they were very well received, by the way, with viewership. The Shrewsbury video, ironically, got more views than Wrexham, and a lot of people who watch the Shrewsbury video actually live in Wales, and a lot of Cardiff fans actually live in England as well. I found out looking at the history video I did on Cardiff, and Lamucci being appointed the new Cardiff manager. A lot of viewers of that are not actually bloody Welsh. They're actually from the West Country, like Gloucestershire and Somerset. Ironically, a lot of Cardiff fans don't live in Cardiff. They live in England. Now, that could be Welsh who moved across the border from work to Bristol or Somerset or Gloucestershire. And Shrewsbury as well. A lot of Shrewsbury fans live across the border. And because of the catchment area. And so I find it very interesting. But unfortunately, some of the decisions taken by Welsh sport, apart from ice hockey for some reason, ice hockey and cricket, some of the decisions taken at the club level and a more governance side of things with the governing body and the national level, just made me want to. Well, I've got short hair, but when I had long hair, wanted to make me pull my mullet out. Now I've cut the hair. Still feels weird having short hair, but I'm slowly getting used to it. My head's still a bit cold. Some of the decisions taken are brain dead decisions, in my opinion. And some of the ex players and media commentators and those on the financial. So the Welsh Union situation, if you look at it on a business, when they go on and discuss it on the mainstream news, because this will have knock-on employment impacts as well for the non-playing staff. They're questioning some of the structures of the union. The internal investigation that's now being launched following that undercover reporter delving in and finding out. I know it's a BBC investigation, but finding out that the sheer scale of the weak governance when it came to disciplinary issues and the culture. The Welsh Union's facing is just the negative. They need to get a new PR rep to go, right, okay, we need some positive. But basically, what they need is the Welsh players to win in spite of their strike action. Basically, they need the Welsh players to fuck that and fuck the union. We're going to play for ourselves and win, in spite of what Will says. I just going, I just can't be asked with this shambles. And then you look at certain incidents with alcohol and behaviour of fans at the Principality. I keep want to call it the Millennium, but they've changed that to Principality for sponsorship reasons, but and ownership reasons. But the old Millennium at the National Stadium is boorish behaviour, but we get that in the Club Union as well. It's the public schoolboy kind of old boys culture, which doesn't go down well. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. You'll be so surprised how badly that is received by families. But yeah, there's a lot of. I'm all for having ex-players involved in governance of sport. However, with the Welsh board, it's all the old boys. There's not any kind of business now sitting there. Have ex-referees like Nigel Owens, for example, and ex-players involved in the running of the game, but you need to have that corporate, that mixed kind of, direction rather than just all the old boys running it, because it's not working. And I'm a big advocate of getting more ex-players involved in administrative roles and PR roles, in a sense, actually through governing bodies within sport. Absolutely. At the same time, it can't solely the old boys who played in the 70s and 80s and into the 90s in the amateur era, because the sport has evolved, they haven't evolved with it. And unfortunately, some of the attitudes they carried over and some of look, back in my day, we used to have to suck it up. And unfortunately, you've got a high-profile ex-player who's gay and a high-profile ex-referee who's gay, who have been the subjects of real bad homophobic abuse, whether to their face or behind their backs, that other people on their behalf have complained about, who've then been shut down, and it hasn't been dealt with. And the individual in question, or the individuals in question, are still employed or still actively involved with the union. Several high-profile incidents involving misogynistic and sexist and what's version of sexual assault kind of behaviour towards female members of staff, those male members of staff are still involved with the union. They have not been sacked. They have not been disciplined. Whether they've left the union to go on to another role elsewhere in another sporting body or another company is another thing. But they weren't fired. They weren't investigated properly. And if they were found to be innocent, then obviously that is a different. Clearly, culture is it's humour, it's banter, it's character building. That is never the answer. I was told that when I was getting badly, well, seeing my mental health here, when I was having a lot of problems at school, I was told, and this is what pisses me off about the old boys network, it's character building. Bullying and child abuse is not character building. Sexual assault and sexism and homophobia is not character building, it's disgusting. So that's my view on that. I will do a video and I'll try to be a little bit less passionate in the sense of swearing, but I will do a video and I will not hold any punches. So Welsh fans, I'm coming for you. And those who I've had battles with we'll see what the response is like to what's going wrong with Welsh Rugby Union and what's gone wrong with the Welsh rugby. And I will I've got to figure out how to title it, but I'm gonna rip in. The Scottish Premiership, it's done. It's done. Whether they win all the domestic cups is another thing, but Scottish football's done. Sort of done. How long Celtic are the top side is another thing, but they're done for this year. But no, I think I've spent too much time on the Welsh situation with the Welsh Union, but they're not the only. I mean, Hockey Canada had the same thing last year with historical allegations and how they dealt with dealing with the situation. The Chicago Blackhawks as well with their abuse scandal and how they dealt with complaints against said individual who then remained employed and then they gave a good character reference for him to carry on what he was doing. And so the Welsh Union is not the only sporting organisation that's had a lot of negative headlines with how they've dealt with complaints of any nature. The FA has been dragged over the hot coals in recent years with how they're structured, how they deal with complaints. Yes, Pittodrie and Aberdeen, they are a mess. It seems to be a lot of clubs I do club histories on tend to fall apart quite quickly. Aberdeen is a shambles at the moment. They're not going to get relegated, I think, but they are a bit of a shambles. And a lot of that's to do with ownership making some bad decisions. But they're not the only club in Scotland that's a shambles or in football. But Aberdeen is a shambles, yes. Absolutely. And yes, I remember 3-4 years ago I found the SPL really interesting. I really followed the season religiously. I had a lot of subscribers from Scotland, viewers from Scotland, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and Steve Clark at Kilmarnock, they finished third that season, and then he ended up getting the Scotland job off the back of that, and then St Johnstone won the cup double. And when I do the Scottish club history videos, they do rather well. They do rather well. And I'm going to look at clubs like Motherwell and clubs like Hibs, Hearts, Falkirk, Livingston. I think Queen's Park is going to be the fun one because they've just turned professional a couple of years ago. And they obviously are. The original home ground was Hampden. They have their own history of being the only Scottish club side to appear in the FA Cup final. So doing the club histories of Scottish football was really fun, and the feedback I get is fantastic. And I've got a lot of Scottish subscribers on the channel, and it's fantastic. And when I do get to Rangers and Celtic, I'm going to focus more on how many trophies they won, yes, how dominant they've been. But trophies they won, yes, how dominant they've been. But Celtic have had money issues, and Rangers have had obviously they're famous for the money issues in the last 15 years. But no, they. Fantastic history for both clubs. Hibs is another good one. That's going to be fun. The Aberdeen one was fantastic. The fantastic video the Aberdeen one was to research. Really was. I've got to do Dundee. I've done Dundee, I've got to do Dundee, um, and that will be interesting. And Falkirk's going to be another one, and Dunfermline. Um, Dunfermline's going to be a good one as well because they've had success. They've had silver historically. Um, but no, we'll see. I've got these some more Scottish ones, but I'm going to focus on some more German and Spanish clubs and some Italian clubs because they're going to be fun. And then I'll look at some French clubs as well. And there's some very successful French clubs in there that aren't called PSG, and people will be stunned. Would I rather see a Super League or a British League? Shit. The only sport a British League works in is ice hockey. Um, Neither. There you go. Neither. Neither works. Neither actually works. Fans, well, our British League, the police will go nuts. The logistics are a nightmare because British transport system, trains are shit. Airlines like Flybe have just gone bust, so the British transport system just could. If I had to choose, oh god, neither. My other choice would be neither, because there's always a third choice. Yes, no, maybe, or whatever. I would go neither. Still, that is my choice. Neither. I would have neither. And then you've got to look at the aspects behind it. No, I don't think fans want it. I understand that they tried that Four Nations home tournament during the 70s, and there's a reason why that doesn't continue. The Anglo Scottish Cup, reason why that's no longer played. Um, they've tried many in various sports. They've tried many various the Anglo Welsh Cup in rugby, for example, not being played for anymore. Various cup competition formats. The only sport where it works is ice hockey in this country because it's the only sport that we have a unified national side. This is what people don't realise is we can go for this and ask for it, but then you've got to get the Scottish FA, the Welsh FA, the Northern Irish FA all to agree to sign up to a league, which then basically means you lose the Scottish national side, the Welsh national side, the Northern Irish national side. In Northern Ireland, that becomes a political nightmare. In Scotland, that becomes a political nightmare. Wales, yes, their four biggest clubs have signed up to play in the English league system for financial reasons. It makes sense for them. Back in the day, Scottish football was actually pretty sustainable. It's only been in the modern era, as I call it, the Sky Sports generation, and especially since the collapse of Setanta, where Scottish football has not become financially viable. But to tell Scottish fans, okay, you can have a unified league system, by the way, you lose your national side, and you lose your FA, independent FA. Yeah, no, that wouldn't sit well, wouldn't work. The only sport where it works, where you have a unified league system and a unified national side, and therefore you have a nationwide league, is ice hockey with the elite league. The only league where it works, because traditionally the sport has been across the board because we have a unified national side. Only sport where you don't see Scottish fans kicking off that we don't have a national ice hockey team in Scotland, or English fans going, "Well, we don't have an English ice," or Welsh fans. Only sport where you go, actually, you know what, it makes sense. Financial and logistically, it makes sense to have a unified league. That's how the sport survives. It's true. Football, it wouldn't work because you would have to tell Scottish fans you lose your national side. And then you would have to tell the Scottish FA, by the way, you have to disband. Oh, and you lose that jobs for the boys' cushy jobs. They wouldn't have it's if you were to tell me have a European Super League, I could not care less. Obviously, I would report on it and I'd go, I'm just, this is why I'm turning off football because of the Super League on it. Fuck off with it. I think people in charge of Barcelona, Juventus, and Real Madrid don't live in reality because yes, they want to sell this to a global audience. At the same time, they're pissing off their domestic fan bases, and also they're making themselves even more unpopular than they already are. Juventus are facing criminal investigations. Barcelona, how the hell are they still affording to sign these players? Someone came up with the idea. I'm going to say in the early Premier League days, about 20, 25 years ago, let's get Rangers and Celtic south of the border. And the police commanders went, are you fucking nuts? Are you insane? Because this is at the height of the end of the Troubles. So when the IRA and the Loyalists, the Red Hand defenders, and all that, are still killing each other in Northern Ireland and the Republic and over here on the mainland campaign. And the police were like, you do risk inflaming already rather inflamed tensions in certain locations. And the police were like, no. And I think the Minister for Sport was also like, nope, not happening, not happening. And then you would have to like get the TV companies, and of course they no TV company wanted the rights to that because they were like, oh well. Barca, Madrid, Ajax, too big. I wouldn't know. PSV Eindhoven and Feyenoord, massive fan bases. You take Ajax out of that, you just killed the Dutch league completely. Because then you would have to then Feyenoord and PSV would be like, why are we not consulted? Because they've got massive fan bases as well historically, and I've got to do videos on Ajax, Feyenoord, and PSV and go the Eredivisie and their amount of titles. Because ironically, Dutch football's a bit more competitive than people realise. Because now you've got AZ Alkmaar winning titles over there. Yeah, you can't just take Ajax out of that league and expect it to survive. Because then you piss off some other big clubs who actually historically are very, very good. Bear that in mind. I think is it Feyenoord won the Champions League as well. You can't just go, "Oh, we'll have Ajax, but we won't have Feyenoord." Just brain dead, really. FC Twente as well, very successful club. Um, Look, when I do clubs like Athletic Bilbao, you'll understand that if you take Real or Barca out of it, guess what? You just take El Clasico out of Spanish football dies. You know why? Because Bilbao and Atletico Madrid, while they are fantastic clubs with great history, their rivalry isn't the same as Bilbao and Barcelona. That's verging on ethnic riot in stadium level of hatred, which sells tickets, by the way, and sells TV revenue. It is. The atmosphere sells itself. You take El Clasico out of Spanish football, you killed it. You killed it. But then the La Liga president is a bit of a twat, and then the president of Barcelona and Real Madrid are twats as well. So maybe it's a good thing we get rid of them. Yes, I think it's gonna run out of steam. But I love the fact that they still have it and the traditions, but it doesn't work with modern football. If Bilbao want to win trophies again, they're going to have to be a little bit more open up their control policy a little bit more. But they have slowly over time. Where now, if you play for a Catalan or a Basque club, you don't have to be Basque to play for them anymore. You just have to have played like Inaki Williams, for example, is actually Ghanaian. So you can all you have to do is like play for Racing Santander and they can sign you. So you've got to have a connection. Laporte had played in the Basque Country and ended up playing for Bilbao, but he's actually French. I mean, now plays for Spain. Emerick Laporte, what a twat! I had that argument with someone else on social media about Emerick Laporte and Basque policy and the Pantara policy, and he just wouldn't have it. And I was like, you are thick as pig shit. The problem is they've got to be more flexible. And I understand the Bilbao policy, and I will mention it in their club history, but where they're one of the few clubs that you have to have a connection to the Basque Country to play for. And if you look at their academy, like Ika Munyain, one of their best players, how they kept hold of him, I don't know, but his form's gone up and down. He's had some legal issues as Ika Munyain, I think, has impacted his playing ability. And then you've got the Williams brothers who now supersede him a little bit. But one of the Williams brothers still plays for Ghana. Yeah, and then you've got Inaki Williams plays for Spain. The other brother plays for Ghana. They played for another Bilbao club, so they're allowed under the Cantara policy to be signed by Bilbao. And so there's that aspect. Or they've got to be a Basque origin to have a Basque family. Now, historically, I understand it was two fingers to the Franco regime. I do understand the social history behind it. It's basically two fingers to Franco and the nationalists who basically tried to destroy Basque culture. And to a certain extent, Madrid as well. Anything to do with centralised government in Spain, the Cantara policy is an FU, a massive fuck you to Spanish centralised government, be it royal constitutional monarchy government, which we have now, parliamentary democracy or the Franco-nationalist regime of many, many years, it is basically a big FU. But I think it's had its day in its current format. They can adjust it some more, but long term, I understand that the fans are very proud of their Basque heritage and very, very proud of the policy. And they've won with it. They've had success with it. So they're like the third or fourth most successful Spanish club. They've got the third or fourth most La Liga titles. They've won the Copa del Rey. They played in European finals. They tried to kill Maradona when he was playing for Barcelona and started a riot. But, the goalkeeper got polacked and his neck broke. So yeah, they are my favourite Spanish club. They have some of the best Spanish players have played for Bilbao. There is no denying their quality. But the policy is archaic. It's not in tune with modern sport, the globalisation. And they unfortunately, some of their best players end up leaving. Like Laporte, you could argue Laporte, yes, obviously it's a bit grey area in Laporte. Is he truly Basque? No, but did he play for another Basque club? Yes, which is why he ended up being signed by Bilbao. They made a lot of money off selling Emmerich Laporte, there's no doubt on that. And Llorente went to Tottenham in the end. So some great players come through Bilbao who've gone on to other big clubs as well. They made a lot of money off. But they just can't compete on the same financial level as a Barcelona and Real Madrid. Now it turns out, ironically, they're in the best financial state of the Spanish clubs. But I'm not joking; they're actually in the best financial state of the Spanish clubs because of their Cantara policy. It's paid off financially, but in the sense that they're not massively crumbling. But at the same time, they in the modern era, you're going to have less success. But I understand why it's basically massive two fingers to Spanish centralisation, and it's a massive two fingers to La Liga as well. Oh, Barcelona got another scandal. Oh, fantastic. No, I haven't. What have Barcelona done now? Come on, what's the toxic Spanish club done now? Because I've got no time. I've got Espanyol. I can talk about Espanyol all day. The forgotten club of Catalonia. Barcelona, fuck off. But what have they done now? What have they done now? I understand. I had what was it? One of the comments, one of my recent videos goes, I really appreciate the fact that you're a multi-sports channel. How do you do it? And sometimes I can't keep up with every sport. But another good comment was me discussing the NHL taking games to Australia for next year and wanting to, this season, come next season in October. And this guy goes, how is it that a Canadian fan finds out about the NHL wanting to take games to Australia from a British fan? And I was like, reasons? Oh yeah, Espanyol, the other team from Barcelona who play in the Olympic Stadium, which has fallen down. Espanyol, they have a chip on their shoulder. Anyone can be a fan of Espanyol. There's not this Catalan independence crap and talking Catalan stadium. They don't care what your background is, as long as you support your club. Well, no, most fans go Espanyol. Who are they? They are a very historical club. They're the little brother Barcelona. They're the forgotten club of Barcelona because of Barcelona and the Nou Camp. But no, Espanyol, they're the little brother that's annoying and won't go away. And Barcelona would rather they fucked off, actually. They really would, because Espanyol's got a massive fan base in Barcelona and Catalonia. Massive fan base, because a lot of people in the metro area don't like the direction that Barcelona's been taking, very passionate fan base. They've got a good fan base. Yeah, I'm going to look into Espanyol. They're going to be fun. The one club I'm going to do next is Villarreal because their only trophy is Europa League, and that's fun. They're only the second club I've come across whose first major trophy is a European trophy, and their only major trophy is a European trophy. It wouldn't surprise me that Barcelona have been paying off refs like Juventus when they were called the Calciopoli, which in my opinion, throw them out of the Liga, throw them out of Champions League. Fuck them. If that means, we want the European Super League, well, you've been proven to be corrupt, so go away. Doesn't matter what competition you play, you're proven not to be playing within the rules. Financial fair play, with how you deal with players and their contracts, and how you're bribing refs, go on, do one. The more that The more that we find out about Barcelona, the more I hate them. And they've had some fantastic players play for them. And I don't like tiki taka, but I had to respect how they developed players and how so solid they were. It's like Bilbao. I don't agree with everything that the Bilbao fan base has done, and that Copa del Rey final between Barcelona and Bilbao, that was legitimately nasty and vile. But I don't know. I hate Real Madrid. Don't like them. Again, Di Stefano, the history. Raul, one of my favourite players. Casillas, as a young fan, I loved Casillas because I'm a big fan of goalkeepers. I'm a goalkeeper by my favourite position. Raul, Guti, loved those players. Right, loved them. And it's a pity that Raul and Casillas didn't retire as Madrid players. Honestly, Hierro, loved Hierro, especially when he played finished his career at Bolton. But that's it. Um, there are players who play for clubs I don't like. Like I like the Zola and Viali. Loved them. Played for Chelsea. Don't like Chelsea. Loved Viali. Loved Zola. Cannot stand Chelsea. Uh, but with this channel, I put that bias to the side. Unfortunately, certain clubs, it's very hard to do that because the actions they keep doing, like Barcelona with some of their antics and Real Madrid with some of their antics, makes it very hard to leave that dislike to the side when I'm going, this has happened. And it's a shame because what I've loved about this channel is I've lost that bias. Personally, when I look at it, I'd rather Real Madrid and Barcelona didn't win La Liga all the time. I'd rather Athletic Bilbao lifted La Liga for the first time in like 30 odd years. It'd be fantastic. Real Betis winning and Real Sociedad winning the last two Copa del Reys was a magical moment. Loved it, loved it. Oh, two of the last three Copa del Reys, Sociedad and Betis. That was fantastic. One of the reasons why I did the Real Betis history video in the summer was they just won their third Copa del Rey and it was their first in 20 odd years. And the club's gone bankrupt 3 times. And it's only going to have existence. Fantastic. Real Sociedad, I will do a video on Real Sociedad. I would do a video on Villarreal because these are clubs that I think get forgotten in the conversation because of the big three in Spain. And Atletico Madrid have played in the second tier in Spanish football. So Bilbao, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Real Zaragoza are the other club. Oh no, Levante, sorry. No, it's Levante, the other club who've never been relegated from La Liga. These clubs, I understand Bilbao, the Qataris, never getting relegated from the top flight is ridiculous with their selection policy. Levante never getting relegated from the top flight is ridiculous because they have barely won anything. But the way Real Madrid, Barcelona conduct themselves, Atletico Madrid, their playing style and Simeone, that hard-nosed, working class, hate the establishment, love it. I love it. I love the fact they're like the Spanish equivalent of the crazy game with Wimbledon. They don't give a toss who you are. We're gonna give you a game. I love Diego Simeone. I know in '98 everyone hated him with the David Beckham situation, but everyone hated David Beckham in '98. But Diego Simeone, sorry, love him, love him. Sorry, I love Diego because what you as a player he goes into battle for you. You want to go into battle for him. He's the type of character that if there was an issue with La Liga or UEFA, and he would go into battle for his players. If the players' union in Spain were like, we've got a massive problem, he'll be one of the managers go, actually, no, we need to fight for this. Because he's that type of personality. If he felt there was an issue, he would be one of the few managers I think who would have the players' backs when it came to a situation with La Liga or the Spanish FA. He would fight for the players, and the players would fight for him. I love Diego Simeone. I'm not necessarily a fan of everything his style of football, but I'll tell you now, I'm a big fan of Diego. He's the most successful manager Atletico Madrid have ever had, by far. Rayo Vallecano. Yeah, and Gijon. Yeah, Rayo Vallecano. I've got the video on them as well. I have to. There are some clubs in Spain that I do like. Celta Vigo, Deportivo La Coruña's little brother in that region in Spain. Deportivo having their problems, but they've actually managed to win stuff. Valencia, are they ever not bankrupt? Sevilla, with all their winning of the Europa League, and how many times they've won that competition, which is a record. But they can't win the Champions League, but they can win everything else. Like Copa del Rey's and Europa Leagues, they can't win the league and they can't win the Champions League. They win all the other trophies they play for. Racing Santander. Uh, I have to admit that Alicante as well. Spanish football does have a problem, and it's the dominance of maybe Atletico Madrid because they've been relegated out. And they're actually much better run than the other two. Much better run, and they're much more. You could argue their style of football doesn't endear them to Tenerife, Real Mallorca, but there's some of the Spanish clubs you do actually have a soft spot for because of Real Madrid and Barcelona and the hate. And look, I understand why a lot of people got on the Barcelona bandwagon because it is again 2 fingers to Franco, 2 fingers to centralised Madrid government, which is constantly put its thumb down on the region. And Spain is a very fractional country. But the way they've conducted themselves in the last few years and what's coming out about Barcelona and Real Madrid is not good. Real Madrid has always been hated, but Barcelona used to be a beloved club in Spain because of how, again, very similar to Bilbao with the Qatar policy. They had a very similar policy with only limiting, I think, to 4 overseas players. They limited themselves to after that sort of not ban, but the lifting of the cap of overseas players was lifted. They historically no sponsors on the jerseys and limited themselves to a limited amount of overseas players. They were very focused on domestic development. Doesn't matter if they're Catalan players, so local to the Barcelona region, or other players from Spain. Very, very keen on youth policy, developing local players, basically. Very similar to Bilbao, with a modified Qatara policy, right? Now, what we find out about how the club's been run and their attitude and their greed and their mismanagement and then alleged corruption. By respect has gone over the last 3-4 years with Barcelona. It was going anyway, but definitely leaving more quickly. I like Zaragoza as well. Yes, and Levante is another one. I do have a soft spot for some of these other clubs. I'm not a fan of David Beckham either. Great player that he was, and what he's done for the game, absolutely massive part of growing the game in the US. People mock the MLS. Without David Beckham, you don't have the MLS. The MLS dies. David Beckham moved to LA as the Wayne Gretzky moved to the NHL. When Gretzky leaves Edmonton, goes to LA. LA was already a very established NHL side at the time, but they were growing in San Jose. They were going to expand into San Jose and Anaheim, and this was already on the card. But that grows the game in the US, makes the NHL not only a massive product in a global product, the Gretzky trade. The Gretzky trade is the equivalent to Beckham going to the MLS. It really is. It really is. Where does it rank now? In what? In North American leagues, it's 5th. In football league terms, as in ranking of the top leagues, it's in the low teens when it comes to global ranking of football leagues. When it comes to the major leagues in the US and Canada, it's 5th, which is a good thing. It's some people actually consider it the 5th major league now, as in it's reached the top table and deserves to be when we're discussing TV revenue and sponsorship deals and corporate money. It does need to be kept on the same. It's reached the top table now, according to some. The fact that the sport is now the 3rd, I think it's past baseball now. It had passed ice hockey in the last couple of years for participation. Now, whether that's just to do solely with the MLS or solely to do with the European rights, I think it's a bit of both. Getting players like Beckham and Ibrahimovic, Pirlo, Kaká to come over from Europe, and I know Kaká was Brazilian, but most of his career was played in Europe. To get some big European-based players and household names globally to come and play in your league, near the end of their careers. And in Beckham's case, he actually prolonged his career by a few seasons because he finished at PSG. Um, and in Ibrahimovic's case, prolonged his career. He was told he was done. So in Beckham's case and in Ibrahimovic's case, they carried on playing many years after they left the MLS, and it prolonged their careers. Rooney uh, went to DC United, ends up finishing at Derby, but he's via Everton and co. He's still kept his career going for a little bit longer, and has now gone into management at DC United. That's the Wayne Gretzky moment. In regards to the national sides of both Canada and the US, the Canadians now have completely transformed their setup, their structures, their domestic league structures over development and youth players that go on to play in the MLS and play in Europe, and the quality of their national side. Do I expect the US or Canadian? The US, yes, more likely because they've got a bigger player base and a bigger um, fan base to build a product, and therefore more money, more structure. Um, but I don't see it happening for a long time. Although anything could happen at the next World Cup, we could see massive shocks, like we saw with Morocco at this World Cup just gone. We're going to see some more shocks because of the expanded nature of the tournament and 3 co-hosts. We're going to see some big shocks, I think, at this coming World Cup. Who's more likely to get into the top 4 out of Liverpool, Tottenham, Chelsea? Tottenham right now are more likely to make top 4 this season. Long term, I think it's Liverpool long term. Chelsea's a basket case. Tottenham can't win anything. Chelsea's become a complete and utter shambles, and Tottenham choke. And I think the group of players, the leadership core Tottenham have with Harry Kane and so, have peaked, and they're not bringing in the right players to keep that core going, and the young players coming in are being added to that core. So I think Tottenham need to reassess their core group of players. Yeah, we've discussed Chelsea and Graham Potter. Wrong manager, wrong club. It's like Brian Clough with Leeds back in the 70s, I think in the 74 season. Wrong manager, wrong club. Did not work. Well, I think Scotty Parker's gone over to Anderlecht, hasn't he? Will Still's basically, I think, doing really well with what he's doing at Rennes. He's saying he's younger than me. I think Eddie Howe, towards the end of Bournemouth, he looked flustered and looked a bit frustrated, but I think they just did not get the response to COVID right, and they lost momentum, and that does. I think Sean Dyche, he's in a scrap at Everton now. If he had the right players, he could look what he did with Burnley with a couple of good seasons. Imagine if Dyche really had the squad to compete and had a bit of a budget to bring players in. Imagine what Sean Dyche could do. I think he's very underrated. Eddie Howe has proven with some very astute signings. He doesn't have to break the bank. What he's doing with Newcastle. Yes, their form's dipped a little bit, but that's expected with any club. They're not going to win every. Even the Arsenal Invincibles dropped points. Winning out of Bayern, you mate, Bayern. Yes, I can see Man United winning in the next 10 years. They've got to stick with Ten Hag. If they have a fall up short this season, let's say they don't win the League Cup, they don't win the FA Cup with Ten Hag, so that happens. And they fall a little bit short, they've got to stick with the Ten Hag process. Also, the club's up for sale. We know that now with the official bid by Sir Jim Ratcliffe that's gone in. So we know the club is going to be sold by the Glazers. If and when that happens, depending how long that process takes, that may not be an overnight process. It's possible, yes. It again depends if they have faith with Ten Hag to stay the course and patience. If the takeover deal gets prolonged, like it did with Newcastle, for example, that will actually ultimately impact what the owners are willing to invest. They still need pieces to add to United. They're not the finished article. There's changes that need to happen. But I can see a lot of clubs potentially winning the league in the next 10 years. It's not just City's league anymore. With what's going on with Man City, we could see massive momentum shifts. Money may not be buy you the league. Money won't necessarily buy you the league. I think with what's going on with Man City has proven that you'll get found out. And so therefore, Newcastle, I think, have been very astute with their spending. Leicester proved you didn't need a massive amount of money to win the league that one season. I can see a club like Brighton possibly having a Leicester type season. I can. I can see a club like Brentford possibly doing it as well. Hypothetically, I'm not saying it will happen, but it could happen. Do I, on a personal level, no, but I like players who played for both Man City and Man United. I'm a big fan of Nico Richards. Love Nico Richards. Carlo Nash, the goalkeeper back in the day, big fan of his. Love Peter Schmeichel and David Seaman as goalkeepers. Robbie Fowler, big fan of Robbie Fowler. He played for Liverpool, not a Liverpool fan. Man City, not a Man City fan. Played for Leeds, not a Leeds fan. Played for Blackburn, Blackburn fan. I was a big fan of Fowler. Man United, loved Diego Forlan when he was, even though he didn't work at United, he played. Loved Diego Forlan. As a kid, I used to love Lee Sharp. Big fan of Lee Sharp growing up. I know what we've now found out about Ryan Giggs, but on the field, as a player, the longevity of his career and his skill level, big fan of Ryan Giggs, the player, not the person. Well, what's now come out, I wouldn't want my daughter, for example, or if I had a son, I would be more concerned if I was, let's say I had a son, for example, and he was doing really well, because I've got a couple of work colleagues. One of my work colleagues, his son's at Palace Academy. Another one of my work colleagues, his son's at Reading Academy. So if we're putting it into that context and that kind of debate, if I had a son right now and he was up and coming, I wouldn't say Ryan Giggs is a good role model. When I was a kid growing up, fantastic player. That goal in the semi-final replay in the FA Cup against Arsenal is one of the greatest goals of all time, in my opinion. Not because it's a great goal, but it is, but it's not the best goal ever scored. In the sense of the technical aspect of it, it's the clutch moment of it. It's the rivalry. It's the time of the game it comes. It's how he scores it. But Ryan Giggs, the person, is not a good role model. Ryan Giggs, the player, in his playing career, okay, the last few years, okay, you could argue with the super injunction, some of the off-field stuff from 2010, 2011 onwards, okay, yeah. Before then, fantastic player. But no, I'm not a fan of Man United. My favourite club from Scotland, Partick. Wales. Oh, shit. I don't like any Welsh clubs. Don't like any Welsh clubs. I like what Ryan Reynolds is doing with Wrexham. I'm going to say Wrexham. Ireland. Is that north or south? Because it'll be Glentoran or Institute. There you go. France. Auxerre. Spain. Bilbao. Athletic Bilbao. Italy. Italy's either Atalanta or Udinese. Germany. Dortmund. Portugal. Boavista. Netherlands. Sparta Rotterdam. Brazil. Corinthians. Argentina. Newell's Young Boys. There you go. There you go. None of them are the biggest club, by the way, in those countries. So yeah, there you go. The Ireland one, I'm combining both Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland, so that's an interesting one. I do have a Glentoran programme from 1977 from the European Cup, Glentoran Juventus, or it could be Cup Winners' Cup. Dino Zoff was the Juventus goalkeeper, and he only missed like 10 games over his entire career. So the backup goalie at bloody Juventus, whoever it was, just like, I'm never going to play. I'm getting paid, not that's fantastic. Yeah, like I always choose the underdog. And Boavista have won the Portuguese league title. And I think Sparta Rotterdam have won the Dutch league title as well at some point. Auxerre won the French league title, and they had a player, Gavroche, was in the winning team of the '98 World Cup. And Jabril Cisse famously played for them when he was a youngster. So there you go. uh, uh, the Italy one is difficult because I like Atalanta, but I also like Udinese because some of my favourite players are of Italian heritage. um, if Manchester United played in La Liga or League One or Bundesliga, how would they do? They'll be more dominant than they have been. Oh, no, but you've got Bastia as well. Ajaccio, Bastia, the Corsican derby. They're in different leagues at the moment. That's really tasty. But Ajaccio, Bastia, they're going to be fucked in their club histories because they've actually been quite successful in French football. You've got Montpellier, you've got Marseille, big corruption scandal in the early 90s. They won the Champions League. Bordeaux, they've gone tits up because Barcelona owed them money. They're a decent side. Stade Rennais are suddenly bouncing back, but they've had their tough times. Very historical side. You've got Nancy, St Etienne. There's a lot of clubs in France that aren't called PSG. AS Nancy is one of my favourite clubs in France, but Auxerre. If I've got to choose a French side, it's Auxerre. Because Strasbourg is another one that I like in France. Not my favourite, but Arsene Wenger famously was a Strasbourg player and coach. AS Monaco. When I do the club history of AS Monaco, that's going to be fun. What I call the Playboy Club, because obviously Monte Carlo. I would say Blackburn is a big club, thank you very much. Nantes is the other club from Brittany. Nantes and Rennes. That rivalry, the rivalry between Nantes and Rennes is insane. Toulouse, they're a solid club from the southwest historically. I love the Toulouse kit as well. It's fantastic. Grenoble, first club for Olivier Giroud. But yeah, Le Havre, Anthony Letalek and Singamar Pongo, who were both signed by Liverpool all those years ago, who failed to kick on. Well, it only takes one Premier League trophy to have more trophies than Spurs, so it's not hard. And they've won the same amount of trophies as Spurs have in my lifetime, so it's not hard, really. All we could do is win the league title once now in the modern era, and suddenly won more league titles than Spurs. I mean, Spurs have the same amount of league titles as Burnley. There you go. Burnley have the same amount of league titles as Spurs. Let that sink in. And it's going to be fun doing the Stanley video. It really will, because that's going to be fun. Because obviously it's the third iteration of a club in Acton, or the fourth attempt at having a club in Acton, and they're the most successful club that Acton have ever had. Yeah, we haven't had as many issues with the lag and the connectivity. We've had a spell about an hour ago where the connectivity went a bit. But yeah, Dad, I swore a lot in this one. I've been swearing a lot. I've been naughty. Got a bit naughty. But it's to do with Welsh Rugby Union, and I'm very passionate about problems that Welsh Rugby Union has. I'm also passionate about how toxic the fan base is, because I see it on social media. Yes, Huddersfield, the first club to win 3 league titles in a row in this country. Preston, the first club to do a League Cup double, and the first team to win back-to-back titles. Huddersfield, the first team to win 3 in a row. Thank you very much. And because Huddersfield was successful, Arsenal became successful because of Chapman swapping clubs. How? Well, firstly, you got to spell Leicester correctly. Secondly, they were neck and neck and finished third. That's where the term chokers. They just run out of steam a little bit. And I think a few players were going into the final a few weeks of the season not fully fit. They're giving it everything. Their peak was actually 2018. And that FA Cup semi-final. Basically, they were neck and neck. Both the sides had basic breakthrough seasons. Leicester just so happened to keep the momentum going and weren't prepared to give up the fight. Tottenham ran out of steam. It happens. They peaked too early in the season. Leicester just wouldn't die. They wouldn't lie down. They kept fighting, whereas Spurs sort of had a wobble, and then that final wobble when Leicester kicked on, they ran out of steam. But although they did beat Leicester in the FA Cup that season in the third round, truly that they won in the cup, Leicester won in the league, as in Spurs beat them in the third round of the FA Cup, then didn't kick on. They fluffed that up as well. When they lost that semi-final to Manchester United, they were in a winning position as well, and that's where they got the tag chokers under Poch. Pochettino got them close, and then he got the tag of being a choker. Now he's won trophies at PSG, but not do better than last season. We can learn from last season. They didn't, and they're stuck with we're good, but we're not great. They still haven't won silverware. The sacking of Mourinho a couple of years ago, just before the League Cup final, was madness because Mourinho at that time was the only manager to have defeated Guardiola in a cup final, and that was the Copa del Rey, I believe. And they sack him. So, so in my opinion, they really, really have come up short every season from the 2015-2016 season until now. And they had built a very good core of players, and they haven't kicked on. And they built that good core of players from selling Gareth Bale. They were to raise the wages of players like Kane and Son and Eric Dyer. Although Eric Dyer, I think, is an average player. He's a utility player. He's that kind of jack of all trades you need to just glue a team together, but he's not a star player. And they just didn't, kick on. And then Tuchel obviously wins the next cup final against Pep. And then Chelsea lose 2 cup finals on Tuchel to Liverpool. So Klopp had a history in cup finals not winning them. And then suddenly he wins a load with Liverpool. And he also loses some in Liverpool, but he won a load with Liverpool in a very short space of time. And that disappears from the conversation of, he can't win a cup final with Klopp. They've won a Champions League and FA Cup and League Cup. He's got the clean sweep of cup finals. But the interesting thing was when they automatically in the final too. Possibly, yes. Honestly, I believe that. I think that was a ridiculous decision. But if they won that cup final, they've got to pay Mourinho the cup winners bonus on top of his severance package because they've got to get rid of Mourinho anyway because of his opposition to the European Super League that Tottenham were a key driving force behind, which is ridiculous because Tottenham can't win anything. And it's just Tottenham don't help themselves with some of the decisions they've taken. And again, transfer policy, youth policy, who the manager is, how they dealt with getting Conte in after the talks broke down. They finally get him in. Now it's not going to extend all that effort to get him in, not to get him, then to get him now, not to extend him. He sounds like he wants to walk away. So he's frustrated. Do I see Spurs winning any trophy in the next 10 years? Not with the current ownership, no. Not unless Man City obviously do get found guilty. Newcastle take some time in finally winning that first trophy. Man United are still sort of what's going on with their ownership in Liverpool. It's possible, but it would take a lot of clubs to have complete and utter disasters off the field. And I do mean that. And have complete and utter nightmares for them to do it. They would have to string a good cup run together or like a Leicester City style Premier League season together to do it. And I don't think it happens with the current ownership. There's my thing. He would win trophies at all the clubs. Simple. He would win trophies at all the clubs. He's not a football manager, he's a trophy manager. There you go. He wins trophies. He's not a footballing manager, he's a winning manager. That's basically how he sums it up. How would he do? I think he would win at all 3 clubs, yes. Whether because he's managed at Man United, he's managed at Spurs, he's managed their biggest rivals, he's managed at Chelsea, whether the other clubs would accept him as a replacement if he was to go in there, considering that he knows Premier League. I think he's done with him. Thoughts on how the media portray the top 4, the top 6, or the big 6. It's an obsession that's a false narrative. It's only done on income, not success. Spurs, historically in the FA Cup, are fantastic, by the way. At one point, they had the record in the FA Cup until it was later surpassed. League-wise, Spurs have got no league success. League Cup, they've really struggled. In the FA Cup, they haven't won for 3 decades. Um, Arsenal have not been, apart from the recent FA Cup wins under Wenger, Unai Emery and Arteta, and now they're fighting for the title. Now, and I think they will do it. I really do, because where they were before Christmas, no team has actually fluffed it from that with that kind of points differential. They've had a bit of a downswing in the last couple of weeks, but that's expected. It's expected. So Newcastle, it's expected, but they will win. Unless Man City have really fallen apart. And Haaland, there's no way he's getting Dixie Dean's record now. But go, yeah, he'll smash Dixie Dean's record. Look at him. No, he's not. Would Mourinho be more successful at those clubs? Yes. Conte hasn't won the Champions League. Mourinho has. So Conte's a good manager. Don't get me wrong. He's won stuff, but he's not on Mourinho's level. The thoughts how the media is an obsession verging on obscene and perverse, how they portray the top four. No, it shouldn't be the top five. I just think the way the media fuels it is weird. Because Leicester have won a Premier League, Blackburn have won a Premier League, for Christ's sake, and Newcastle were once classed as one of the big three, big four in the 90s. So the fact they're now back in the conversation after 20 years is fantastic. Look at the historical success. Everton are and Aston Villa are more successful than Spurs. Blackburn are up there for league for titles. It's ridiculous. Blackburn have got more league titles than Spurs. What does it say about a club when they win big cup games but can't sustain themselves? Oh, Southampton, for example, were on their third manager of the season. That's an interesting one. That's a really interesting one. It says about a club. They can win a one-off game, but they can't be consistent. Consistency. Wigan winning the FA Cup 2013. Consistency. Birmingham City winning the League Cup. Consistency. They've got clutch players, but they're not consistent players. Consistency. You've got to be consistent. To cup games, you can have high score. Simple. I wouldn't call Southampton a feeder club. I think they've been unlucky. They've been close to winning more trophies than they've actually won. The fact that Portsmouth are more successful than Southampton tells you a lot about the rivalry between the two clubs. Southampton, I think, has got a bigger fan base. Portsmouth are more successful historically. Hilarious. I wouldn't call them a feeder club. They got wealthy owners. It's just they made some poor decisions the last 2 seasons. No, consistency wins you league titles. Cup games. Depth wins you both. That's why it's so hard to do a League Cup double. It's so hard to win back-to-back titles. It's consistency. Yeah. Tottenham is more like Newcastle and Everton. I never noticed it. I think you'll find Everton historically is one of the most successful clubs of all time, and Newcastle have got possibly a much. Without Newcastle, you don't have Middlesbrough, because without them sticking up for Borough, joining the Football League, you don't have Borough. Newcastle and Everton more successful than Spurs. Sorry, I can't take Spurs seriously. Oh, no, Newcastle and Everton have been badly run for a long time, and in Newcastle's case, that lack of success is frustrating because they've been close. But they've been bad ownership has hampered Newcastle. Their Spurs have actually got really good ownership when it comes to their financial model. Unfortunately, they're too business-like. They're a business club, not a football club. They're a corporate club. Right? Much like United, they become a very corporate club. So on a business standpoint, they're very well run. However, on a footballing standpoint, they're not, because they come up short. Now, Newcastle and Everton still have bad ownership. Newcastle are figuring it out with the new owners. And Newcastle were a very, very good side back in the day. They just came up a little bit short in the 90s, but I tell you now, they were the 6th biggest club in world football in 1999 when they were valued. When they were sold, in actual terms, they had lost half their value. In real terms, they had lost 10 times their value. No, younger fans won't understand post 1990, but they won't. And that's the problem. Is Everton fantastic historically? I wouldn't say they're psychologically beaten. I just think the quality of team they can put on the field in the last 20 years is not the same. Back in the day, that was a proper match, I tell you. And it's got the most red cards in Premier League history, that fixture. But the quality of team you can put on the field right now, they're not good enough. And that's down to ownership, insane transfer policy that makes no sense, and a broken youth policy that has not been invested in recent years. They've gone for the transfers rather than development. Spurs, if you are an overseas fan, for example, like Dad, and you've only got into the sport in the last 8 or so years, 10 or so years, Spurs is not a global brand. Sorry, global brand. Yeah, you could say Liverpool haven't always had the best team on paper, but they've still been winning more. Even when they're having a down spell, they're still winning more trophies than Everton in recent times. Everton historically were the bigger club, and then the dominant era comes in the 50s and 60s, basically. Everton had their down spell in the 50s, and then Everton been playing catch up ever since. Before the 50s, Everton were the best side, just best side in Merseyside, best side in the country, in my opinion. And the change is the 50s. The 50s is where Everton and Liverpool change happens when both sides are in the second division, and Liverpool start winning in the 60s. I mean, Man United had that little rivalry, but Liverpool had their dominance. So before then, it was Everton. Mistakes were made. There you go. Mistakes were made in the 50s and 60s that at the time weren't realised. And obviously, Everton was still a bloody good side until the 90s. Liverpool just got that little edge and dominance, but the rivalry was intense. And you knew at some point Liverpool's dominance would peter out. It did. But Everton stopped winning trophies, which was 1995. They were competitive right up until the mid 90s, and then they had a couple of bad seasons in the Premier League after winning that FA Cup, and they never fully recovered. And apart from the David Moyes period where they made a cup final, it's been a shambles. Liverpool, Man United, Chelsea, Arsenal, Man City. I knew all of those teams before I watched football. That's why I Man City, not so much. Man City have been very up and down, but because of where they are geographically in comparison to Liverpool, and historically they had a decent side, absolutely. They stopped winning trophies for a long time. Now, ironically, Man City are older than Man United as well. Let that sink in. Obviously, Newton Heath is the area of Greater Manchester that Man United are born. Man City, when the treble-winning team, Man City, had a dreadful time in the late 90s. They were a Premier League club in the mid-90s, and they just had a shambolic, Oldham Athletic, Bradford City style descent down the Football League. And then they bounced back, but they had a very dark spell in the 90s, yes. It got very bad. Very bad. Sean Gota, beat the GOAT. I'll have to do a video on Sean Gota and his career, because without Sean Gota, the club is not bought by Sheikh Mansour and is probably not in the Football League. The way it was going without Sean Gota, they fucked. Oh yeah, Stockton County were higher. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. Bolton were higher. It went horribly wrong. It nearly did a Wrexham, basically, where they fall out of the Football League. They nearly did an Oldham Athletic. They would have been the first ex-Premier League side to go out of the Football League, in my opinion, if it wasn't for Sean Gota. Oh yeah, Man City have had it up and down. There was that period because there was a guy I went to school with called Luke Berry, and he was the first Man City fan I ever knew. Right, and this is where Man City were crap. Even when they were in the early Premier League era, this is where Man City were crap, and they couldn't win a trophy, and they weren't very good, and they were always mid-table or worse, and they weren't doing very well. And this is before they ended up in what is now League One. And there was a summer camp at the school we ended up both going to when we were both little kids. And I wore my Blackburn shirt, and he wore his Man City shirt. And he was the first Man City fan I ever met, ever. He's the only Man City fan that I actually know. Within a few seasons of um, us going to school together and going to that summer camp, they're in what is now League One. Right now, by the time we left that school to go to I've lost contact with him, which is a great shame because he was a good friend of mine at school. I really got on with him really, really well, and I've lost contact with him. But yeah, nearly 30 years ago, so I'd have been six at the time. I'm 33 now, so 27 years ago I first met him. And Man City were a Premier League club at the time. And it's just after Blackburn had won the league. Not long after. But the summer of '96, I first met Luke. He left my school a few months before I left school, so we're talking 2003. So it's before the current ownership. They were back in the Premier League at this point. I think Keegan was manager or Stuart Pearce at the time. But Micah Richards hasn't made his debut. They made it back to the Premier League. So Danny Mills was playing for the club at the time. He was still the only Man City fan I knew. Only Man City fan. It was bizarre because everyone at school was Man United. There was a fair few Arsenal fans, and because of the Vialli, Zola era, Frank Leboeuf era at Chelsea, there was a few Chelsea fans, and one of the Chelsea players' kids went to school with us. And because Chelsea's training ground is not actually that far away from where I went to school, and Surrey isn't actually that far away from a large portion of Berkshire. Surrey's I'm not. I'm closer to Chelsea's training ground than people realise, but it's just down the road. But as a kid growing up, what was very noticeable was you had fans of clubs that were big in the 70s and 80s and early 90s. And kids would see Liverpool's, your Everton's, your Man United, your Blackburns to a certain extent, your Chelsea's, your Arsenal's, even Leeds do really well. And obviously they watched on the TV and they became fans. So kids my age became fans. So I know a lot of Leeds fans. I know a lot of Arsenal and Chelsea and Man United fans. I've met a couple of Blackburn fans who are just a year or two younger than me as well. So I've only known one Man City fan that I've ever met in my life, on a personal level. And everyone I've met in my life, all my work colleagues and people I've met through work and education, I've only ever met one. I know more Crystal Palace fans. I've met more Crystal Palace fans than Man City fans. That is what's stunning. And I know I live in the southeast. I live just west of London. So you would expect a lot of the London clubs in the home counties to have fan base. So I expect Palace. I know more AFC Wimbledon fans or Wimbledon FC fans. There you go. I think I've met a couple of Charlton fans in my time, like travelling when I'm going about the business. Bumped into a lot of Wolves fans over the years. Mostly at Reading train station as well. Really fun. But no, Man City, even with the success they've had, admittedly with what's going on, is unfortunate. But still don't come across many Man City fans. It's true. I don't know where these surveys are coming from, so they now dominate Manchester and the fan, possibly locally at a Greater Manchester level. You've got to remember, in Greater Manchester, you've got to include Bolton in there, Wigan, Salford, Oldham, the reconstituted Bury. There's a lot of clubs in Greater Manchester that aren't called Manchester United or Man City, historically and in the Football League and Norway, right? And Man United don't have a big fan base in Manchester either. Historically, there are more fans of Bury in Greater Manchester than Manchester United fans historically. But no, you don't see many Man City jerseys south of Manchester or outside of Manchester. You don't. Now, they have a passionate historical fan base, it is true. But when you're thinking about the last 30, 35 years, historically, going back to nearly 40 years, so you include the Ferguson era and then the '84 FA Cup for Man United, or the '83 FA Cup, and then losing to AFC Bournemouth under Harry Redknapp. But when you think about what I call the true modern Sky Sports era and just before, yeah, they dominated recent years. They've still got a long way to go to catch up league titles to Man United and Liverpool. The empty Etihad, they pump fake crowd noise in to create atmosphere. A lot of it's to do with European games. They don't set up European games because even before UEFA punished them for their financial fair play breaches, there were several years of rumour about a pending investigation long before COVID. And some fans felt like, oh, it's because we've got new owners. We've got the Arab owners. It's got to be a target against us, target against PSG because we've got the new wave of ownership. But there's a lot of facts in that because Chelsea were punished as well for breaches. AC Milan were punished. The fact that they went to the Court of Arbitration for sport in certain cases and had punishments reduced because of the time limitations that UEFA screwed up on. If UEFA didn't screw up on their investigations, those punishments would have stuck. It would have made it even easier for the Premier League to go, right, buy, there you go, take it. But so when it comes to the FA and UEFA, yeah, they don't do well at FA Cup games and they don't do well at Champions League or Europa League games when they've been in Europa League. They do struggle to fill out the City of Manchester Stadium, real Manchester Stadium, not the Etihad for sponsorship reasons, but they do fail to fill the stadium. They have been known to pump fake crowd noise in. Also, in regards to if it isn't Liverpool and it isn't Manchester United, and let's say it's Leicester, who obviously have won the Premier League and have been on the FA Cup in recent times, I mean, a very decent side. They're having a poor season this season, but let's say it's Leicester. Let's say it's Brentford. Yeah, home fans don't turn up. They don't turn up. If it's Man United and Liverpool, they turn up. That's what's interesting. But when it's your Leicesters, your Brentfords, your Leeds is more Man United their rivalry. I don't see Man City as the same kind of hatred historically for weird reason. Even though the Yorkshire Lancashire kind of rivalry leads saying we're the big dogs in Yorkshire and all that kind of stuff, it's not really a thing. It goes back to Don Reilly's time as manager, and when Man United was still with the Bush Busby Babes towards the end of his time with Sir Matt Busby and Bobby Charlton and Co and Dennis Law and all that, when Man United were the top dogs for a brief period with George Best and Co and Leeds and Man United had their famous rivalry in the late 60s, early 70s before Brian Clough comes on with Derby and Nottingham Forest. That's where that hatred comes from. When Leeds play them, they don't get the same level of home support. The away support with Leeds is always fantastic, regardless of what league. The empty Etihad, much like empty Ewood, is the Blackburn joke that we Blackburn fans have because of the Venkies and all that, and our opinion on the club. And are we over or underachieving with the current management? Did we overachieve or underachieve with Mowbray, all that kind of stuff? Anyway, that's nothing. They have been criticised for some of their attendances. But then you've got to remember certain areas of Greater Manchester are not as wealthy as others, and then you've got to think of, okay, look at the fan base, look at the disposable income. And that's before, cost of living crisis. There are some areas in Greater Manchester that are very deprived. They used to obviously play in Moss Side at Main Road, with the old Kipak stand and all that. That was a very deprived area of Greater Manchester. Really, and crime rate through the roof. Very, very economically deprived area. Low employment, high crime, high murder rate through the roof, gang crime, violence, and that does have an impact. Now, what they've done with the local area around the Etihad, the former Commonwealth Games site, is you can agree that is fantastic inward investment in the community, and the crime rate around certain areas of Manchester has fallen, and it's fantastic. You could argue both the big clubs in Manchester have done a lot with community outreach and help in that regard. Both clubs have. Rashford, with Man United, have done great community outreach in huge across Manchester with the deprived areas, and should be applauded. Both clubs have done great things, but they haven't done well with growing the wider national fan base. I mean, the international fan base, you can debate, pros and cons of how they marketed themselves overseas and such. I'm not sure all the hardcore fans actually agree with the ownership model from the old main road days, and those who stuck with the club when it was really dark days in the late 90s. I'm not sure all those fans are truly on board with the current ownership group. I think they're on board with, yes, we've got success and we're doing well, and we have financial stability. But I think rightfully so. I do believe this. I don't think all the Man City fan base is truly happy with Sheikh Mansour and the UAE ownership, the Dubai ownership. Um, I think they're happy that they've got money and they've got success, and they've had Mancini as manager, they've had Pellegrini as manager, they've had Guardiola, really world class managers come in, won silverware and stuff. But I think there is that element of suspicion and concern, regardless of how much they win. Same with the Man United fans with the Glazers. A huge portion of them have gone, no, go yourself. We're not happy with how the ownership model works, because it may be successful now, it's going to bite us in the arse at some point. And it ultimately has with the lack of success, but it's also about how the communication between the owners and the fan base has gone, and how um, the quality of football, regardless if they're winning trophies or not, about the constant managerial merry-go-round, because they didn't really have a true succession policy to Alex Ferguson. But there were concerns with the ownership structure. Not that they won a lot of trophies with the Glazers in charge. It's true. They're less successful now than what they were when they first took over. There's a clear decline there. But we'll see. Salford or Forest Green Rovers? Nah, Salford have got a little bit more behind them than Forest Green Rovers, because Salford actually is a city on itself, and there is a decent catchment area potential. And I can see some Man City fans getting to go, and we'll jump ship, we'll go for the other Manchester club that isn't United, called Salford. I wouldn't say they're a Forest Green. I think they're more sustainable long term than Forest Green, because there's a potential for a fan base growth and a potential fan base there. That's my viewpoint on it, and that's where I think Forest Green don't have that catchment area, because they're not in a traditional footballing location. They're in rugby union and cricket country, and rugby union and cricket are more traditional rural sports. I can see the potential if they're run properly, and then they can go up the league ladder. I can see that potential there, if the right decisions are taken, and the right branding and the right marketing. I can see it working. Look, the ownership I think helps with the class of '92 owning it, and with what's going on at Man City and the potential at Man United, we don't know what the future is. There's a lot of disgruntled fans that don't like the blue side, the red side. They're like, oh, hang on a second. Now with Man United's case, they set up FC United Manchester. Had the class of '92 not been still playing at the time the Glazers take over, it's a different thing. If the Glazers were to take over now, and you had the class of '92 over Bar Football Club, you could see a lot of fans supporting leaving and over supporting the class of '92. But there is that potential with disenfranchised fans with both City and United to go, oh, okay, because of how the clubs have been run. So I can see the potential there. It has to be done the right way, though. But there is the potential with the population size of Greater Manchester, with Oldham fans getting frustrated possibly as well. So you know what, we'll just go up the road and support the other Bury fans with how that ended up. They have the potential to pick up disenfranchised fans in Greater Manchester, with how other clubs have gone bust, badly run, bad engagement. There is the potential there, in my opinion. I'm not saying it could work. The potential, in my opinion, is there. They're not going to do a Forest Green. Not in my opinion. Forest Green, I think, will run out of steam, be fucked. Forest Green's period in Football League, I think, is going to be very, very limited. They're not going to survive relegation this season. They're going to go down to League Two. Then there'll be a fast sale of players, and then Dale Vince will probably cut his losses and run. That's my opinion. That is my opinion. I can't see how moving stadium, when they can't even fill their current stadium, is there you go. I understand, yeah, the Neville family did have interest, a link with Bury, but it's an interesting one, with the family link. I do understand that. Both Neville brothers were there. Obviously, Phil's more concerned with his coaching and succeeding as a coach. He's done better as a coach than Gary ever did, personally. But I can understand that one. There is that question, and people always ask that question. That's a fair question to ask. It's a legitimate question to ask. Um, but at the same time, they were already committed to Salford, so he'd have to sell his stake in Salford, and he wouldn't get that much money for it. That wouldn't be enough to save Bury from the disaster that was. Also, the old ownership and then the ownership that came in, which should never have been allowed, have more financial clout behind them than Neville did. Because Neville would then have to look at his hotel business. He would have had to have sold his stake in Salford, which he was not inclined to do, because that's obviously where he wants to invest and be part of that ownership consortium, because it weakens the consortium. It means they actually have less money to operate with. And so obviously his interests are with Salford. That's where and that's a conflict of interest because they're in the Football League, so you can't have two clubs in the Football League under your ownership. Not allowed, conflict of interest. You can have a club in a different league structure, a different country. So you could buy into David Beckham's Inter Miami as a stakeholder. Yeah, Scholes, Oldham fan, that is true. Carragher, Everton fan as a kid. There you go. There's one for you. Carragher, famously an Everton fan as a kid. Scholes, yeah, that is a famous one. He was an Oldham fan as a kid, and obviously to play against them, which I think did he debut from the senior side before Oldham were relegated out of the Premier League? I think he did actually. I think he possibly was part of the senior squad when Oldham was still a Premier League club, so that would be very interesting. But no, Scholes, famously an Oldham fan, yes, that is true. That's got to be amazing. Like Alan Shearer, I think was he a Swindon? Alan Shearer obviously, I think, got found by Swindon, went to Southampton, went to Blackburn, and won a league title with Blackburn. And then he goes on to Newcastle. Life on Newcastle fan, isn't it? That's got to be something. But yeah, I think a lot of people now, when you look at some of these kids coming from academies and being scouted from a very young age, they don't do the old style apprenticeships where you also had to have a job. Well, how can people switch? I still think Scholes is an Oldham fan now. Carragher's still an Everton fan now. I think that's an interesting one. I don't think people can switch their fandom. I think you can acquire fandom of another club. Well, actually, I like this club as well, or this team in this sport as well. So when people ask me my favourite matchup, when is Blackburn going to play against Athletic Bilbao? How is that a matchup? Where what is the likelihood of Udinese or Atalanta playing against Athletic Bilbao? Although Bilbao, Atalanta in Europe is a likely possibility, let's say the Europa League or Europa Conference League, but how likely? Very rare. But no, Carragher is an Everton fan. And Gerrard's cousin played for Everton and goal in the 90s. Nigel Martin, who did he play for before he joined Leeds? Palace. Nigel Martin used to play for Palace, and he's a Southern bloke. There you go. That's one for you. So there are some really interesting ones, like of players who grew up being a fan of a certain club. Now, I think Alan Smith and James Miller are actually Leeds fans, and they came through the Leeds system before they moved on to other things. No, that was Matt Letizia, was a Channel Island. Nigel Martin, I think, is from the home counties. I'm going to have to look at Nigel Martin quickly. But no, Matt Letizia is from Jersey. Matt Letizia is famously from the Channel Islands. Nigel Martin, if I remember rightly, he was signed for £1 million by Palace, and he played in the Cup final replay. And he was the next big thing. After Shilton retires, he and Seaman were the next big thing for England. They both were. They both ultimately played for England and had fantastic careers. But he's now a coach. Let's have a look at Nigel Martin. Let's have a look. Now, Letizia, he started off at Bristol Rovers, Then he went to Palace for big money. Then he went to Leeds. Then he went to Everton. So he's a West. So he's Bristol Rovers. That's an interesting one. Bristol Rovers. Oh, St Austell. He's from Cornwall. There you go. He's from Cornwall. So he played his first senior club is St Blaise in Cornwall. Then he's played for Bristol Rovers 101 times. Did Nigel Marr? That's fantastic. Right. Oh, this is hilarious. His club career, he played 666 times as a senior level professional. Um, so his career, he started off at St Blaise, which is obviously an amateur club in Cornwall. Went to Bristol Rovers full time, played 101 times in between 1987 and 1989. That is a lot of football. Obviously, didn't miss a game then. Bristol Rovers. Then he went to Crystal Palace between 89 and 96, where he played 272 times for Palace. He moved to Leeds between 96 and 2003, played 207 times for Leeds. Obviously, he's most famous for his spell at Leeds over Palace, where he played more for Palace. And then he finished his career at Everton, where he played 86 times. For England, he played in the under 21s for 11 times, the England reserves, or the B team, 6 times, and 23 times for the senior side in a 10-year senior career between 92 and 2002. There you go. So he obviously most notably played in the Premier League for Palace, Leeds, and Everton. Played in the Football League with Bristol Rovers. He's moved to Palace and become the first £1 million, but won the full Members' Cup in '91. An ankle injury forced him to retire in 2006. He won 23 England caps between '92 and 2002. And he was a member of the squad at 4 major tournaments. After retirement, he was a goalkeeping coach for Bradford City, but hasn't been involved in the sport since 2009. Personal life, born in Cornwall. He also played cricket, and he played cricket with Cornwall schoolboys as a wicketkeeper, as well as at Fowley Cricket Club. Since his retirement from professional football, he's returned to cricket, playing regularly for a Leeds team called Leeds Modernians in the Airedale and Wharfdale Senior Cricket League. So he's an amateur cricketer since retiring from football, which is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Coaching career, he spent his time as a goalkeeper coach at Bradford City in 2007. David Weatherall was the caretaker manager at the time, 2009. So there you go. I think he's the only guy from Cornwall to play in the Premier League. I'm not 100% certain on that. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, I can't think of any other high-level professionals from Cornwall who really cracked it in the Premier League as a player. Not saying they haven't, but as a player, there's got to be a certain level that I can't think of anyone else from Cornwall who's played Premier League. I think who's the rugby player? There's a rugby player who was ex-England captain. He's from Cornwall as well. So there's a couple of high-profile Cornish professional sportsmen, but not many. And Nigel Martin is one of the few from Cornwall. That's made it to Tottenham. I'm not seriously ill, but just letting you know, if I ever vanish for a length of time, I'm dead. Not to be morbid, but I know certain channels lose viewers. In what sense? What illness do you have? Because this does. What illness do you have? This is not nice. Going, I'm dead. Because I know some channels become defunct, so you've got to have a channel to subscribe, and to keep the subscription status and to like and comment. You've got to have an account, and some accounts become defunct. I hit 1,020 subscribers yesterday morning. By the evening, I was back to 1,019. So someone subscribed and unsubscribed, basically. So I've gained a subscriber and lost a subscriber, which is really hilarious. So what illness do you have? If you're not seriously ill, but you're ill, because there's something here. Because you've been a constant for a good 2-3 years now. I can't remember when you first watched the channel. It's interesting. Some of the oldest subscribers, some of them take lengthy spells where they don't watch, like Magical Neptunian, for example, from Melbourne in Australia. One of my oldest subscribers. He pops in and out of the channel. He's one of my moderators. He'll go 6 to 9, 10 months at a time, and then he'll post a comment, then he'll disappear again. There's one of my Scottish subscribers who's a moderator. Oh, God, He'll Hornets, another one. He'll pop in and out. Um, there's a few who pop in and out, and occasionally poke their head in, disappear again. But no, you've been a constant for a couple of years now, and you tend to notice. You get to know. Um, there's another one, Crocky Gamer, who one of the earliest subscribers to the channel in the early days. Doesn't spend as much time on YouTube because he's a student now. He's a full-time student. But when he first came along, he was one of the younger viewers. Uh, right, I'm fine. It's okay. I just wanted to let you know that. Oh, right, that you're not going to be watching all. You don't watch all the time. I wasn't aware that you've basically been here since the start. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. So you basically be one of those Welsh fans who put up with me, like really having my battle with the Welsh union. It's really fun when you find out that actually, like, there's another channel called Agricultural Machinery or something, and he's an Aussie, and he's really old school Aussie sports fan in his 50s. He's been with the channel since the start, and musical Neptune. There's a couple of channels from viewers from Australia who've been with the channel for the best part of 6 years. Even before it was a sports channel, they you know, subscribed, and they're brilliant. Musical Neptunian's fantastic. He's got a lot of sports knowledge. Like Andrew Wilkins is another one. He's one of the oldest. So what I've noticed is the viewer, they're not interested. They're busy playing FIFA. They're busy playing Call of Duty. Um, and for some people to be brave to put that first comment going, I'm brave enough to go, I'm going to leave a comment, I have a view on this, because a lot of people are put off by the toxic nature of social media. There's been a couple of comment sections that have become so vile, so vile. Not that I've deleted comments, but I've found the odd comment now. I step in and go, right, pack it in now. This is. I've asked you to keep it clean. You're not keeping it clean. Da, da, da. No, I think that's a one-off game. I think St Helens really prepared themselves really well for the World Club Challenge. Obviously, the last 3 years there's been a lot of back and forth in the media. There's been some bad blood between the two sets of supporters and clubs. A lot of it's come from the Australian media, and there's a couple of what's the Virgo and the Freak. They've really slagged off British game and British fans and St Helens. So it's more the St Helens board, but they've been really nasty. And I've listened to it go, okay, big tongue in cheek. No, I've stopped listening to Virgo and the Freak now. I think they have got a chip on their shoulder. One of them is a Penrith fan, one of the West Tigers fan, but they have got a chip on their shoulder that I think is unnecessary. Some of these independent journalists and mainstream journalists have really fueled some bad blood that's unnecessary in the build-up because of 2021 and 2022 and not being able to, for whatever reason, the logistics behind it, the COVID pandemic, actually, it makes a lot of sense why they haven't played. I can't say it's been frustrating for both fans of the Super League and the NRL. Has been. Completely understand. At the same time, oh God, there's lots of notifications coming in. At the same time, um, um, you know, I don't think it proves a point that the Super League is better than the NRL. Doesn't. It's a one-off game. The NRL consistently over a long period of time has dominated the World Club Challenge. There's a reason why they're the first English side or Super League side to win since 1994, and they're not on the same level as that Wigan side that won in 90. They're not even close. And this Penrith side isn't on the same level as that Brisbane side either. So I think they've got another couple of championships to win before they can be declared that core the same as the Brisbane side of the 90. What I will say is this. I think Penrith have lost a couple of key players and they haven't replaced them necessarily. So Kickow and Coruscant, I think, are massive losses. But no, it's a one-off game. If the Super League then wins the next couple of World Club challenges back in England or say Catalan do really well when they win the Super League, for example, or in France, and then the next one in Australia. Then we can have that debate, have Super League close the gap, and are they equal again? Because at one point, domestic at club level, the Super League was better than Australia. International level was a different thing. But the World Cup, in my opinion, proves there is still a gap between Super League and the NRL. And the NRL is the better club competition. There's no doubt in my mind of that. The Challenge Cup is still a brilliant competition, and getting Super League now on free-to-air TV is fantastic. The NRL has got more money, more domestic fans, bigger player base, better youth development. They're expanding. So, in my opinion, Penrith were a little bit off that day. The players have said, "Yeah, no, they're tactically they got it right. It's a one-off game." But if you were to play the Super League clubs against the NRL and have like a World League, for example, the NRL wins 9 out of 10. If they were to play the World Cup Challenge next week, for example, Penrith win. If you were to play that game 10 times, Penrith win 8 of them, maybe 7. The fact that, however, is interesting, and that's got to be a little bit psychological. But here's the thing: if they win again, here's the thing: Penrith learned by losing a game, they won the next big game. So when they lost in 1990, they won in 91. When they lost in 2020, they won in 2021. So if they win again, win 3 in a row here in Australia, in the NRL, I think they win the next World Cup Challenge if they are the NRL Grand Final winners. Now, I will be doing a video going, can Penrith win 3 in a row? I think it's going to be bloody impossible. Look at what's happened to the Roosters with that attempt getting that goal. It's killed them. With the salary cap being how it is, and further expansion to 18 teams on the table, they're going to lose some more talent from that squad. And they're going to have to keep the production line of youth talent coming through. That will only go on for so long where they're at the top. The first content you would see would be the 2018 Six Nations. Then that'd be the 2018 Six Nations. That would be your first video. So that's near the beginning of the channel, because I decided to make the channel a full-time sports channel in the September of 2017. So the Six Nations would have been the 2018 Six Nations. That's 5 years ago, almost to the day that you decided to become a subscriber and a viewer and leave likes and leave comments. I mean, anxiety is horrible. I will say this: YouTube has made me a much more confident person than what I was 6 years ago. 6 years ago in April, was it April 21st? I made my first video, and I was a mumbling, very low on confidence. I was not a happy human being. My best friend had died just under a year earlier, and look at my first 6 months of content. It's crap. It's crap. The first 6 months of content is shit. I honestly admit that. It's crap. Andre Pollard. I love Andre Pollard. He's a monster of fly art. A monster of a boot on him. And he can play inside and outside centre. You can put him in any of those 3 axis positions. He's a beast. I love Andre Pollard. Fantastic player. Fantastic player. Absolute mountain of a man who plays at 10. Play at 12, play at 13. Fantastic. But no, going back to the channel, I would say, yeah, you've come a long way with commenting and being braver and leaving comments in the comment section and asking questions. And I would say having this channel has helped me with my confidence massively. People still take the piss out of me at work. And one of my work colleagues says, no, this won't work. This channel won't succeed. I'm going to prove him wrong. Now, I want to get fully monetized, and then if I can go, look, there you go, there's my first paycheck from YouTube. Eat that. Shove that down your pipe. I know he's trying to motivate me, but the way he said it wasn't particularly pleasant, but it's motivated me more. And I think he wants to motivate me, and that's how he's doing it, by giving me the tough love. And when I do go, there you go, there you go, you've made it. Yeah, no, look, I'm not on medication for my depression and some of my my ADHD. I chose not to. I done the medication. It made me an absolute zombie. I hated it. Hated it. and it did impact my content creation for a while. I was very, very ill, and I was very depressed, and I hated it. So not long before I started the channel up, I was battling with using medication and not using medication, different experiment with this and that, as in with the doctors. And then I found, um, you know, uh, two wheels basically. My friend died, and then I did my CVT and got my first scooter, and that helped. And then I had a bad accident, and then after the bad accident, I had 6 months of going to physio. When I first started the channel, and then after the bad accident, I had 6 months of going to physio. When I first started the channel, I'm on anti-inflammatories, painkillers, weekly. I'm on anti-inflammatories, painkillers, weekly. At one point, it was 3 times a week physio appointments. I went a week. I was really ill, and on top of that, I had my issues with I was drinking a lot again, smoking a lot of weed again, which is not good, by the way. Do not do drugs. Bad. And I was in a real bad place, mentally and physically. I couldn't work. I was signed up. I was ill. I was struggling. And so I just decided I've got a YouTube channel to subscribe to content. How about I make content to subscribe to? And I'm glad I did. I'm so glad I did, because it took me a while to get the confidence. Like, once I got confident of going, there's a camera there. My first live stream is when I go, I'm now confident. And when I first was like, I'm open to questions. Come on, what do I do? If you watch my first ever live stream, I'm open to questions. Come on, what do I do? If you watch my first ever live stream, I'm like, come on, guys, ask me something. I'm begging you guys to hit me with questions. Um, and uh, and I'm really like, oh, come on, ask me something. Now I just go, right, I'm going to talk about this, talk about this. This is what's happening in the sports news this today, or since my last live stream. This has happened. We've got this to look forward to. Da, 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 da. And then there's questions. Oh, have you seen this? Have you? Like, right, now we can go. Because before, when I first started doing it, I was like, how do I get the flow going? How do I approach this? I was really like, I'm talking to a camera live, and I'm having a conversation with someone who isn't actually talking to me. They're writing a question down in a chat section. Mad. Right. Okay. Now we're talking about mental. Now we're talking about medications and medical conditions. Christ, what have I started? Okay. Depression didn't work, but it does for anxiety. When I take meds for stuff. Oh Christ, you've got other health issues. That's horrible. It is. Nuzat Esperide. Right. So Boulders and Still. What country are you from? Because I'm not familiar. Cure medication is like aspirin will come with like 8 different brand names, for example. Penicillin has all the different brand names, right? So you'll have all the paracetamol, for example, will come in different brand names. So, Bowls and Still, what country are you from? Fluoxetine, I've had mates on that, and I've been on that as well at one point. Quetiapin's one you've got to be careful of as well, which made me very, very ill. Which is why I went, sod it, I'm not doing this anymore. I actually went, sod it, I'm going back to work, I'm not doing this anymore. I shouldn't have done it, because I was still recovering from my last motorcycle crash, but I went, no, I can't do this anymore. I'm still not 100% with my physical health either, but I went, sorry, I've got to do something. I can't. Are you from South Africa? Oh, excellent. Yeah, you'll have different medical rules and what is allowed, not allowed to be prescribed in South Africa. I'm not, those Nuzak and Esperide will have different names here, or would not have passed our medical standards, or may not be approved yet. You might get something approved before we do, or vice versa. So we might get something approved here that won't get approved in South Africa. I love tangents. I try and keep the politics off, and I've got my views on certain things that are going on in the world, like in South Africa or in North America or in Australia, where I think, hang on a second, this is not what should be happening. But I've got a lot of South African friends. My mum's got a lot of South African friends. So I've got a great connection with the South African community, the Zimbabwean community, I've got friends from Namibia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, South Africa. So I've gone to school with some people from Zimbabwe and South Africa. And fantastic relationship union. I love seeing the Springboks do well. Not that I actually, when the Springboks are losing and not doing well, you've just had a game. They will hit you and hit you hard. How many sports people? The therapeutic use exemption, that's a debate. And when we talk about medications and what is and isn't allowed, some antidepressants and some anti-anxiety medications, some asthma medications are actually deliberately misused to allow performance enhancing. Because some of them slow your heart rate down and improve your oxygen intake. Because anxiety, you have panic attacks, you breathe really, really quickly, and your heart rate goes up, but your oxygen intake actually drops when you're having a panic attack. That's how you get short of breath. Some anti-anxiety meds slow your breathing and your heart rate down, but improve your oxygen to blood ratio. So when you oxygenate your red blood cells, they increase the oxygen uptake of your red blood cells. Same with asthma. It's asthma medications. They've got a steroid in, which again, put a steroid in. With the Bradley Wiggins and Team Sky, the Jiffy bag, the allegations against Chris Froome. There's been allegations against Valverde, Nairo Quintana. Some really high-profile cyclists and track and field athletes have been accused of fiddling their therapeutic use exemptions, the TUEs, and they're tightening them up. Apparently, Liverpool, or 80% of the Liverpool squad, apparently are asthmatic. What gets me, and this is where I've actually hit the nail on the head here, without the actual concrete proof of failing a drugs test, Chris Froome claims he's really asthmatic. The asthma inhalers he was getting prescribed by Team Sky, he would not be able to get up the stairs. He would not be able to be a professional cyclist. He would be dead. I've got friends who are so asthmatic that, okay, they could survive at sea level, survive the seaside, where temperatures are a little bit warmer, they do well. So they could go to Brighton, which was a spa town back in the day, or they could go to Bournemouth, and that should be okay at sea level. To go to the Peak District, they would have an asthma attack. Even though it's not that much of an altitude change, really, they can't go to the Alps. Altitude sickness. They'll be seriously ill. They can't go. They have to live on a ground floor flat, for example. They can't get up the stairs. The level of asthma medication given to Chris Froome, he would basically be signed off work because he couldn't work. He'd be that ill. So yeah, I'm a little bit dubious about Chris Froome. Suddenly, you take him away from Team Sky and the Jiffy bags and all that, and suddenly he's no longer asthmatic. But he was severely asthmatic for a decade. Oh. Yeah, about that. In Kenya, because he's obviously an expat Kenyan with his family heritage and all that, there's some very tall mountains in Kenya in the Great Rift Valley where you're at altitude. Let that sink in with Chris Froome. And the reason why he was getting tested more, he was winning all the time. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Any pro cycling, unfortunately, has this reputation because of the Festina scandal in the late 90s, because of um, um, and Lance Armstrong and Floyd Landis and Vinokurov and all these failed doping tests. Marco Pantana, before helmets became compulsory, the Italian, because of all these failed doping tests by these and of course the Lance Armstrong scandal, which came out after. But because of the Festina scandal all the way through to Lance Armstrong, pro cycling, unfortunately, 85% of the peloton were cheating. Whereas now it's around 15%. There's going to be some bad eggs, but there's a lot cleaner than what it was. Any time there's suspicion, the perception is and the cynicism is they're all at it still. Or if they are cleaner, they're finding ways legitimately with therapeutic use exemptions to get around doping regulation. If they're doing it in cycling, they're doing it in other sports. And unfortunately, yes, it's not on the same level as the Russians and the Chinese or the East Germans back in the day in the 70s and the 80s with state-sponsored doping. And in professional sport, I don't think it is as prevalent as in Olympic sport or World Championship sport. But according to football leagues, Rui Pinto, Liverpool, apparently 80% of the Liverpool squad is asthmatic. They shouldn't be playing football. Apparently 80. And so they are using the therapeutic use exemptions with spurious, let's work around this. Or if you have mild asthma, let's make it major asthma. Let's make it really asthmatic rather than just slightly mildly asthmatic. Let's really play upon any condition. So Chris Froome, it was antihistamine because he got hay fever. That one I can cop that one. However, certain antihistamines are therapeutic use exemptions because you need them so you can see, or you, which, yeah. So peanuts, for example, you get antihistamine for that. You get the adrenaline shots. If you have an anaphylactic shock, they were basically truly adrenaline, but something that antihistamines, like basically anabolic steroids, legal steroids, medically. That doctor involved in that has since been found guilty of doping breaches. So there's the eyebrow raising. Eyebrow raising suddenly comes along. Now, unfortunately, and with legitimate athletes, Max Domi in the NHL, diabetic. He's one of the athletes. Max Domi in the NHL, diabetic. He's one of the most famous pro athletes who's diabetic. Who's the rugby player? There's a rugby player who's diabetic. He plays for Exeter in England. Slade, diabetic, famously. Um, Duncan Fletcher had colitis, had a colostomy bag. Lee King had his knee condition and he had a heart problem, played through cancer treatment. So forget his back injury, he played through cancer and heart conditions, played on, which is fantastic. Who's the other? There's another player who plays for the Flyers who's got cancer or is now in remission but had cancer treatment for a year. Is it Provorov? I think it's Provorov. Not 100% certain on that one. There's quite a few who've got legitimate health issues, and a lot of them are receiving cancer treatment or diabetic or have Crohn's disease. There are quite a few. What did Cavendish have? Cavendish had one, which is quite. I forget what he retired of, and he came back cycling while he was ill for a while, and I'll have to double check it. Rob Burrow, he got early onset dementia, which has affected a couple of rugby union players. What was the cricketer who had the heart problem and was told he can't play anymore? He was really short. He became a selector for England, and he was a very, very good batsman. And he was very, very short. He played a handful of test matches before they found he had a massive heart problem that was going to kill him. He was told he's got to stop playing. Manuel Almunia went playing undiagnosed. After he left Watford, when he was about to sign for Cagliari, insurance in Italy, they're very strict on insurance allowed to play. There's another one. There's quite a few. There's quite a few finished at PSG. It was a good while before he actually retired from the game. And he still represented England in that time as well. So it actually prolonged his career. He was done with his knee injury at Man United. Still. So there are some who've done fantastically well. David Beckham, though, I think, that is the moment where the MLS survives. If David Beckham doesn't make the leap, being told he's done as a professional, you're not playing, not at the highest level, because he had all these footing and he lost that yard of pace. He was never quick anyway. And he was told he's done, good enough, do it. LA Galaxy ends up playing for AC Milan and PSG. Still actually had playing in the sense of his best, but he prolonged his career. Led that Robbie Keane and Kaká and Pirlo and something, and Sean Wright Phillips, Bradley Wright Phillips. Some of these other European-based players who go over to play there. He's the first to make the step. With the failure of the previous professional league with the New York Cosmos and San Jose Earthquakes and all that, at best, the Pele played in back in the 70s and 80s. There was, this is going to be a gimmick. Beckham made it. No, we are going to make this a top quality league. We are going to make this succeed. Whatever you think of David Beckham, he's the reason why the MLS is a success. Because before that, it wasn't making any money, it was struggling, teams were out of business, they weren't growing. Beckham saved the league. As I say, I qualify that with like the Wayne Gretzky trade from Edmonton to LA, from the Oilers to the Kings in '88, the trade at this moment. The moment that ice hockey in the US and the non-traditional locations kicks on. Yes, I have. I have done some MLS content on the channel. There is some, yes. Not a lot, but there's some. I need to do more. I've done the history of the MLS. I've looked at expansion. But I don't think it has the same impact with the domestic US audience that European football does. Because I look at the club histories, discussing the European leagues, discussing sackings and hirings and player profiles, and when I do all that, there is American viewership when those videos go up. MLS, I don't know how big the MLS, how that would do. I think it would grow. Um, so I could look at Toronto FC, LA Galaxy, Inter Miami, various bits and pieces, and see what the viewership would be. But I don't know. I'll have to look at do a one-off, do the history of each of the MLS teams when they joined the league, how successful they've been. Has that expansion been a success or a failure? But MLS content, but I don't know how they would do. I need to do some more, but we'll see. But with the growth of the sport, or as a general rule in the US, as a participation sport, I think it might do quite well with content, because I've got to think about the channel content and how to grow the audience, make money, and obviously do stuff that the channel audience, current subscribers and potential subscribers and potential viewers, then yeah, absolutely I'll do it. It would have to make logical sense for me to do it and the viewers to want it. I'll put up a poll and like, should I do more MLS content? Yes or no? Should I do something and see what viewers want, both European and domestic British viewers, and also there's a fair number of subscribers and viewers in the US, because over the channel's history, throughout the channel's history, what American viewers want, viewers who watch the channel, who may not comment, who may not, be public in their subscription status, who may go, yeah, you know what, I actually like this stuff. I want to know more about the MLS, or I'm an American fan. We only get the American point of view from American users. What's the European point of view of the league? I like the MLS as a product. I do. Um, I think it's a good move for Wayne Rooney to be DC United head coach. I think that's a great move on his part. But I do think we need to look at the MLS franchises, and I think I could definitely do that over the next couple of evenings. Do a team an evening, go through all the teams, tick them off. Do a club profile on each MLS franchise, when they joined the league, how many times they made the playoffs, how many division titles and conference titles and MLS Cups and all this kind of crap that they've won, how they structure the league, and go through each individual team and go, like, this is how good they've been, how often they make the postseason, their average regular season, are they a good side, are they not? And look, LA Galaxy is obviously the big famous one. New York Red Bulls is another one. They're the teams that people really know about. Toronto FC is another big one that has a big, people know about it internationally. The Vancouver Whitecaps, again, quite well known because of the metropolitan areas they play in. There's a hand when I'm looking at, like, let's say, the San Jose Earthquakes, for example, or the Minnesota. Fuck it, what's the bloody Minnesota team called? Or Real Salt Lake. They or Columbus Crew, they may not do as well. But LA Galaxy or Inter Miami, because of the David Beckham connection, Toronto FC with Jermaine Defoe, I think will do quite well. Some of the other locations, to Villa player went over there, who I think still playing. They decided, you know what, I'm going to go over and make a career out of it in North America. Seattle. Is it the Sounders? I believe it is. You've got I think San Jose Earthquakes. You've got two teams in LA. I think there is a growing acceptance of this as a growing league, especially in the US. More American fans are buying into it. Whether European fans, treat the MLS with respect, but I'll definitely do some more content on the MLS. Hours. Questions, much appreciated. We have discussed a lot of things, and yes, I dropped a few f bombs in there because of what's gone wrong with Welsh rugby union. I think it's a good way of looking at it. And leaps and bounds, especially in the last decade or so, it is for the growth of the sport. So I'm going to leave that there. But anyway, thank you very much for watching. I've got some video ideas for the next couple of days. I will do a Welsh Rugby Union video tomorrow, I think. It's a bit late in the day now to start prepping because I obviously got an early start in the morning. But no, there's definitely some food for thought with the next couple of days and going forward. But thank you very much for all your questions. And yeah, got some stuff to check out. I'm going to really delve into the Welsh Rugby Union situation, but it's gaining momentum. Players, um, it's gaining momentum in players and the division between Gatland and his player, but and his playing group. I think he's lost the dressing room before he's even really got his foot back in the door. But there we go. Thank you very much for your questions, and I'll have some more content for you very, very soon.